Section 15 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 12. The lookout party attacked. Repulse and flight of the Arabs. Securing the prisoners. A night on the beach. Rejoin the ship. Burning of the dhow. Arabs attempt to escape to the mainland but fall victims to sharks. Encounter with another slave caravan. Return to the ship. Tom Rogers and Gerald had watched the approach of the Arab slave dealers to the foot of the hill.
"You may howl as you like, my boys," cried Gerald, "but if you attempt to climb up here, you will be sent tumbling down again faster than you came up." Tom, meantime, was keeping an eye on the movements of the Arabs, and the moment he saw them lift their matchlocks, he shouted to his men to jump down into one of the hollows, he himself setting the example, so that the bullets either flew over their heads or struck the rocks behind which they were concealed.
"The rascals think they've blown us off the face of the earth,"
said Tom, who had found a spot with a bush through which he could thrust his telescope and yet remain perfectly sheltered behind the rock.
"They're looking about them, wondering where we've gone to. If we had but a few more muskets, we could pick off every one of them."
Still, the Arabs showed no inclination to climb the face of the hill. Had the midshipmen and their party remained concealed, possibly the slave dealers might have taken their departure inland. But Gerald, forgetting the danger they were in, could not resist jumping up on top of the rock and shouting out in a tone of derision at their foes. Tom, seeing the Arabs about to take aim at him, pulled him down just at the moment that a whole volley of shot came whizzing through the air.
"You may fire away as much as you like," cried Desmond, "but you won't hurt us."
Though it would have given the Arabs infinite satisfaction to cut the throats of the whole of the party, they still hesitated to run the risk of being shot themselves at close quarters, probably supposing that the English were better armed than was the case. Tom watched all their movements through his glass. At length, the chief of the slave dealers, who had gone down to the dhows, returned on shore with several companions. Tom saw the others apparently telling him what had occurred. He appeared to be addressing them and working them up to mount the hill, then, waving his crooked sword, he led them on towards the only path by which they could ascend, they following, shouting, and shrieking out vows of defiance.
"They're coming," cried Gerald. "There's no mistake about it this time."
"Well then, you take one pistol and I'll take another," said Tom, "and as they get near enough we must pick off their leaders. Tim Nolan and the other fellows must manage the rest after they have fired their muskets with their cutlasses, and I have no fear but we shall give a very good account of the whole party."
Tom directed the men where to post themselves so that they could remain concealed behind the rocks till it was time to spring out and meet the enemy hand to hand.
"That chief, or whatever he calls himself, seems a bold fellow," observed Tom, "for he keeps ahead and seems to be encouraging his followers, who wouldn't, without him, have had any stomach for the fight. We must do our best to try and pick him off, and if we can manage to give him his quietus, the rest will quickly run away."
The path made by the signal party was so narrow that there was not room for two people abreast. Some little way down, however, there was a sort of platform on which a considerable number could collect together.
"If we stop them before they get up there," observed Tom, "we should have only one at a time to handle, whereas if they manage to assemble at that place, they might pepper us in an unpleasant manner."
"I'm ready," cried Desmond. "If you'll give the word, we'll all spring out together and stop them before they reach it."
Desmond told the men what Rogers proposed doing. They, of course, were ready to obey him, though it might have been safer to remain where they were. Still, it was important that they should conceal themselves till the last moment. The leading Arab, with his sword in his teeth, was only a couple of yards or so below the platform.
"Let fly at the fellows!" cried Tom.
The men fired their muskets.
"Now, lads, we'll be at them!"
shouted their young leader, and springing up he bounded over the rock, followed by Desmond and the four men, just in time to catch the leading Arab as his hand was on the edge of the platform. With a down-handed cut of his sword, Tom sent the Arab falling headlong down the cliff. The next met with the same fate, but the chief, who had allowed the other two to precede him, shouted to his followers to fire at the Englishmen. The order was obeyed, and a shower of bullets came whizzing by them. Tom, in return, fired at their leader, and, without stopping to see the effect of his shot,
shouted to his men to fall back under cover before a second volley could reach them. Scarcely had they got under shelter when the Arabs again fired. He saw that his former maneuver would not again be executed with the same success. The death of two of their companions appeared to have damped the ardor of the Arabs, who remained perched about the rocks, waiting for an opportunity to pick off any of the defenders of the height who might venture to show themselves. This, however, neither Tom nor his companions intended doing. Tom had recovered his glass, which he had left behind, and had taken a glance over the ocean to the northward in hopes of seeing the ship, believing that her appearance would very quickly induce the Arabs to hurry off. She was nowhere to be seen, though he had caught sight of several dhows running to the northward. While thus engaged, the voice of the old chief was again heard, and though they could not understand his language, yet they judged from his tones that he was endeavoring to induce his countrymen to renew the attack. "It can't be helped," observed Tom calmly. "If they attempt to storm our position, we must drive them back. Our wisest plan will be to keep under shelter as long as we can, and then to spring out on them as soon as they get their noses near enough." "Aye, aye, sir," cried the men in cheerful tones. "We'll soon give them a taste of our cutlasses, and they'll not wish to have a second bite." Tom's suspicions were confirmed when in another minute a hot fire was again opened, the bullets just clearing the edge of the platform, and directly afterwards the chief and several of his followers sprang up upon it. Once having gained possession of the ground, it was easy enough for the rest. Matters were now becoming far more serious than before. From another opening in the rock, Tom, although still concealed from the Arabs, was able to look down upon the anchorage. "Hurrah!" he exclaimed. "Mr. Madsen has not been asleep. There comes the boat from the island, and if the slavers are not sharp about getting under way, she'll have the whole of them, but one or two are pretty sure to be caught." As he spoke, the report of a gun was heard, and it was seen that the boat, as she pulled towards the slavers, was firing at them from her bow. The Arabs on the hillside, startled by the sound, looked round. Those who were in position to see what was happening below shouted to their companions, who speedily began to leap down the rocks, most of those on the platform, in their hurry and fright, springing down a distance by which they ran an imminent risk of breaking their necks. Others bounded down the pathway in a mode terror alone could have prompted them to venture on. "Now's the time!" exclaimed Desmond, seizing several large stones which lay in the hollow. "If our bullets can't reach them, these will." And he and Tom, leaping from under cover onto the platform, while their men kept up a brisk fire, began to pelt the retreating Arabs, 3 of whom were knocked over, several others having broken their legs or necks in their flight, till the hillside presented the appearance of a battlefield. All this time the midshipmen and sailors were shouting and hallooing at their flying foes. The larger number of the Arabs, however, reached the bottom of the hill unhurt, and were seen hurrying down to the shore, apparently with the intention of shoving off to the dhows to assist their countrymen. They were all collected together, engaged in launching a boat, when a shell plunged right in among them, killing and wounding several. The rest, fearing the visit of another missile, took to flight. The desire, however, of preventing the slaves being captured, either by bringing them on shore or beating off the English, induced them to go back and make a second attempt. But scarcely had they collected when another shell pitched right into the boat, shattering her to pieces and laying low 2 more of their number. This was more than their greed of gain could stand. Again they took to flight, following their chief, who made towards the only shady spot in the neighborhood, where a horse was left tethered. Mounting, he galloped off, followed by the rest of his gang on foot. The party on the hill were at first doubtful whether they ought to follow the fugitives, as Desmond had suggested. Tom, however, thought that they decidedly ought to prevent any slaves who might be landed from escaping. One of the dhows was seen hoisting her sail. Having cut her cable, she stood out to sea, while the other 2, in order to give her a better chance of escaping, commenced firing at the boat, expecting that she would at once attack them. The lieutenant, however, had made up his mind to have all 3, and disregarding their shots, he pulled away after the first, at the same time firing his bow gun at her rigging. She was a fast vessel, and was leading the boat out of the harbor. The other 2 dhows, seeing this, began to hoist their sails for the purpose of slipping out astern of her. As he might possibly lose all 3, the lieutenant now put back and managed to run on board one of the dhows. The Arabs fought desperately, and it seemed doubtful who would gain the victory. "I wish we were on board to help them," exclaimed Desmond. "If I thought we could swim as far, I should propose going off to her." Better stay where we are, said Tom. We shall have work enough to do. See, the other dhow is coming round with the intention of running on shore. Probably those on board don't see a friend scampering off, and they hope to reland their slaves. It is fortunate we are here to prevent them escaping. Perhaps they have been so busily engaged that they may not have seen us, and I propose that we hide ourselves behind those rocks out there. And if the slaves land, we can rush out and surprise them. The plan suggested by Tom was instantly put into execution. Notwithstanding the opposition of the crew, the dhow attacked by the lieutenant was quickly captured, and again brought to an anchor, when leaving some of his people on board he made sail after the first dhow, which there was still a possibility he might overtake. The midshipman could hear his gun rapidly fired, showing that he was trying to bring down her sail. The last of the 3 dhows had now stranded, and the cries and shrieks which arose showed that the Arabs were throwing the unfortunate blacks into the water and compelling them to make their way on shore. Tom and Desmond agreed that it would be no easy matter to stop the blacks and to fight the Arabs at the same time, as they would be certain to try and make off with as many of the Negroes as they could. Looking out from their hiding place, they saw the beach covered with blacks who had swum and waited on shore, but the Arabs themselves were waiting on board till all were out of the vessel, intending to come on shore in their boat. Probably they expected that their friends would hurry down and assist them in securing their captives. Just as the boat left the side of the dhow, the midshipmen, uttering loud shouts, rushed out of their hiding place, while the blacks, seeing them, ran on either side like a flock of scared sheep. The sailors in vain tried to reassure them, as they had not much time to do it. It was necessary to attack the boat before the Arabs reached the shore. The latter were evidently taken by surprise, and cramped in the boat, which was tossing about, were unable to use their firearms to any effect. A few shots were fired wildly, and the next instant, as she was thrown on the beach, the midshipmen and their followers, rushing into the water, attacked the crew so vigorously with their cutlasses that half their number were killed or wounded before they could defend themselves, while the rest, as they were dragged out, were made prisoners. The wounded were allowed to lie on the shore, while the rest were secured by ropes, which had been brought on shore to bind any refractory slaves. No victory could have been more complete. The next business was to stop the blacks, who were hurrying away in different directions. In vain the sailors shouted to them. Some persisted in running off into the wilderness, but a considerable number were at length turned back to the seashore, where they all stood crowded together, too much alarmed to know what to do, and gazing at their late masters with astonishment. Still, should they attempt to break loose, it would be no easy task to stop them. Every now and then Tom kept looking out for Mr. Matson's boat, and was not sorry to see her returning, though one of the dhows had escaped. "There is a chance still that the ship will pick her up," observed Tom. "We want his help to take care of the poor blacks and to look after these Arabs. How to feed them all will be a puzzle." "I suppose there's food on board the dhow," observed Desmond. "Yes, but how are we to get it? If we pull off to her, the blacks will run away, or the wounded Arabs will get up and release their companions," said Tom. "Faith, then, the best way will be to take them on board with us," said Desmond. "It's somewhat like the story of the fox and the goose and the peas." The day was wearing on, and the lieutenant's boat had been led a long way out to sea, so that it would be almost dark before she could reach the shore. The midshipmen themselves were becoming very hungry and thirsty, for they had left their provisions on top of the cliff, and could not venture back to procure them. They had not a moment's rest. Every now and then they were compelled to start off, now in one direction, now in another, to turn back the Negroes, who were constantly making attempts to run off. While Tom was watching the boat, 2 shots were heard in rapid succession from the island, towards which he at once saw her alter her course. "She'll not be coming here after all," he exclaimed. "Something has happened on the island, and now is a signal to her to put in." "We must make the best of a bad case, then," said Desmond. "I propose that we compel all the blacks to sit down in a ring. They will be better off than they were in the hold of the dhow, and will have no reason to complain. We must make them understand that if any of them attempt to get up, they will be shot. As for the wounded Arabs, we must place a sentry over them, and tell them the same, while we must see that the prisoners' arms and legs are securely lashed. If the other fellows don't come back, I see no reason why, providing we keep our eyes open, we shouldn't get on very well. It won't be very pleasant to walk about all night, but it will be better than allowing the Arabs to cut our throats, or letting the blacks escape, for their sakes and our own." "A very good proposal, Desmond," said Tom. I couldn't have thought of a better myself, and we will at once carry out your plan."
Tom explained to the men what they wished to have done, who, choosing a spot just above the high water mark, made the blacks understand that they were to go and sit down there. They put the women and children in the center, then the weaker-looking people and lads, and the stronger men outside of all. They could thus better keep an eye on those most likely to try to escape, and they managed to impress on their minds pretty clearly what they intended doing should they make the attempt. These arrangements being made, they hoped to get through the night without losing any of their prisoners, even should Mr. Matson not arrive to their assistance. They were, however, suffering considerably from hunger and thirst, and at last Tim Nolan, touching his hat, offered to go off to the dhow and bring on shore something to eat. As there was still some daylight, Tom thought that he could manage to keep the blacks in order, and agreed that Esmond should go, accompanied by Tim, while he and the other two men kept a strict watch over their charges. As the tide had already run out, the boat had but a short distance to traverse. In a short time Desmond came to the bow of the dhow and shouted out that they had found plenty of food and would bring some kettles on shore to cook it. "By all means," answered Tom. After a little time the boat returned with several casks and bags, 2 large cooking pots, and a quantity of wood. These things were indeed welcome. Being carried up to a spot somewhat inland where the blacks sat, a fire was kindled, the pots put on to boil, and a cask of water having been brought from the vessel with some bamboo cups, it was served round to the prisoners after they themselves had first drunk. It was difficult, however, to help them, as the first who seized the mug would not pass it on, in spite of all the seaman could do, until he had drained it to the bottom. The seaman would not allow those who had already drunk to have any more till the whole of the party had been supplied. By the time the water had been served out, the contents of the pots were sufficiently boiled. Now came the most difficult task, to divide the food fairly among so many people. They would gladly have fed the children and women first, but placed as they were, that was impossible. However, they were afraid to let them shift their positions. The moment a basin was handed to one of the men, he would not give it up until he had emptied it. Even when the men had been fed, they would scarcely allow their weaker companions to receive their portion, but tried to snatch it from the hands of the seamen. Night found them thus employed. The fire they had kindled was now of the greatest assistance in enabling them to continue serving out the food, and at the same time to watch their prisoners. Though some figs and other delicacies were found on board, the midshipmen would not give them to the Arabs, but properly allowed them only such food as they had laid in for their captives. The fellows grumbled, but hunger made them accept it. At last, by using kind tones and by gentle treatment, the seamen quieted the fears of the blacks, who now seemed perfectly resigned to their lot, and showed no inclination to run away. Still, the midshipmen did not relax in their vigilance. So busily employed were they that the night passed away more rapidly than they had expected. Their chief anxiety was regarding the events which had happened on the island, and which had induced Mr. Matson to land there instead of coming to their assistance. They feared that the Arabs taken in the dhows had given more trouble than those they had captured. Possibly the lieutenant, confiding in the strength of his party, had not thought it necessary to bind them, and they had consequently attempted to regain their liberty. However, this was only conjecture, and they were compelled to wait patiently to ascertain the truth, hoping that nothing very serious had happened. Notwithstanding the general quiet observed by the prisoners, now and then a black got up and looked about him as if contemplating a start, but was detected almost immediately by Tom and Desmond, or one of the seamen, and compelled to sit down again in a good-humored manner.
"You mustn't be after giving leg bail to us, old fellow," exclaimed Tim Nolan, patting the black on his back. "You'll have plenty of grub tomorrow, and we'll be taking you to a pleasanter country than this. There's another of them," and away he would start farther round the circle. There was evidently no combination among the blacks, or by a number rising together they might have made their escape. They had all probably been brought from different districts, and scarcely understood each other's language, many of them having come from the neighborhood of Lake Nyassa, and others purchased from the Portuguese much farther south. A still stricter watch was kept over the Arabs, who growled and cursed at their captors, but were unable to cast off the well-secured lashings by which they were bound. Thus the night passed on. Tired as all hands were, no one sat down even for a moment, and 6 people, armed only with pistols and cutlasses and a couple of muskets, were able to keep 300 in subjection.
"I'd give a good deal to be able to turn into my hammock," exclaimed Desmond.
"We may have the chance before long, then," said Tom. "See, there are the first streaks of dawn, and hurrah, here comes the ship. I thought I saw her a minute ago, and now I am certain of it," he added, looking through his telescope. "She'll be here in less than an hour."
As daylight increased, some of the blacks caught sight of the ship, which, steaming on, head to wind, seemed to create no little astonishment, and still more alarm, in their minds. The seamen did their best to quiet them, going round and round the circle and talking in cheerful tones, which had their due effect, although the words they spoke were not understood. Desmond proposed getting some more wood and provisions from the dhow. They were quickly brought on shore, when the fires, which had almost burned out, were again made up and another supply of food cooked. The same scene took place as before. The poor negroes scrambled and screamed over it, though the seamen did their best to serve it out impartially. Then the Arabs had their share of food, and the wounded men were looked to. One of them had died during the night, it having been impossible to attend to him. Indeed, they were not aware how badly he had been hurt. With infinite satisfaction, the two midshipmen at length saw their ship come to an anchor. A couple of musket shots attracted the attention of those on the lookout on the board, and a boat was seen to put off from her. In a short time Higson, with a party of men well armed, stepped on shore.
"I can heartily compliment you both,"
he said, after he had heard the account Tom and Gerald gave of their proceedings.
"Now, the sooner we get these poor fellows on board, the better. We have a good number already, and there must be as many more from what I saw on the island, but they stow pretty closely, and we must make the best of our way to the Seychelles or some other place to dispose of them. The Arabs deserve to be left behind, but as they would certainly die in this inhospitable region, we must in charity carry them off, and leave them to be disposed of by the Sultan of Zanzibar, as he may think fit."
Although the women and children under some circumstances would have been the first to be removed, as the men would be likely to give most trouble if left on shore, 50 of them were embarked and carried on board the ship, the boat then returning for another cargo. Thus, in the course of time, all were transferred on board. Tom and Gerald, who had gone in the second trip, received their due praise for their conduct. The prisoners from the second dhow, captured by Mr. Matson, at length arrived, with a large number of slaves and the Arab crews. He had a sad account to give, but Tom and Gerald, though they had been eager to hear it, were by that time fast asleep in the berth, thoroughly done up with their exertions. Both the dhows were set on fire, that they might not fall into the hands of the Arabs. On the sinking of the dhow by the senior mate, in his attempt to save some of the women and children, he himself had lost his life. But the Arab crew from Swimmingwell had been picked up. 2 seamen had been killed, and only 40 blacks had been rescued, and the boat herself had been so damaged that it was with difficulty she reached the island, when the Arabs, who had not been secured, leaping on shore, made off among the rocks. The dhow captured by Mr. Matson was in so leaky a state that he had been compelled to land all the blacks, as well as the Arabs, who entreated not to be left on board. Trusting to their gratitude, he allowed them, when landed, to remain at liberty, without having examined them to ascertain whether they had concealed any arms about their persons. His boat also had suffered considerably. He was thus prevented from attacking the 3 dhows when they first came to an anchor. He had indeed enough to do to look after the numerous liberated blacks, while several of his crew, who had been badly wounded, required to be attended to. So occupied had he been that not till the dhows appeared did he think of sending the carpenter's mate and 2 men to repair the boat. In the meantime, several of the Arabs had stolen off and joined their countrymen who had before made their escape. Leaving a small party only to guard the blacks and protect the wounded, as soon as the boat was repaired he set off, as has been described, to attack the 3 dhows. After his unsuccessful chase of the one which escaped, he was returning to help Tom and Gerald when he was summoned to the island by a prearranged signal. On landing, he found that the Arabs had rushed down on the camp, liberated the remainder of the prisoners, and having attacked the party left in charge, were inciting the blacks to escape. His speedy return compelled the Arabs to fly, but not till they had induced 30 of the blacks to run off with them. As they could not get over to the mainland, Jack sent a large party on shore to sweep the island from one end to the other, and to capture every Arab and black who could be found. Tom and Gerald, who, after their snooze, awoke, as they declared, perfectly fresh, begged leave to join it.
as they were as eager as any to rescue the poor blacks who had so quickly again been brought into slavery by the Arabs, while they wished to recapture the latter and to stop their slave dealing for the future. The party had proceeded halfway along the island, Tom and Gerald being on the right or the western side, when he caught sight of a black object in the water moving away from the shore. Directly afterwards he saw several others in the same direction.
"Those must be Arabs attempting to swim to the mainland," he shouted. "On, lads, and stop them! Pass the word along the line!"
He and the men accompanying him hurried on, and were soon joined by Gerald and his party, when they caught sight of a dozen Arabs in the water, while many more were on the beach, endeavoring to induce the blacks to accompany them. Tom shouted to those in the water to return. The nearest obeyed on seeing the seamen present their muskets, but the others still held on their course.
"Stop the fellows!"
cried Tom, when the seamen fired several shots. One of the nearest was hit, but the rest continued striking out. Another volley had the effect of making 2 more turn back. 6 or 7 still held desperately on. Shot after shot was fired at them, but the wretches had other foes besides the British seamen. Soon after the leading swimmer had got out of gunshot, he was seen to throw up his arms, a piercing shriek was heard, and the next instant he disappeared beneath the surface, as it was as hazardous to turn back as to go forward. Another shortly afterwards shared the fate of the first. What horror must have filled their minds as they made their way through the water, knowing that at any instant a ravenous shark might seize their legs and drag them under. 2 or 3, however, reached the shore. Tom, who was watching them through his glass, saw them throw themselves utterly exhausted on the beach.
Without food or water, their fate will be as terrible as that of those who have just lost their lives. They deserve it richly, however. There will be so many slave traders less in the world,"
he observed coolly. He, like many others acquainted with the atrocities committed by the Arabs, could no longer feel the slightest compassion for any sufferings to which they were subjected. The whole of the blacks were secured, as were the surviving Arabs, and marched back to be carried on board the ship. Jack, meantime, had been very anxious about the party who had to proceed overland, and he determined to send some men well armed with provisions and water to meet them. Tom and Gerald begged leave to go, in company with the doctor, who carried restoratives and medicines. The day was far advanced when they landed. They at once struck off to the north, keeping a bright lookout for the Arabs on one side and their friends on the other. It was near evening when they saw some figures wending their way over a rocky hill to the northward. They were at first doubtful whether or not they were Arabs. If such was the case, they were fully prepared for them.
"No, they are our fellows," exclaimed Tom.
Just as he spoke, another much larger party were seen on the left, making their way towards the first. Tom's glass was at his eye in a moment.
"Those are Arabs, no doubt about it," he said. "They have muskets, too, and it's very evident that they are intending to cut off our friends. We shall disappoint them, though, I hope."
The officer in command of the party, having ascertained that Tom was right, gave the order to push forward as rapidly as possible. The Arabs had apparently not yet discovered them, and were still advancing, with their gaze fixed only on those whom they hoped to make their prey. Besides the Arabs, there were numerous blacks, secured together, in the ordinary barbarous fashion, with forked sticks. There could be little doubt that they were slaves who had escaped from the wrecked dhow, and were being taken back to the coast to be embarked on board another slaver. The seamen, descending into the valley, soon lost sight of both parties. In spite of the burning sun, which made the air in the valley like that of a hothouse, they pushed rapidly on. Presently they heard some shots fired, which seemed to come from the heights above them. Those heights must be scaled before they could reach their friends. The firing became more and more rapid as they climbed up. They at last caught sight of Archie and his party, who, posted on some rocks, were defending themselves against overwhelming numbers of Arabs. Tom and Gerald uttered a loud cheer, which was taken up by the men, and then, without waiting an instant to gain breath, first firing a volley, they rushed with their cutlasses at the Arabs, who, turning and throwing down their arms, scampered off with the activity of cats, leaving 5 or 6 of their number dead or wounded behind them. The seamen pursued them along the ridge of the hill, cutting down all they overtook, but the larger number saved themselves by the fleetness of their feet. A party of them kept together, however, and made their way towards the group of slaves, in the hope, as it seemed, of carrying them off. The seamen were, however, at their heels before they could accomplish their object, and they were glad to make their escape into the desert, leaving their captives in the hands of the victors. Hamed, who had followed them, was soon able to calm the fears of the blacks, whose bonds were speedily loosed, and their necks relieved from the forked sticks. A spot which could be easily defended, should the Arabs venture to attack them, was selected for their night encampment. The ground being too uneven to allow them to travel in the dark, it was necessary to remain till the next morning to return to the ship. They had brought an ample supply of provisions, and the Arabs had compelled the slaves to carry food for themselves. The low shrubs growing on the hillside afforded an abundance of fuel. Campfires were soon lighted, and pots set boiling. Altogether, the midshipmen made themselves perfectly happy. The other officers sat round the fire, recounting their various adventures. Archie's party had met 2 or 3 wild beasts, and been threatened on their road by the Arabs who had escaped from the wrecked dhow. But they kept them at a distance with their firearms, and the fellows had not dared to attack them till, joined by the other parties proceeding to the coast, they gained confidence from superior numbers.
"They must be remarkably bad shots," observed Archie, "for though they had 30 muskets among them, at the least, not one of us has been hit."
In the morning he returned to the ship, having seen nothing more of the Arabs, who thought it prudent to keep at a distance from the hated Ferengis. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 13, Part 1. 6 months pass away. The Gauntlet goes in search of the Romp. Jack stands by her. Breakers ahead. Anxious suspense. Probable fate of the Romp. Jack proceeds to Zanzibar. Search for Adair. Desmond and Hamid captured by Arabs. Adair and his companions rescued. Opal and Gauntlet at the Cape. A ball on shore. Jack meets an old friend. Falls in love. Return to England. Prospect of war with Russia. Massacre of Sinope. The three commanders appointed to ships. 6 months had passed away, and Jack Rogers had disposed of the liberated blacks, and had since been the means of setting many others free, though unhappily also the innocent cause of sending not a few to destruction, who might have otherwise drawn out a weary existence in abject slavery. Often had he to console himself with the reflection that their death truly lay at the door of the accursed slave-dealing Arabs. "It is the only way of putting down slavery that I can see, though a rough one," said Jack to himself, "till English missionaries and English merchants take possession of the country, and we can drive the Arabs and Portuguese out of it, and induce the natives themselves to rise and aid us in the glorious work. However, I shall not see those days, I fear, and in the meantime we must do what we can to catch the villains at sea." The Gauntlet was slowly proceeding southward when she fell in with the Commodore. Jack, going on board to receive orders, was directed to look out for the Opal and Romp, which were to proceed to Zanzibar, and thence to the Cape of Good Hope. "That means that they are to be sent home, I suspect," observed Jack to Higson when he returned on board. "The Commodore ought to be going there too. He looks very ill, and the ship's company have suffered much from sickness." "I hope that we shall soon follow," observed Higson. "This slave hunting is all very well in its way, but it's a style of work one might get easily tired of." Jack agreed with him, but as the ship had not yet been her full time on the station, there was every probability of her having to remain some months longer. She had proceeded some way down the coast when she fell in with one of the Opal's boats, of which Jos Green had the command. He had captured one full slaver, but said that the ship had taken none. "Nor will she," he added. "Steamers or boats are the only craft suited for this sort of work." He was very thankful to have his boat hoisted on board, and the next day the Opal was fallen in with. The news that there was a prospect of her returning to England was received on board the Opal with immense satisfaction, by no one more than by her commander. Jack paid Murray a short visit, but having a cargo of liberated slaves on board, he had to continue his voyage to Zanzibar. The Opal, meantime, sailed in search of her missing boats. 2 days afterwards, as Jack was running down the coast, a bright lookout being kept for the Romp, The weather, which had been threatening for some days, became rapidly worse. The wind shifted to the southeast, then to the eastward, blowing furiously on the coast. A headland had just been doubled, forming the northern side of a deep bay, and Jack was about to put the ship's head to the eastward to gain a safe offing, when a sail was sighted on the quarter, some way up the bay. He turned his glass towards her. "What do you make of her?" he asked of Higson.
"I have little doubt that she is the romp, and if so, I wish that she were well out of her present position," he answered. "See, she is just going about. She's carrying on in the hopes of beating out of the bay, but it's as much, I fear, as she will do. And as far as I know, there isn't a place in which she can anchor, while the shore all round the bay is as wild and rocky as can be." "We must stand in and help her," exclaimed Jack. "We should only run the risk of losing the ship if we attempt it," said Higson, "for it will be as much as we can do to hold our own in the teeth of this gale, and as to towing her off, that will be impossible."
Jack took a turn on deck.
"I cannot bear the thoughts of leaving you, Terence, to your fate," he said to himself.
He knew, as well as Higson, the danger that would be run, for even a steamer embayed in such a place, with the full force of the gale blowing into it, would have hard work to get out. He took another turn on deck.
"We must try it, notwithstanding," he exclaimed. "Should the wind moderate ever so little, we may carry her out, and if we are compelled to cast her off, she may still have a chance of escaping by bringing up and riding out the gale."
Higson was not convinced, though almost as anxious as his commander to assist the brig, which was heeling over to the blast, running at headlong speed towards the southern side of the bay. She appeared already close upon the rocks, when about she came, and, her sails flattened in, she began racing back through a mass of foam towards the point from which she had come. Again she went about, but the slightest change of wind at the moment, or any want of seamanship, might allow her in a few seconds to be sent, by the furious seas rolling in, on to the black rocks under her lee.
"She's gained nothing, I fear," observed Jack as he watched her. "She's rather losing ground, I suspect," answered Higson.
Presently the brig fired a gun. Another and another gun followed, at the interval of a minute.
"It is as I feared," observed Higson. "She's driving farther and farther up the bay, and Commander Adair knows that there is no holding ground which can be trusted to." "We must go in and help her, at all risks," cried Jack, and the helm being put up, the steamer, under her head sails, went rushing forward towards her small consort. In the meantime, the engineers were also ordered to get up as much steam as possible. Again the guns were heard. "Adair would not make those signals unless he were in great distress," observed Jack. "Tow her out we must, though I fear that unless we're very brisk about it, we shall lose much ground in doing so."
Two stout hawsers had been ranged aft and well secured, ready to carry on board the brig. Her movements were eagerly watched by all eyes on board. Desmond felt more anxious than he had ever before been in his life, for he loved his uncle heartily, and clearly saw the danger he was in. All round the shores of the bay appeared a broad line of snowy foam, contrasting with the dark shore. Not a break was there to be seen, not a spot where the brig could be beached with any prospect of affording escape to her crew. As she stood across the bay, she appeared to be not more than a couple of miles from the deepest part, and in how few minutes would she be driven that distance? She had again reached the northern shore. Once more her head sails shivered in the gale, and the hearts of the bravest on board the Gauntlet trembled, lest, missing stays, her fate might be sealed. "She's about all right!" shouted several voices, and like a gallant steed galloping across the course to the winning post, she came plunging on through the troubled waters. Though Adair saw his friend coming to his assistance, he must not for a moment, he knew, relax his own efforts. By this time the Gauntlet had reached the center of the bay, and her head being put to the wind, she waited at a spot which the brig must pass on her next tack to cross the bay. The Romp was nearing the southern shore. Again she came about. Adair gave proof that he was a good seaman, and his crew in prime order, or it could never have been done. He was seen standing aft, conning the brig. The topmen were in the rigging, ready to swarm aloft to shorten sail. A party of the hands stood on the forecastle with the second lieutenant and boatswain, ready to secure the hawsers. The rest of the hands were at their stations on deck. The work, to be done successfully, must be done smartly. Everyone knew that. Rapidly the brig approached. Two of the strongest and most active seamen were on the poop, ready to heave the lines on board. Adair's voice was heard above the gale, shouting, "Down with the helm! Shorten sail!" In an instant the topmen were on the yards, the staysails were hurled down, and the brig luffing up, the Gauntlet moved slowly ahead, while the hawsers were rapidly hauled on board. Some flags were run up to the foremast and head of the brig.
"He thanks you, sir,"
said Desmond, who had the signal book in his hand, and Adair was seen pointing significantly at the fierce breakers dashing over the rocks astern. Short as had been the time occupied in the operation, the vessels had drifted farther into the bay. Now came the tug-of-war. The hawsers being secured, the Gauntlet, with all her boilers at full pressure, steamed ahead. Jack kept his eye on the shore, anxiously watching what way was made. Both hawsers were at full stretch. Though the screw was exerting all its power, yet the vessel scarcely seemed to move onwards. Higson, who was looking out at the other side, was unusually grave. Anxious as he was to assist Adair, he thought that Jack had no business to venture into his present position.
"If anything goes, we are done for," he muttered to himself. "She doesn't move an inch ahead."
Jack thought the same. He sent for the chief engineer to ascertain if more pressure could be put on the engines.
"They will not stand it. They are doing their utmost, sir," was the answer.
Still, Jack was determined not to abandon Adair. On board the brig, the hands were still aloft, sending down topgallant masts. Jack hoped against hope that the gale would decrease, and that he should then be able to tow Adair out of the bay. If he once weathered the headland, the brig might stand away on a bowline and gain the offing. But within the bay she lost, each time she tacked, more ground than she had gained. Clouds were gathering thickly in the sky. Down came a deluge of rain, such as only known in the tropics, like a thick veil of mist obscuring the brig astern. The water lay deep on the decks before it had time to run off. All sight of the shore was completely shut out. As the steamer plunged into the sea, tugging away at the tow ropes, Jack could not help believing that she must be going ahead. On and on she went, the rain showing no sign of ceasing.
"It must come to an end at last,"
exclaimed Jack, trying to peer through it at the shore, the dim outline alone of which he could distinguish. The lead was of course kept going, but as it reached the bottom, it scarcely ran out of the lead man's hands.
"She's going more astern than ahead,"
he shouted at length.
"Provided she doesn't go much astern, we must keep at it in the hopes of a lull,"
observed Jack to Higson. Another 10 minutes passed. Various were the expressions of opinion on board. The midshipmen were sanguine that they would succeed.
"My brother Jack is determined to do it, and he will do it," said Tom.
"Suppose the hawsers were to carry away," said Archie.
"There are two of them. If one doesn't hold, the other may,"
answered Desmond. Jack paced the deck. At length the rain passed by. The marks on shore showed that they had not changed their position. Still, the destruction of the brig had been delayed, for by this time she would have been on the rocks. Thus far something was gained. Still, the appearance of the sky indicated no improvement in the weather.
"Hoist the signal! Prepare to anchor and strike topmasts!"
cried Jack at length. The brig made the answering signal. Preparations had already been going forward on board her. The topmasts were at length struck. Still no effect was produced. Nobly the steamer tugged and tugged away. Higson did not offer any advice, but he was ready to give it as soon as his commander should ask for it.
"There's a lull!" cried Jack. "Thank heaven we may do it!"
Now the vessels moved ahead. Had the water been smoother, by a steady pull the work might have been done, but as it was, having to plunge into the heavy seas, the Gauntlet was in the trough of one while the brig was on the summit, or sometimes on the other side, of the one which had just passed the stern of the leading vessel.
"Here comes a lull, heaven be praised! Surely she's going ahead, Higson," said Jack.
"It may be, though slowly,"
was the answer. The occasion was a trying one to the young commander.
"She's doing it now, sir!"
exclaimed Higson, with more hope in his tone than he had yet shown. There could be no doubt about it. The vessels were drawing out from the bay, but still the headlands appeared over the bows on either side.
"If the weather continues to be moderate, all may be right,"
cried Jack, taking a turn with more elastic step. All on board were looking forward to saving the brig, when suddenly down came the tempest with renewed force, and a report like thunder was heard. One of the stout hawsers had parted. Still, the other held, and might possibly hold. It was watched as anxiously by Jack and those in the ship as by all on board the brig, whose lives, in all probability, depended upon it. To replace it was impossible, as no line had been retained for the purpose. Should the ship's speed be slackened, and thus take off the strain, both vessels must drift back, and perhaps share a common fate. All now depended upon the single hawser. Hope was not abandoned. The day was drawing on. For more than 3 hours the steamer had been tugging away at the brig, and if the hawser would hold, Jack determined to tug on till the storm should abate. In that he was following the instincts of his nature. Every British officer worth his salt would have done the same. He was impelled also by his faithful friendship for Adair, and he would have been ready to risk his own life to save that of his old shipmate. Again there was a lull, and the hopes of all revived, but it was only for a time. A squall, heavier than any of its predecessors, struck the vessels, accompanied by a tremendous downfall of rain. Every fibre of the hawser was stretched to its utmost. A fearful sea came rolling in, deluging the deck. 2 poor fellows on the forecastle were washed off, but no help could be given them. Not a sound was heard as they were borne into their ocean graves. Shrieks and cries arose from the unhappy blacks on the main deck, who believed that their last moments had come. Just then another loud report was heard, the hawser flying like a huge snake in the air, and many a voice exclaimed, "She's parted! She's parted!" As they looked astern, the brig was seen broadside to the sea, driving helplessly before the gale, while the ship, relieved from her task, seemed to bound forward. With a heavy heart, Jack ordered her to be kept on her course. Stern duty demanded that he should abandon his friend. Nothing that he could do could save the brig. Painful as it was to watch her, he could not help looking out aft to try and ascertain her fate. She might have been about 2 miles from the shore when she broke adrift, driving before the furious gale, but a few brief minutes must elapse ere she would be hurled on the iron-bound coast. On and on she drove, growing dimmer and dimmer to view, shrouded by the spray which filled the air.
"She's scarcely a mile now from the shore," observed Higson. "She's making head sail. They must be looking out for the least dangerous spot on which to run her."
Just as he spoke there came another furious downpour, forming a thick veil round the ship, which shut out every distant object, so that scarcely the outline of either lofty cliff could be seen.
"She may bring up and cut away her masts," said Jack with a deep sigh. "It is her only chance." "The holding ground may be better than we suppose," observed Higson, wishing to console him, "or there may be some opening up the bay which we could not discern. He has probably surveyed it." "I hope so," said Jack. "Who are the men who are lost overboard?" he asked, turning his mind to his own ship's company.
The crew was mustered, and on the names of John Jackson and William Davis being called, no reply was made. The paymaster struck them off the ship's books, and the next day their effects were sold, and the proceeds placed to the credit of their heirs, and all matters concerning them were brought to a conclusion, though now and then their shipmates might mention them with an expression of regret at their untimely fate. The gale continued blowing as fiercely as ever, while the ship was still forcing her way ahead, and Jack could not help confessing that the steamer was a finer craft to command than he had ever supposed. His own ship and safety, his thoughts again recurred to Adair. He was acquainted with Lucy's feelings for him, and should he have lost his life, he thought of all the sorrow it would cost his sister. Desmond was very unhappy, though Tom and Archie did their best to console him. The general opinion on board was that the brig would go on shore, and that few or none on board her would escape with their lives. Not only provisions for the blacks, but coals were running short, and it was therefore important that the ship should get to Zanzibar as soon as possible, when Jack intended to return and ascertain what had become of the Romp and her crew. If she had gone on shore, and the crew had escaped, they would be exposed to many dangers, either from want of food or from attacks by the natives. On the arrival of the Gauntlet at Zanzibar, the slaves were handed over, by the directions of the council, to another vessel, which was to take them to their future home. The Gauntlet, having then, with all possible dispatch, obtained a supply of coals, steamed away northward to ascertain the fate of the Romp, and to rescue any of her crew who might have escaped on shore. Nothing had been seen of the Opal, and Jack began to fear that she might have suffered in the gale, which had blown with unusual violence all along the coast. The Gauntlet had got nearly up to the bay she was to visit, when, much to Jack's satisfaction, the Opal was sighted, steering for Zanzibar. Jack immediately signaled that he wished to speak her. In a short time the two vessels hove to and lay within a few cables' length of each other, when Jack immediately went on board. Murray heard, with great concern, of the too probable fate of their old shipmate, and having no liberated slaves on board, willingly agreed to assist in the search, as his boat's crews would be of service should an armed force be required to obtain the liberation of any of her crew who might have been made prisoners. The wind being favorable, he followed Jack into the bay, where he brought up at a respectful distance from the shore, while Jack steamed farther in to look out for the wreck. All eyes were turned towards the shore, where, instead of the belt of surf, there now appeared a broad fringe of rocks, some rising to a considerable height out of the water.
"A cruel place for the ship to go on shore," observed Jack, with a sigh. "There would not have been much left of her by morning."
"There she is! There she is!" cried several voices from forward. In another minute or two the wreck of a vessel, with her masts gone, could clearly be discerned jammed in between two rocks.
"She has held together better than I could have supposed," said Higson. "Put the ship's head offshore. We will bring up," said Jack.
As soon as the ship came to an anchor, two of the boats were lowered, Jack himself going in one, with Hamed and Tom and Desmond, Jack knowing that the latter was eager to gain the first tidings of his uncle. They pulled in with some faint hopes of finding the people still on board, or encamped on the shore, but no signal was seen, and their hopes grew less and less. Jack now looked out for a place suitable for landing, and as he approached he saw several small sandy beaches, where a boat could land without danger. He chose one nearest the wreck, and both boats steered in for it. Still not a sign of human beings could be seen. He at once landed, with Matson, who was in the second boat, and accompanied by him and the two midshipmen and a party of his crew, well armed, proceeded at once to the wreck. It being now low water, they could almost reach her by clambering along the rocks. On getting close to her, it was seen that she had suffered more severely than had been supposed. Her whole stern frame was knocked in, and the sea must have made a clean breach through her, so that no one could have remained on board. Her masts and guns were gone, and the whole of her stores had either been washed out of her, or had since been carried away. There were signs, indeed, that she had been plundered by a large party, as the marks of numerous feet were discerned on the sand above high water mark. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 13, Part 2. While Jack and most of the party had been examining the rock, Hamed, with Desmond and Tim Nolan, had gone on towards a height some distance from the shore, under the expectation of being able to obtain from its summit an extensive view inland. After leaving the rock, Jack sent the party, 2 or 3 together, to examine the rocks, to ascertain if the bodies of any of the crew had been washed up upon them. Jack still had hopes that the crew had been able to hold on to the wreck till the falling tide should have allowed them to reach the shore. Still, he could discover nothing to settle the point. It was only evident that the guns must have been thrown overboard, and the masts cut away before she reached the shore. Perhaps Adair might afterwards have set off overland to try and reach one of the Arab towns belonging to the Sultan of Zanzibar, where he could obtain provisions, and from whence he could send notice to the council where he was, so that a ship of war might be dispatched to render him assistance. Jack was looking out for Hamed, when he caught sight of a figure running along at full speed from the direction of the hill, and every now and then casting a look behind him indicative of alarm. Jack immediately summoned the men from the rocks, and as he hurried forward, he recognized Tim Nolan.
"Your Honor, it's bad news I bring,"
he exclaimed, panting for breath, though he did not forget to touch his hat to the commander.
"The spalpeens of Arabs have been and taken Mr. Desmond and our interpreter Ahmed, and they'll be cutting their throats if we don't look sharp and carry them help. As they were hurrying them down the hill and looking thunder and lightning at them, Hamed cried out to me, 'Run for your life and tell the captain!' And sure run I did, or they'd have been after cutting my throat if I hadn't." On receiving this intelligence, Jack immediately dispatched Mr. Matson's boat to the ship with directions to signalize Murray to send his boats, well armed, on shore, desiring his own lieutenant to return with 2 more from the ship. He immediately, with his boat's crew, pushed on in the direction Tim believed Desmond and Hamed had been carried. Instead, however, of going over the hill, he led his men round it at a turn, hoping by this to cut off the Arabs as they descended into the plain. Tim, one of the most active of the party, kept well ahead. He had just rounded the rocky point when he caught sight of a party of Arabs, 20 or more in number, with Desmond and Hamed in their midst. Hamed, by the gesticulations he was employing, was apparently expostulating with his captors, while Desmond was using strenuous means to show them that he was disinclined to move forward. The Arabs were so engaged with their prisoners that they did not observe the approach of the English till they were close upon them. Jack and his companions redoubled their speed. "Hurrah!" shouted Tim. "Knock the blackamoors down right and left, and we'll be up soon." Desmond was perfectly ready to follow this advice, and 2 or 3 well-directed blows enabled him to spring out from among the astonished Arabs and join his friends. Hamed made a similar attempt, but being tripped up, was caught by the Arabs, 2 of whom held their daggers at his breast. "They sticky into me! They sticky into me!" shouted poor Hamed. "If you not do what I ask!" "What is it?" inquired Jack, who had continued advancing towards the Arabs. "They let go if not shooty," answered Hamed. "Tell them that, though they deserve to be punished for daring to capture Her Majesty's officers, I will not injure them if they will inform me in what direction our friends have gone," said Jack. Hamed on this appeared greatly relieved, and a long parley ensued between him and the Arabs. Their chief, a ragged old fellow with somewhat tattered, though once rich, garments, stepped forward, and making a profound salaam, uttered a long address, which Hamed briefly interpreted. "He say you pay him $100. He take it where English stop and fighty black fellows." The Arab himself and his followers were as black as Negroes, by the by, having probably more African than Asiatic blood in their veins. "The rascals!" exclaimed Jack. "Why, we are sparing their lives, and they have the impudence to name their own terms. Tell them we'll shoot every one of them if they refuse to guide us to our friends." Hamed had another talk with the chief. "He say very well, you shooty his people, and be no wiser than at first." "The old fellow's got sense in his brains," observed Jack, "and as we can't pay him the dollars till we get back to the ship, the bribe may prevent him from acting treacherously and leading us into an ambush. Tell him that if through his means we recover our friends, I promise him the $100, though we must come on board my ship to receive them." The old slave dealer again salaamed, and, through Hamed, expressed his perfect satisfaction with the arrangements. Jack would gladly have set off at once, for he suspected, from what Hamed had learned from the chief, that Adair and his crew must be very hard-pressed, and destitute both of provisions and water. The Arabs looked greatly astonished at the strong force which landed, and became very humble and submissive. Perhaps Jack might have saved the $100, which were certain to be employed in the slave trade, had he waited the arrival of the other boats. He had, however, promised them, and there was no help for it. He could only hope that the old fellow and his crew might be caught with a full cargo of slaves on board their dhow. To Jack's surprise, instead of proceeding south, their guides led the way to the northward, Hamed explaining that so large a force had appeared in the south that the shipwrecked crew had been compelled to retire northward, and Jack concluded that they had done so in the hopes of being able to communicate with the corvette, which Adair knew to be in that direction, or perhaps with some of the Romp's boats which might be cruising in the same quarter. Sailors are always in high spirits when tramping overland, in the hopes of either having a fight or succoring those in distress. If the chief was to be believed, there was a fair probability of both those events occurring. Murray, as senior officer, of course took command of the expedition. He and Jack marched on together. Not entirely trusting their guides, they sent out scouts on either hand to feel the way, while the men were ordered to keep well together, and to be in readiness at any moment in case of a surprise. "Hurrah now!" exclaimed Desmond, who with Tom and Archie were in the rear. "I hope we may get a scrimmage with these blackamoors. The spalpeens to be attacking my uncle and his shipwrecked crew instead of lending them a hand, as any decent people would.
when we want to help them and put a stop to slavery." "That's the very thing they don't want to have stopped," observed Archie. "As long as they can make more money by selling their fellow creatures, though no blacker than themselves, they'll do it." "If we had a fleet of merchantmen on the coast," said Desmond, "ready to give good prices for their ivory and ostrich feathers, and anything else their country produces, while all and every slave trader knew that if caught he was to be hung up, I fancy that the slave trade would soon be knocked on the head." "A very good idea of yours, Desmond, but it may be a difficult matter to induce merchants to send their vessels out." "It will be done in time if they find out that it is to their advantage," said Archie. "If I had the management of affairs, I'd make them do it," cried Desmond. "When a thing ought to be done, the sooner it is done the better. And if, as you say, it is the only way to stop this abominable slave trade, and the misery and death of tens of thousands of Africans, we Englishmen shouldn't stop haggling about the cost, but do it at once." "That's my notion," said Tom, "and when my eldest brother gets into Parliament, I'll give him no rest till he gets the thing done, somehow or other." The other midshipmen were all of accord on the matter, but their conversation was interrupted by one of the scouts coming in with the information that he had seen a large party of men at the foot of a rocky height in the distance ahead, very busy about something or other, but what it was he could not make out. Hamed, after questioning the old chief, informed Murray and Jack that the people seen were undoubtedly those who had followed Adair and his crew, who were, in all probability, not far off. The force therefore pushed on, and passing over some very rough ground, reached a spot whence they could make out 300 or 400 people on the low ground, and a small party on a rocky height. 2 or 3 tiny jets of smoke, sent forth every now and then by the latter, showed that they had firearms, though very few, and from the intervals which elapsed between each shot, it was evident that they were husbanding their ammunition, and only firing when necessity compelled them to keep their assailants in check. On observing this, Murray ordered his party at once to fire a volley which would inspirit their friends and intimidate the enemy. "Forward!" cried the commanders, and they pushed on at a rate which quickly brought them close to the scene of action. As they advanced, leaping over rocks and all impediments, towards the mongrel army, the leaders of the latter were seen to be moving about in evident alarm. At the instant a shower of bullets was sent rattling among them. They, to a man, faced about and scampered off as fast as their legs could carry them. The relieving force quickly surmounted the height, where they found Adair with 6 or 7 of his officers and little more than half his crew. Jack and Murray were soon shaking him warmly by the hand. He and his companion's appearance showed, before a word had been spoken, that succor had come most opportunely. Their emaciated looks and hollow eyes told too plainly how they had suffered from hunger. Not a particle of food remained in the camp, or a drop of water, and not more than 3 rounds of ammunition for the 6 muskets which had been saved from the wreck.
"If you hadn't come, my dear fellows, it would have been all up with us, I fear," said Adair. "We'd made up our minds to rush down on the enemy and try to put them to flight. But without food, and no chance of getting any, we should only have gained the advantage of being allowed to die in peace, unless one of our boats had appeared, for which we came here to look out. It is the saddest thing which has ever happened to me. 20 poor fellows drowned, besides the loss of the brig, and as we have seen nothing of our boats, I am afraid some harm must have happened to them."
Jack and Murray did their best to comfort him, while all hands were employed in serving out the provisions and water which had so thoughtfully been brought. As the Romp's crew were too weak to march, the party bivouacked on the hill, with plenty of campfires, for which the blacks collected abundance of fuel. Just as they were about to start at daylight, 2 boats were seen rounding a point, and Adair had the satisfaction of finding that they were those which had been dispatched from the brig some weeks before, and which had since been cruising in search of her. The more sickly men were at once placed on board them, and they were sent round to join the gauntlet, while the rest of the party set off overland, accompanied by their Arab guide, who kept close to them for fear of losing his dollars. On getting on board, Jack paid him punctually, with a warning, imparted through Hamed, that if they were employed in the slave trade he would lose them again, and get himself into further trouble. Whether or not the old fellow followed the advice he received, Jack had no means of ascertaining. On the return to Zanzibar, the Opal and Gauntlet received orders to proceed to the Cape. Loud cheers rose from the decks of both ships as the news was announced on board, and even poor Adair, though he had the unpleasant anticipation of a court-martial for the loss of the brig, felt his spirits rise considerably. Jack comforted him with the assurance that the evidence his officers had to give must acquit him of all blame, and that he himself had done everything possible to save the brig.
"But I had no business to have been caught in the bay," sighed Adair. "My prospects in the service are ruined, and I shall never get another ship." "Never fear," answered Jack. "We shall have perhaps a war before long, and, depend upon it, you will not be overlooked when ships are fitting out. Officers of dash and determination will be wanted, and you possess the required qualities."
The packet from England had come in the day before they arrived at the Cape, and Jack found a letter from Admiral Triton.
"We shall have some of the old work again before long, my boy, depend upon that," he wrote. "I have it from the best authority that the Russians have made up their minds to quarrel with the Turks and take possession of Constantinople. They have been for some time past badgering them about the holy places and insisting that their co-religionists are ill-treated by the Moslems. Not that they really care about the matter, and that is sufficient to convince anyone who has got his weather eye open that they only want a pretext for war, decent or indecent. The news has just arrived, though it has not yet been made public, that we should be suspicious of the designs of Louis Napoleon, who has so wonderfully been transmogrified into an emperor, though for my part I believe that no ruler of France has ever been more friendly disposed towards us, and the Russians will find that they are mistaken in wishing to set us by the ears. That Prince Menzikoff, their ambassador to the port, has presented the ultimatum of the Russian government, which means war, for the Turks are certain not to knock under, and we and the French would not let them, if they thought of doing so. The Russians intend to invade Turkey with all possible dispatch. Indeed, they have an army all ready to throw across the frontier. Menzikoff will be away from Constantinople in the course of a day or two, and then the business will begin. Our government intends to send a fleet through the Dardanelles without delay, and as the Russians have no small number of ships in the Black Sea, we may hope to have a brush with them. I wish you were here, Jack, to take a part in whatever goes on, and I am glad to find that your ship is ordered home, so that there is a chance of your being in time. You will not let the grass grow under your feet, and as you can steam through the calm latitudes, we may hope to see you here before long. I never liked steamers, but they have their advantages, there's no doubt about that. In the meantime, I'll use all the influence I possess to get you a craft you'll like, and as I fancy that more work is to be done in a steam vessel than a sailing ship, I'll try and get one for you."
The Admiral's letter contained a good deal more than his usual style of chit-chat. Mrs. Murray had gone to stay with her friend Lucy at Halliburton Hall, though he expected both of them back again, and hoped that they would be with him when Jack arrived. Jack showed the letter to Terence, who sighed when he read it.
"What's the matter?" asked Jack.
"I'm only thinking that an unlucky dog like myself, who has lost his ship, has very little chance of getting another," said Adair, "and that the bright hopes I entertained of soon getting my post rank must be abandoned forever."
Jack, of course, did his best to console him.
"Come along," he said. "There's a grand ball tonight at the governor's, and we're asked. We'll take the youngsters. It is a good thing to let them enjoy a little society, and will help to polish them up before they return home."
Adair was unwilling to appear in public, but he yielded to Jack's wishes. The three midshipmen were of course delighted, and busily employed themselves, with the aid of their marines, in burnishing up their long unused uniforms, so that when they entered the ballroom they presented a very respectable appearance following in the wake of their commanders. Adair soon recovered his spirits, and Jack laughed as he watched him whirling round and round in the valse, or prancing away in the gallop with true Hibernian vehemence. The midshipmen had entered into a compact to introduce each other to their partners. They did not fail to admire the blue eyes, light hair, and fair complexions of the Dutch damsels.
"Never saw so many pretty girls under one roof in my life," exclaimed Tom. "I'm over head and ears in love with every one of them."
"There's luck in odd numbers," cried Rory O'More, answered Desmond. "To my fancy, the girl I last danced with is handsomer than any of them. She was asking me all sorts of questions about our ship, and the commander and my uncle, and seemed very sorry about the loss of the brig, of which she had evidently heard.
I'll introduce you, Tom. She was engaged for the next dance, but she said that she would be happy if I would bring you up for the following one, so come along. She's only been here for a short time on her way home to India, so I gathered from what she said, but I dare say she'll tell you if you ask her, for there's evidently no nonsense about her."
"That's just the sort of girl I like," said Tom, as Desmond led him across the room to a young lady who was seated far back in an alcove, from whence she could watch the crowd without being observed. Tom, as he made his bow, and was received with a sweet smile, thought that she fully came up to Desmond's description, though she was certainly older than most of his previous partners. He willingly, in answer to her inquiries, told her all about the ship, his brother Jack, and Adair. She then got him to talk about Halliburton, and he was surprised to find that she was well acquainted with the country. At last she said,
"I wonder you do not remember me, Tom."
On which, looking into her face, he exclaimed,
"Why, you are Julia Gifford!"
She acknowledged that such was the case, and that she had gone out to India with her father, Colonel Gifford, who had been compelled, on account of ill health, to visit the Cape, and had been advised to return home without going back.
"Oh, Jack will be delighted to see you," said Tom. "I'll go and find him and bring him to you, if you will allow me."
Julia replied that she should be very happy to talk about old times with Captain Rogers, and Tom, after the dance was over, leaving her in her former seat, hurried off to find his brother.
"I thought it must be her," said Jack, "but yet, as I fancied she was at home, I concluded that she was only remarkably like herself. She doesn't look a day older than when I last saw her."
Miss Gifford held out her hand as Jack approached, and they were soon engaged in an interesting conversation. Jack did not dance with anyone else during the evening. He promised to call the next morning on Colonel Gifford, who had not been well enough to come to the ball. The result of the visit was that Jack offered to convey him and his daughter to England. As the Gauntlet was to sail immediately, and might hope to make a quick passage, and the colonel being anxious to arrive at home as soon as possible, he gladly availed himself of Jack's offer. Julia seemed very well pleased at the arrangement, and the midshipmen were delighted when they heard that they were to have a lady on board. The Gauntlet and Opal sailed the same day. It was to be a race between steam and wind. At first the trim corvette, with a fair breeze, distanced her consort, and Archie, who, still on board the steamer, retained a natural feeling of pride in his own ship, declared that she would win.
"Stay a bit till the wind falls, and we get our fires alight," answered Tom. "The old kettle will then show how she can go along."
Miss Gifford had not been on board long before the commander's attentions to her were remarked, and in the midshipman's berth it was decided that it was a gone case. Miss Gifford had heard of Jack's engagement to the beautiful Irish girl, and of his bereavement, and the sympathy she exhibited quickly melted any ice which might have existed round his heart. His sisters would have been highly pleased could they have known the turn affairs were taking. Long before the ship reached Spithead, Jack was engaged to Julia Gifford with the colonel's full consent. The Gauntlet received orders immediately to go into harbor, and scarcely had she picked up her moorings than a note from Admiral Triton came on board, begging Jack to come to South Sea as soon as possible, as his sister and Mrs. Murray were anxious to see him. Jack and Adair escorted Colonel Gifford and his daughter to the George, where, leaving them, they hurried on to the Admiral's house. Stella was anxious to receive news of her husband, while Lucy's happiness at seeing Jack and Adair was somewhat marred at being told of the loss of the brig. When, however, the Admiral heard all the particulars, he assured Adair that he would be honorably acquitted, and that it would not stand in the way of his getting another ship.
"I've good news for you, whatever others may think of it," he added. "The Russians have already invaded the principalities, and, at the Sultan's request, the British and French fleets have passed through the Dardanelles and taken up an anchorage before Constantinople. They were there when news arrived, which reached me only this morning, that the Turks had a squadron of 8 frigates and a few smaller vessels lying at anchor in the harbor of Sinop, according to Turkish custom, totally unprepared for battle. Instead of remaining where they were, they would have acted more wisely had they got out of the Black Sea and run for safety to the British fleet. As it was, there they lay, not dreaming of danger, when, during a thick fog, the Russian admiral, Nachimov, sailed out of Sevastopol with 6 line-of-battle ships, 2 frigates, and several small vessels, and suddenly appeared off the port, when the Turks, not liking his appearance, fired a few shots at him. Unfortunately for themselves, he immediately, without giving them the chance of striking the flags,
opened upon them a tremendous fire from the broadsides of his line of battle ships. Though they could not have had the slightest hope of victory, they fought on with the utmost desperation, either refusing to strike their colors, or if they were hauled down, the Russian admiral was too blind to see it. With barbarous resolution, he continued blazing away till frigate after frigate sunk or was blown up, and 4,000 of the brave fellows who had manned them were killed. One steamer only managed to get away and carry the news to Constantinople. Scarcely 400 Turks, all of those more or less wounded, escaped on shore. The town was also dreadfully knocked about, and many people were killed. Nachimov, having waited till the next day, returned to the harbor of Sebastopol. I only hope the next time he sails out of it, whether or not he has the whole of the Russian fleet to back him, that he will fall in with a British squadron. Depend upon it, England will not allow this outrage to go unavenged. The Allied fleets are by this time in the Black Sea, looking out for the enemy. I wish you were there, but we shall be reinforcing the fleet in the Black Sea, as well as sending another up the Baltic to attack the Russians on their northern shores.
This was not a time that Adair could press his suit with Sir John, though Colonel Gifford promised to use his influence as soon as he returned home. Meantime, the Colonel and Julia accepted the Admiral's and Mrs. Deborah's invitation to remain at Southsea till Jack had paid off the gauntlet. She was to be immediately recommissioned as soon as she had undergone the necessary repairs. The court-martial to try Adair for the loss of the Romp immediately took place, when not only was he honorably acquitted, but next day he was appointed to the command of the Gauntlet, ordered to proceed with a squadron under Sir Charles Napier to the Baltic. Jack, taking it into his head that he was to be placed on the shelf, proposed to marry at once. But the very next day he was appointed to a new steamer ordered to be brought forward with all dispatch for the Mediterranean squadron. He had time, therefore, only to run home for a few days and return immediately to Portsmouth. The Opal, meantime, had arrived, and being paid off, her crew were turned over to Jack's new ship, the Tornado. Murray, once more with his dear Stella, very naturally had no wish to leave her, and were on the point of setting off for Scotland, when he received a flattering note from Captain Hemming, which completely altered his plans. I have been appointed to the Briton, 74, and having to select my commander, I beg that you allow me to name you, as I am very sure that you will get her well manned and quickly fit for sea, and that you will ably second me in any work we have to perform. I consider you, my dear Murray, as efficient an officer as any with whom I am acquainted. I do not know yet whether we are to be sent to the Baltic or the Mediterranean, but we are certainly to go to one or the other. Alec placed the matter before Stella, who looked very pale but answered heroically. You must do what you conceive to be your duty. I have before advised you not to give up the service, and I must therefore say, accept Captain Hemming's flattering offer. I knew that you would decide rightly, answered Murray. I heartily congratulate you, exclaimed the Admiral. Deb and I will take good care of your wife while you're away. It won't be for a long period, I hope. And it won't be Hemming's fault if you do not have some opportunity of distinguishing yourself and gaining your post rank. I should like to see you all 3 captains before I slip my cable, which I must expect to do before many years are over, and it will give me more pleasure than I can well express to see you all, whom I knew as youngsters, gain your well-earned promotion. You've always done your duty, and will, I am sure, prove ornaments to our profession as long as you remain afloat. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 14, Part 1. Review at Spithead. Admiral Triton's opinion of steam vessels. The Allied fleets in Carvana Bay. Jack visits Murray on board the Briton. Bombardment of Odessa. Loss of the Tiger. Jack, in command of the Tornado, runs into the harbor of Sebastopol. A visit to the guards' camp.
A magnificent sight! What would Nelson have done with such a fleet? exclaimed the Admiral, as, with his eye at a telescope turned towards Spithead, at an early hour on the morning of the 11th of March, 1854, he gazed at the fleet collected there under Sir Charles Napier. "We must have a near look at them, ladies. The Gauntlet goes out of harbour, and Adair has sent his coxswain to say that his gig is waiting at the pier. Come, Deborah, come, Mrs. Murray, get on your wraps. Lucy, my dear, you mustn't mind appearances. Though the sun is bright, the wind is still keen, and you will find it cold enough coming on shore again." The ladies, who had already finished breakfast, were soon equipped, and the Admiral, helped by Miss Rogers and his sister, had got into his pea-jacket, and Lucy, having tucked the ends of the comforter which surrounded his throat well into it, he was ready, stick in hand, to tramp across the common. Lucy's well-fitting yachting dress, with an overcoat calculated to withstand all weathers, became her well. The gig was soon alongside the Gauntlet, at whose gangway Adair stood ready to receive his guests. It was the first time Lucy had come on board, and with no little pride and happiness, he helped her up the accommodation ladder. The next instant, casting off from her moorings, the Gauntlet steamed out of the harbour towards Spithead. "Well, after all, there is something to be said in favour of steam," observed the Admiral, "and though I did once think it would never come to much, I must confess I was wrong, though, had it never been invented, we should not have felt the want of it." "At all events, Admiral, it enables us to get out to Spithead, which we otherwise should have found it a difficult job to do," answered Adair, laughing. "Look at the magnificent Duke of Wellington with her 131 guns. See the Royal George, and St. Jean d'Acre, with what ease they can now maneuver, by the aid of their screws. I suspect Nelson would have been willing to exchange the whole of his fleet for 3 such ships at Trafalgar, and not only would have gained the victory, but would not have allowed one of the enemy to escape." "It might have been so," said the Admiral, "but I suspect, had the chance been given him, he would have preferred having his tough little Victory and the other stout ships of his fleet to all the new-fangled contrivances." The Admiral, it was evident, had still a hankering for the good old days when he first went to sea. The Gauntlet was able to steam through a considerable portion of the fleet before she took up her destined station, thus passing in succession the Duke of Wellington, Sir Charles Napier's flagship, the Neptune, St. George, and Royal George, 120-gun ships, the St. Jean d'Acre, 101 guns, 14 other ships carrying from 60 to 91 guns, most of them fitted with screws, 5 frigates, each able to compete with an old line-of-battle ship, and 18 paddle-wheel and screw steamers, any one of which would have speedily have sunk the largest ship of ancient days. In a short time the Queen appeared in the ferry yacht passing through this superb fleet, when, the yards being manned, the crews greeted her with hearty cheers, and such a salute broke forth from their guns as had never before been heard. "Well, Admiral, I hope when we come back we shall be able to give a good account of our proceedings, if the Tsar ventures to go to war," observed Adair. "We may at least expect to take Sweborg, Helsingfors, and Kronstadt, and perhaps lay St. Petersburg herself under contribution." "If Sir Charles is at all like what he was a few years ago, I hope you may," answered the Admiral. "But though Charlie is some years my junior, I should have declined 10 years ago accepting such a command. He may be tough enough, but the sort of work he has to do wants nerve, and that, as a man advances in life, is apt to slacken." Still, notwithstanding Admiral Triton, the prognostications of Adair were shared in by all in the fleet, as well as by the nation at large, and grand results were expected. The Admiral had engaged one of the steamers plying between Ryde and Portsmouth to come alongside and take his party on shore. Poor Lucy, it was very trying to her, though Mrs. Murray from experience could give her heartfelt sympathy. Alec had already sailed for the Black Sea, and Jack some weeks previously had proceeded in the same direction. We will make our way on board the Tornado. She had a quick passage under sail and steam to Malta, where she lay taking in a fresh supply of coals, and thence proceeded on through the Aegean Sea up the Bosphorus. Jack recognized with no small amount of pleasure many of the islands he had visited as a youngster. He had then thought them very beautiful, and he acknowledged that they were so still.
though the proportions of the scenery appear lessened in his eyes after the grander features of the West Indies and South America. Tom and Desmond were inclined to turn up their noses at them, not having any great respect for the surrounding classical associations.
"Very pretty hills to adorn the surface of a moderate-sized lake," observed Tom, "but Trinidad and Jamaica completely take the shine out of them."
Higson, whom Jack had obtained as his first lieutenant, was much of the same opinion. Mildmay, who had been appointed by the Admiralty, not having seen the West Indies, was in raptures, and with notebook in hand, stood dotting down the lines inspired by his muse. Jos Green, the master, suggested that he would be better employed in making outlines of the headlands and other prominent features of the land.
"Very well for you, master, who have to navigate the ship, but we are above such grovelling notions," answered Mildmay. "You have nothing Byronic in your composition." "Just take care when it's your watch that you don't run the ship ashore in a fit of poetical abstraction," said Green, laughing. "Your Byronic enthusiasm would not be received as a valid excuse at a court-martial."
Besides the officers named, Jack had several of his own and Murray's old shipmates. Dick Needham as gunner, Ben Snatchblock as boatswain, with the two midshipmen, Dickie Duff and Billy Blueblazes, Jerry Bird, the Irishman Tim Nolan, and several others, all good men and true. With patriotic pride, Jack saw the magnificent fleet under Admiral Dundas lying at anchor in Carvana Bay as the Tornado steamed into that roadstead. It lies on the western side of the Black Sea, a little to the north of Varna. There lay the Britannia and Trafalgar, of 120 guns, the Admiral's flag flying at the masthead of the first. The Queen, of 116 guns, the Agamemnon, a name renowned in naval story, of 101 guns, carrying the flag of Rear Admiral Sir Edmund Lyons, the Albion, of 91 guns, the Rodney and London, of 90, the Vengeance, Bellerophon, and Sanspareil, of 84, 80, and 70 guns respectively. The Arethusa, of 50 guns, twice the size of her predecessor, known in song as the gallant Arethusa, and numerous other frigates and steamers, the smallest equal in power to any frigate of the olden times. There too lay the French fleet, 50 sail of the line and 21 frigates and smaller vessels, with a flag of Admiral Hamlin flying on board the Ville de Paris, of 120 guns, and that of the second in the command, Admiral Bras, on board the Montebello, of the same force. What might not these fleets accomplish if only the Russians would dare to sail out from amid their stone walls and fight? There was the rub. Jack, having paid his respects to the Admiral, made his way on board the Briton, accompanied by Archie, whom he knew Murray would be glad to see. Jack, of course, brought dispatches from Stella.
"Now, Alec," he said, after the first greetings were over, "you read those quietly, while Gordon and I look up some of our old shipmates whom you have on board."
Jack was not disappointed, for though he could not boast of having as many friends as Jos Green, he seldom went anywhere without finding some former shipmates. All were in high spirits at the thoughts of active service, though as yet nothing of importance had been done. A very gallant act, however, had been performed, of which Jack now heard. It was very important to gain exact information as to the present state of the harbor of Sebastopol and the forts protecting it, for there was every reason to believe considerable alterations had of late been made. As soon as the news of the massacre of Sinope had reached England, the government sent out orders to the admirals to enter the Black Sea, to stop every Russian ship they met, and to prevent by force, if necessary, any fresh aggression on the Turkish flag, that no repetition of such atrocity might occur. As war had not yet been formally declared, it was necessary to inform the cabinet of St. Petersburg and the governor of Sebastopol of this resolution. Captain Drummond, commanding the Retribution, a steamer of 28 guns, was accordingly ordered to proceed to Sebastopol and to deliver the dispatches to the governor. In order to make the necessary survey, he was to remain there as long as he possibly could without allowing his design to be suspected by the Russians. It was the middle of winter. The weather, as is generally the case at that time of the year, was very thick. This was favorable to the design. As he had a good chart of the coast, he stood boldly on, keeping the lead going, till he made his way between the two outermost forts into the mouth of the harbor,
when he came to an anchor before he was discovered by the Russians. Great must have been their astonishment at seeing an English frigate thus boldly bearding them. The fires were kept banked up, so that she might, if necessary, make her way out again, should the Russians venture to fire at her, of which there was a very great probability. Indeed, it was said that the guns in the forts were actually loaded, ready at a moment to sink the audacious intruder. The instant the anchor was dropped, the boats were sent out to take the necessary soundings, while an accurate survey was commenced of both shores of the harbor and the forts, with the number of their guns which guarded the entrance. The fortifications were indeed of a most formidable character. On 2 sides of the harbor 11 forts and batteries were counted. One, which appeared to be the key to the entire works of the place, had its guns concealed from view, but in the other 10, no fewer than 722 guns, mostly 32-pounders, were counted, half of which pointed seaward and commanded the approach to the harbor, and the other half commanded the harbor, in which lay the Russian fleet itself. In every direction men could be seen strengthening the works and erecting new ones. The town was surrounded by a wall 15 feet in height and loopholed for musketry, with a ditch in front. So narrow was the entrance that 2 line-of-battle ships could barely sail in abreast. Having delayed as long as he could, Captain Drummond sent a boat with an officer to convey the dispatches to the governor, who at first expressed himself very much astonished at the appearance of an English ship at such a juncture. Being assured, however, that the frigate had come to perform an act of courtesy, he was satisfied, and salutes having been exchanged, the Retribution lifted her anchor and steamed again out of the harbor, with the important knowledge which had been obtained, and which was quickly conveyed to Admiral Dundas. Captain Drummond was of opinion that the place was entirely unassailable by ships alone, but that it might easily be blockaded and harassed by shells thrown into it at night, though he was convinced that should a ship enter the harbor in order to destroy the Russian fleet lying there, it must be annihilated before it could get out again. He advised, therefore, that Sebastopol should be attacked by a combined naval and military force, and as far as could be learned, the authorities had determined on this mode of proceeding. Jack, having left Murray time to read his dispatches, rejoined him, and heard more of what had taken place. "The army have suffered dreadfully," said Murray, as Jack was seated in his cabin, "not from the enemy, but from cholera and fever. It has also appeared on board the fleet, and nearly every ship has lost a good many men. Upwards of 50 have died on board the flagship, and we have had 30 or 40 on the sick list at a time, many of whom have succumbed to the disease. The steamers have, I hope, a better chance of escaping, but it has not left them entirely alone." "Well, I trust we shall keep free," said Jack. "The best thing we could hope for is that the Commander-in-Chief will give us something to do before long." After describing the halt of the British forces at Scutari, and various incidents which had occurred, Murray went on with an account of what had since taken place. "After remaining for some time at Scutari, the greater part of the English force was moved on to the neighborhood of Varna, where they have been distributed on the heights south of Varna Bay, and at various other points," he continued. "The 1st Division, consisting of the Guards and Highlanders, with 2 field batteries, are encamped at Gevrekler, a dreary common, covered with a short, wiry grass, one of the most desolate-looking places I ever visited." "I am sorry to hear that," said Jack, "for my brother Sidney is out there. I must try if I can get the chance of paying him a visit. Poor fellow! He was very anxious to come out, but he will find campaigning very different sort of work from a review in Hyde Park." "The chances are you are sent there on duty," observed Murray. "If you go, remember me to Mackenzie, Gordon, and Douglas of the Highlanders. Heaven knows whether we shall meet again, for the cholera, I am sorry to say, has got among them, and it is expected that the Allied army before long will have some hot work with the Russians, who are now besieging Silistria. The place is holding out nobly, the Turks being aided by those 2 gallant fellows, Captain Butler and Lieutenant Naismith. The Russians have already lost several thousand men before the place, but everybody believes that it must fall ere long, and that the Russians will then march on Constantinople. We shall do our best to stop them, and though we of course shall win, it will not be without heavy loss." "The fortunes of war," said Jack.
I only hope that the Russian fleet will soon sail out of Sebastopol and give us something to do. I have no fear but that we shall lick them." "Of course we shall," answered Murray, "and if Charlie Napier can meet their fleet in the Baltic and give them a drubbing too, they will have had enough of it, and we shall shake hands and be friends."
Little did the young commanders, who thus easily settled the campaign, dream of the prolonged and sanguinary struggle which was about to take place. Jack and Archie remained on board to dine. The latter went back to the Tornado full of the news he had picked up, which he was ready to impart to Tom and his shipmates, as they were anxious to hear it. "Look here," said Archie, as he sat on one side of the berth, with Tom opposite to him and most of the midshipmen surrounding the table.
"I've been studying the chart, and I think I've a pretty correct notion of the position of the different places. Here's the Black Sea, which we'll call an irregular oval running east and west, and at the north side is the Crimea, something like a shoulder of mutton in shape, hanging on by the Isthmus of Perekop to the mainland. Sebastopol, the fortress we hear so much of, is at the southern end of a broad bay on its western side. Going back to the mainland, we find on the southern side of the Danube, which as it approaches the sea runs north, and then again to the east, at a considerable distance from the sea, the fortress of Silistria, where the Turks are bravely holding out against the numerous Russian army. South of Silistria are Varna and Shumla, between which places our troops are encamped, to be ready to intercept the Russians whenever they have captured Silistria, and thus to prevent them from getting to Constantinople. Some way north of the Danube on the seashore is Odessa, not far from the mouth of the Dnieper. To the northeast of the Crimea, with a narrow passage between it and the mainland, is the Sea of Azov. Near the entrance to that sea is the mouth of the river Kuban, where the gallant Circassians have long held out against the Russians. Here we have the Bosphorus on the southwest corner of the Black Sea, with Constantinople on the one side and Scutari on the other, and rather more than halfway along the southern coast is Sinope, where the Russians so barbarously massacred the unfortunate Turks. Thus Russia possesses the northern shore of the sea, Turkey the western and southern, and Circassia the eastern. Still, with a tremendously strong place like Sebastopol almost in its center, Russia may be said to command the whole of its waters, and that's the reason, I suppose, that we shall try to destroy Sebastopol and the fleet, which at present lies snugly under the batteries." All hands agreed that they understood Archie's account. He forgot to mention that several fortresses had been erected by the Russians on the Circassian coast. Their garrisons were, however, seldom able to venture far beyond their walls, the brave mountaineers being continually on the watch to attack them. Among other pieces of news that Archie had heard was that the Furious, Captain Loring, had been sent to Odessa with a flag of truce, to bring off the British consul and any British residents who might be in the town. The day after Jack had joined the fleet, the Furious was seen coming in from the northward, and soon after she anchored, it was reported that, notwithstanding her flag of truce, the Russians had fired at her, and also at the people she was bringing off. This, of course, made the admirals very indignant, and several steamers were sent to the north to blockade the port, and on the 17th of April, the combined fleets weighed and proceeded in the same direction, arriving off Odessa on the 28th. "I thought it wouldn't be long before we had something to do," said Archie, as he and Tom stood on the deck, watching the coast along which the Tornado was steaming.
The city stands on the southern shore of a bay, with the houses built on the slopes, with moderately high hills rising up from it. In the center of the bay was a citadel, armed with heavy guns, overlooking the whole of the bay, with strong batteries placed at different points, so as to sweep it with a crossfire, while the ends of 3 piers were heavily armed with batteries. As soon as the ships came off the place, the admiral sent in a summons to the governor, demanding, as an atonement for the insult offered to the flag of truce, that all English and French ships should be sent out, and the Russian ships surrendered, and threatening, should this demand not be complied with, that the combined squadron would open fire on the place. The officers and men on board the ships waited eagerly for the governor's answer, whether he would yield to their demands and send out the vessels, or would try the chances of war. All hands hoped that he would prove obstinate and give them the chance of trying their shot and shell against his stone batteries.
By the evening of the 21st, no answer had been given, and Jack, with the other captains and commanders, having been summoned on board the flagship, returned in high spirits with the announcement that the place was to be attacked. The next morning, Ben Snatchblock's shrill pipe sounding along the decks roused up the watch below, who sprang on deck with even more than their usual alacrity. The midshipmen, turning out of their hammocks, quickly dressed. Everybody by this time knew that work was to be done. The grey light of morning was just breaking in the eastern horizon, beyond the combined fleets of England and France, which lay outside of the steamers. On the west was the city of Edessa, rising to a considerable height above the calm surface of the water, green fields and woods on either side, while in front could be seen the citadel and its numerous forts armed with heavy guns, ready to pour showers of shot and shell on the ships which might dare to oppose them. The English and French admirals threw out the signal for the steam squadron to weigh. It was answered with alacrity. The vessels, urged rapidly through the water by their paddles, stood in towards the shore. As they approached, the silence of the morning was broken by the loud roar of the Russian guns from the citadel and lower forts, responded to by those of the Allies fired from the decks of the steamers, which, having delivered their broadsides with excellent aim, stood off again to give place to their successors in the line. Having made a semicircle and reloaded, they again came into action, this maneuver being repeated without cessation, so that not a moment of breathing time was allowed to the Russians in the batteries. Most ably were the guns of the latter served, many of them firing red-hot shot as well as round shot. At length, several of the former striking one of the French steam frigates, flames were seen to burst out from her, and she was compelled to stand out of action while her crew, not without difficulty, extinguished the fire. A breeze springing up, the gallant Arethusa was seen standing in under sail, and as she closed with the batteries, she opened her fire with tremendous effect. Then, putting down her helm, she came about and stood off once more, amid showers of shot and shell which came sweeping over and about her. Though close as she was, not a shot touched her. Greatly to the disappointment of her gallant captain, he saw the signal made from the flagship for his return. Thinking that he might shut one eye, as Nelson did at Copenhagen, he, however, once more stood in, delivering a fire from his 8-inch shell guns, standing in even closer than before. This maneuver he repeated several times, but again the admiral, fearing that he would receive more damage than would be compensated for by the injury inflicted on the enemy, finally recalled him, and sending for him on board the flagship, complimented him upon his gallantry and the skillful way in which he had maneuvered his ship. The attacking squadron was now strengthened by several other steamers and gunboats. The Tornado had been playing her part. "We shall make our fire tell before long," observed Jack Jddykst, who stood by his side, just as the ship had delivered her broadside and was standing out of action. "See, flames are bursting out from the fort at the end of the mole. That won't trouble us again. Look there on the other side. There must be numerous works and storehouses on fire. If we keep on in this fashion, the Russians will have the whole place burnt about their ears." The men were at their quarters, with shirt sleeves tucked in, their heads bound by handkerchiefs, and belts round their waists. Another circle was made, when, just as the Tornado had delivered her fire, a terrific sound was heard. The fort in front of her seemed to rise in the air, the flames shot upwards, and huge blocks of stone came hurtling down on either side. Loud cheers burst from the British crew. "Hurrah!" cried Tom. "I hope that won't be the only fort blown up before long." As he spoke, it was seen that several other forts were in flames. Soon after, the squadron was brought closer in to attack the shipping within the mole. The shot and shell poured upon them rapidly did its work. Some of the vessels were sunk, others, with the rest of the storehouses, were set on fire. No efforts made by the Russians could quench the flames, which continued burning all night. The work was most complete. All the government vessels, barracks, storehouses full of ammunition, and military stores were completely destroyed. Next day the Russians were, however, seen attempting to rebuild their earthworks, but a few shells from the Arethusa dispersed them. Several Russian vessels having been captured at sea, the admiral sent in to propose to exchange their crews for those on board the vessels which had been detained in the harbor. The governor, however, replied that he had no authority to make an exchange of prisoners, which personally he much regretted. Admiral Dundas, on hearing this, sent his prisoners, who were all merchant seamen, on shore, observing that he was at war only with the government of the country, and did not wish to inflict annoyance on the peaceable inhabitants. Some time after the return of the fleet to Baljic, the English merchant seamen who had been detained at Odessa made their appearance, having been released by order of the Tsar, who would not be outdone in generosity by the English. Several vessels had been left in the north to cruise up and down the coast. Among them were the Tornado, Tiger, and 2 others. Several prizes had been made when the Tiger parted company in a thick fog. Jack had been for some time looking out for her, when the sound of heavy guns was heard inshore. The Tornado, in company with another steamer, stood on in the direction from whence the sounds proceeded. In a short time a rapid firing of musketry was heard. "One of our cruisers is being engaged with the enemy," observed Higson. "I suspect so," said Jack, "but I very much fear that she must be on shore. At all events, we must stand in and drive away the enemy while we try to get her off." Jack hailed his consort, and, putting on all steam, the 2 vessels stood towards the land. Just then the firing ceased, and directly afterwards, the fog lifting, Cape Fortin, a headland about 4 miles to the south of Odessa, appeared in sight. Every glass on board was turned in the direction of the land. "There's a vessel on shore close to the cape," observed Higson. "She must, I fear, be the Tiger," said Jack. "We may still be in time to help her. Perhaps she has driven off the Russians." "I am afraid not," said Higson, "for I can make out several boats surrounding her. I fear that Captain Gifford has been compelled to strike his flag, and that the Russians are removing the prisoners." "He would not have done that as long as he had the slightest hope of saving his ship," said Jack. "Still, we may be in time to prevent her from falling into the enemy's hands." While all on board were watching the ship on shore, flames were seen to burst out from her fore and aft. "She's done for, and all her crew, I fear, will be made prisoners," said Jack. Deep sympathy was felt on board for the unfortunate ship's company, and vexation that so fine a vessel should be lost. Little hope remained of their being able to extinguish the flames. Still Jack determined to try what could be done. In a few minutes, however, the matter was set at rest. The fire increased, the masts and spars of the doomed ship were enveloped in flames, and then there came a thundering report. Her deck lifted, the masts shot upwards, and an instant afterwards, as they came down hissing into the water, a few blackened timbers alone remained of the stout ship which had lately floated buoyantly on the ocean with her gallant crew. Jack and his consort opened their fire on the Russian troops, who still remained in sight, but they, knowing that their field pieces could produce no effect upon the ships, quickly retired out of harm's way, and the steamers again stood off the shore. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 14, Part 2. It was not till some time afterwards, on the release of the crew, that Jack heard of the circumstances connected with the loss of the Tiger. She had gone on shore during a fog, when her situation was perceived by a body of Russian troops, who at once brought a battery of field guns to bear upon her, assailing her incessantly also with a fire of musketry. Her captain was suffering from a severe fever at the time, but immediately going on deck, was giving directions for hauling her off, when he fell mortally wounded, both his thighs broken by a round shot. Several of his men were struck down at the same time, and at length the first lieutenant, finding it impossible to get the ship off, hauled down his flag. Directly the Russians ceased firing, boats came off, and the officers and crew, with their wounded captain, were carried on shore. Instead, however, of receiving the rough usage they expected, all the prisoners, especially the wounded, were treated by the Russians with the most considerate humanity, and they acknowledged that, had they been wrecked on their own coast, they could not have received greater attention and kindness than was bestowed on them by their enemies. Nothing, however, could save the life of Captain Gifford,
who quickly sank from the effects of his terrible wound. Jack, as well as several of his brother commanders, had long been wishing to take a look at Sebastopol, knowing that the information they might gain would be acceptable to the admirals. The Russian fleet, supposed to be numerous and powerful, had not yet shown itself outside the harbor since its cowardly attack on the Turks at Sinope. Jack talked the subject over with Mildmay. The latter was ready for anything. He especially wished to take a sketch of the renowned fortress, and proposed making some lines on the subject. Joss Green was delighted with the idea, but how was it to be accomplished? They might run in at night, but then, as he observed, as they should see nothing, they would not be much the wiser. They were discussing the matter when the lookout shouted, "A sail on the weather bow!" The vessel's head was turned in the direction of the stranger, and, the wind being light, she had no more chance of escaping than a mouse has from a cat in open ground. She proved to be a brig under Russian colors, though the master and several of the crew were Austrians. They took their fate very quietly, and were ready to give all the information they possessed. The master had frequently been at Sebastopol in former days. He stated that an Austrian steam packet about the size of the Tornado occasionally called off the port. Jack got a full description of the vessel from his informant, and he and his lieutenants agreed that they could give the Tornado much the same appearance.
"I have often read in the old war of the way vessels were disguised to deceive the enemy. It is quite a lawful proceeding," Jack observed. Sailmakers and painters were fully employed in shaping and painting old sails to conceal the heavy guns and figurehead, and to alter the general appearance of the ship. When all was done, Jack, with his first lieutenant and Needham, pulled off to a distance to have a look at her, and were fully satisfied that the keenest of eyes on shore would not discover her real character. The crew were also ordered to rig in their working day clothes, and it was arranged that one watch should go below, while only a few officers in undress uniform were to appear on deck. Highly delighted, Jack steered towards the Lion's Den. The Austrian skipper was in a state of great trepidation. "If discovered, the ship will be inevitably sunk," he exclaimed. "No fear," said Jack. "We'll see what's to be seen, and then steam out again at a rate which will give the Russian gunners no little trouble to hit us." The midshipmen were, of course, in high glee. Tom was only sorry that Desmond was not with them. "How he would have enjoyed the fun," he exclaimed. "Only perhaps he's finding some still better in the Baltic." That night, few slept out the morning watch, all being so eager to have an early look at the fortress, as Jack had determined to enter the harbor soon after daybreak, when, as might be supposed, the garrison would not have got the sleep out of their eyes. As morning broke, the high cliffs on either side Sebastopol appeared in sight. The Austrian colors were hoisted, the greater portion of the crew were sent below, the remainder being ordered to lounge about in merchantman fashion, while Jack and Joss Green and the two lieutenants, with the Austrian skipper, walked the deck with the perfect composure of men who were well acquainted with the place. Keen eyes were, however, looking out from many a port at the rocky shores ahead as the Tornado drew into the land. Two brigs of war were discovered at anchor on either side of the harbor's mouth, and as of course they would be on the alert, there was a great probability of their discovering the character of the stranger. A few shot might, however, quickly send them to the bottom, in case they should attempt to stop her. The crew were ordered to be in readiness to spring on deck at a moment's notice, and every man below hoped that notice would be given. On stood the Tornado, no sign being given on board the brigs that her character was suspected. Jack and his officers, as the steamer ran in, had time to count the guns which frowned down upon them from the 4 forts on either side of the harbor, each with 3 tiers of batteries, and, what was of more importance still, to make out the number of ships in the harbor. "I can see 3 three-deckers and several 2-deckers, said Jack. "There are at least 4 frigates, added Higson, "and fully half a dozen smaller craft. And see over at the point those mastheads. There are 4 of them, and evidently ships of the line. That makes not much fewer than our fleet. If they've any pluck in them, they'll come out and fight us, and our admirals are the men to give them every chance of doing so."
The Tornado had now got as far up the harbor as Jack considered prudent, and she was gradually brought round as if to come about to an anchor, with her head turned towards the harbor's mouth. It had required no small amount of resolution to bring her into that position. At any moment 1,200 pieces of artillery in those frowning forts above their heads might open their fire, and send their shot, which,
plunging down upon the ship's deck would turn her into a sieve in a few seconds. Jack and his officers were equal to the occasion. He and Higson calmly lighted their cigars, and as they walked backwards and forwards on deck, puffed away with might and main, both of them, however, keeping an eye on the forts, waiting for the moment when they might open fire. The ship, having been brought round, glided slowly on for some distance. Then Jack gave the order to turn ahead at full speed, and out she shot between the two brigs, their crews even then wondering what had induced her so suddenly to take her departure. Not till she was well outside them did they begin to suspect the character of the stranger which had paid them a visit that morning, when their signal flags were seen run up to the mastheads, answered by 2 or 3 of the outermost frigates. Just then a schooner was seen entering under Russian colors. "We must take her," cried Jack. "The impudence of the act will have a good effect, and show the Russians what Englishmen can dare and do. Haul down those colors! Hoist our ensign!" he added. The change was rapidly effected. The signalizing between the brigs and frigates went on still more vehemently, while the former sent a few ineffectual shot at their audacious visitor. "Keep her for the schooner!" cried Jack. The skipper of the Russian merchantman was evidently much astonished at perceiving the Austrian steamer suddenly turned into an English man-of-war. Finding that he could by no possibility escape, he hauled down not only his colors, but his sails, when the steamer, running alongside his vessel, took her in tow, having first removed him and his crew to her deck. He proved, like the first, to be an Austrian. The two skippers mutually condoled each other on their misfortunes. Away the Tornado steamed out to sea, but a sharp eye was kept on the proceedings of the Russian fleet. The two brigs were seen getting under way. Presently afterwards 3 of the outside frigates slipped from their moorings and stood out under all the canvas they could spread in chase of the daring intruder. The officers and crew had now mustered on deck, and, the painted canvas being got rid of, the ship was quickly made ready for action. "Only let 2 of them come at a time, and we shall have them in tow before long," observed Dick Needham, a sentiment which was heartily responded to. The breeze, however, increased, and the frigates came dashing on, keeping pretty close together, at a rate which made it more than possible that they would overtake him. Jack heartily wished that he could have carried off the schooner as a prize, but it was not worth while to risk the loss of his ship in making the attempt. He could not hope to capture even one of the enemy unless he could separate them, and this, as they were favored by the wind, he saw that he should be unable to do. Prudence, therefore, compelled him very unwillingly to cast off the prize, upon which the Russians speedily pounced, but only to find her empty. The crew cheered heartily, while many a laugh resounded through the ship, as they witnessed the Russians' disappointment, and saw the squadron sail back again into port. Jack communicated the information he had received to the admiral. Soon afterwards the fleet of the Allies appeared before Sebastopol, 2 or 3 of their ships having been sent out of sight in order to make their forces equal, and to induce the Russians to come out and fight them. The latter, however, knew too well what would be the result to make the attempt. Admiral Lyons sailed away with a small squadron to reconnoiter the shores of Georgia and Circassia. During the trip he endeavored to persuade Shamil, the far-famed Circassian chief, to cooperate with him in taking the fortress of Sujak and Anapa, 2 of the only 3 fortresses still held by the Russians. But the old warrior was not in a condition to undertake the enterprise. Redoubt Kala was, however, attacked, and the garrison, after setting fire to it, retreated. The number of prizes captured by the squadron, which sailed through the Black Sea, sweeping it of every vessel except those of the Allies, was very great. Jack was elsewhere, he having been employed in running several times to Constantinople and back to Kavarna. He at length obtained the wished-for opportunity of visiting his brother at Gevrekler. Taking Tom with him, they landed at the nearest village on the shore, where they obtained horses. The scenery was picturesque, and sometimes exceedingly beautiful. They passed through a Turkish village at the base of some low hills. The village consisted of mud-walled and thatched houses built on either side of green lanes bordered by trees, with farmyards attached, and enormous whitewashed, dome-shaped clay ovens. The streets all led to a common center, like a village green in England. Here and there were wells, from which girls in oriental costume were drawing water. They were perfectly ready to chat with the strangers had they understood each other's language, but as that was not the case, they laughed and smiled in friendly fashion. On the level ground, vast cornfields appeared spread out, already yellow with ripeness, and here and there patches of tall guinea grass of deepest green.
the fields being intersected by low copses and occasionally rows of trees at greater height, while to the west appeared numerous hills of graceful form covered by waving woods. Far in the south could be seen the blue outline of the Balkan Range. At length, mounting the last height, Jack and his companions reached the plateau of Gevrekler, when the white tents of the guards and Highlanders appeared, extending far and wide before them. Here lay encamped the flower of England's warriors, but, alas, Jack, as he rode through the camp, was struck by the pallid countenances and feeble gait of many of those he met, while from the canvas walls of a large tent came the cries of strong men in mortal agony. He inquired of a soldier near the cause of the cries.
"Some more fellows down with the cholera," was the answer. "They've got the cramps, and are precious hard to bear, I know. Had them myself last night, but they passed off."
As the man spoke, his countenance was overspread by a deadly pallor. He sank on the ground, shrieking out. His cries attracted several of his comrades, who, lifting him up, carried him into the nearest hospital tent. A little farther on, Jack came upon an open space where groups were collected round a person acting as an auctioneer, who was disposing of uniforms, clothes, camp equipage, and even horses and various other articles which had belonged to officers and men just carried off by cholera. It could not fail to have a depressing effect. He almost dreaded to ask about his brother Sidney. Regaining his composure, he inquired the direction of his tent, and was relieved to hear that he had been seen a short time before, alive and well. In a few minutes he found him, seated in front of his tent in a washing tub, which served as an armchair, with a book on his knee and a cigar in his mouth. "What, Jack? Tom?" he exclaimed in a more animated tone than was his wont in England.
"I'm very glad to see you, for I little expected you would be able to make your way out here. I can't give you a very hospitable reception, but here's a camp stool for you, Jack, and bring yourself to an anchor on top of my hat box, Tom. Things don't look as bright as we should wish, but we can keep up our spirits with the hopes of a change for the better. The Turks are tremendously hard-pressed in Silistria, and we are expecting every hour to hear of the fall of the place, when we shall have the Russians down upon us. I turn out every morning in the belief that before the day is over, we shall be ordered to march and meet the enemy. When the winds from the north, we can hear their guns and those of the fortress thundering away at each other. And any day we can hear the sounds of mines exploding, and other music of glorious war."
And he smiled faintly.
"I painted the pleasures of fighting in a very different light, and cannot say that reality comes up to them. However, you must have some luncheon, and we'll ride towards the Shumla, where we can hear, though we can't see, what is going forward."
As soon as luncheon was over, Sidney ordered his horse, a sorry steed, not quite suitable for Rotten Row. He, with his two brothers, set out for the position of the 2nd Division. They had got but a short distance from the camp when they passed a party of men carrying stretchers, on each of which was laid a human form, the rigid outline of the features and feet showing through the blanket shroud. The chaplain followed to read the funeral service, but few, except those required officially to attend, followed their comrades to their last resting places. Farther on were two groups of men, 6 or 8 in each, shoveling out the earth for some oblong holes. Silently they labored. No smiles were on their countenances, no jokes passed between them. They themselves might soon be the occupants of similar resting places. Tom shuddered.
"I have been too much accustomed to scenes like these to take notice of them," said Sidney. "We seldom pass a day without the loss of 2 or 3 men, and sometimes many more."
They at length reached the height towards which they were riding, and on dismounting from their steeds, they could hear the rolling thunder which came from far-off Silistria, one continued roar as the garrison poured the fire of their guns on the persevering hosts of Russia.
"It seems to me as if every man in the Russian army must be blown to pieces by this time," observed Tom. "So they would if they were above ground," answered Jack. "But they are in their trenches, and only occasionally do those iron missiles carry death in their track, except when an assault is being made, and then they sweep them down by hundreds."
The dispatches Jack had to convey not being ready, he was compelled to remain on shore till the following morning. All night long the low thunder of the siege was heard even more continuously than before. He awoke just at dawn, and listened. The wind came from the same quarter, but no longer was the booming sound of the cannon heard.
"It is all over with the brave garrison of Silistria, I'm afraid," he observed to Sidney, who had joined him outside the tent. "If it is, we shall soon have a brush with the Russians," was the answer.
I heartily hope so, for active service will help to stop the fearful ravages of the cholera. 6 of our poor fellows have died during the night, and the army will be decimated unless something is done to arrest the disease."
Just then the reveille sounded, and the camp was quickly astir. The news spread that Silistria had fallen. The hope that the time of inaction was over was expressed by everyone in the camp. The event detained Jack on shore much longer than he had expected. At length a Turkish horseman was seen spurring towards the camp of the Allies. Officers and men hurried out to meet him, fully expecting to hear that the enemy were advancing. He pointed to the north, however, and an interpreter explained what had happened. He brought glorious news of which his countrymen might well be proud. Prince Paskiewicz, with his shattered hordes, had raised the siege, and was in full retreat from before the brave city he had in vain assailed for so many long weeks. But one of its gallant defenders, Butler, after exhibiting the most heroic bravery and skill, had fallen. Soon afterwards, another important victory was gained over the Russians by the Turks, led by General Cannon and several other English officers, in which also Lieutenant Glynn and Prince Leiningen of the Britannia, commanding some gunboats, took an active part. This compelled the enemy to abandon the principalities. Jack after this had to return to Constantinople, where Sir Edmund Lyons and Sir George Brown were busy in preparing rafts and chartering steamers for the embarkation of the artillery and cavalry. On Jack's return, he again paid a visit to Murray on board the Briton. The cholera had been making sad ravages among her crew, as well as on board other ships of the fleet. But strange to say, not an officer had been attacked. Hearing that Murray was below in the sick bay, he sought him there, and found him, with 2 lieutenants, assisting the surgeons in attending to the sufferers, of whom there were at least 30 in various stages of the disease. Murray was standing by the hammock, and holding the hands of a poor fellow, a stout, thick-bearded man, whose countenance was of a livid hue.
"It's hard to bear, sir! It's hard to bear!"
cried the sufferer, writhing in agony.
"Shall I get over it, do you think, sir?"
looking up in the commander's face with an inquiring glance, such as a child might cast at its mother.
"I hope you may," answered Alec, "but cheer up. Many have been as bad as you are, and have recovered. Hold on bravely."
The man seemed to grow calmer. Again, however, there came over him a fearful paroxysm of pain.
"Don't leave me, sir! Don't leave me!"
he exclaimed, as soon as he could speak. Alec, who was about to go on to another man, again held his hands, pouring some cordial down his mouth, which the doctor handed him. He was soon quiet, but it was the quiet of death, and the commander passed on to others who required his aid. Thus he and the other officers went from hammock to hammock, endeavoring to soothe the pain of those to whom their services could be of any avail. The dead man was lifted out and quickly sewn up in his blanket, with a shot at his feet, to be launched overboard. 3 were committed to the deep at the same time. Such were the scenes going forward on board most of the ships in the squadron. The Britannia alone was destined to lose upwards of 100 men. On board other ships the officers devoted themselves in the same way, and in many cases succeeded, where the medical men might have failed, in arresting the malady. It was now known that a descent on the Crimea was to be made. As, however, in the suffering state of the ship's crews, it would be impossible to embark the troops. The admirals put to sea in the hopes of arresting the progress of the cholera. It appeared not to have the desired effect, and many more lost the number of their mess, and fears began to be entertained that the enterprise must be abandoned, when suddenly the disease stopped. Not a man more was attacked. The ship sailed back into Kavarna Bay, and soon the operation of embarking the army commenced. The duty was under the charge of Sir Edmund Lyons. By the aid of the rafts he had constructed, which consisted of 2 boats lashed together with a platform on the top, he got on board the ships destined to carry them 60 pieces of field artillery and the complement of horses belonging to every gun. He then commenced embarking the cavalry, to the number of 1,000 horses and 22,000 infantry, on board the numerous large transports waiting for their conveyance. The officers of the fleet were engaged under him in superintending the operation. During some days a heavy swell set in, which put a stop to the business of embarking the cavalry. The weather again changing, however, the whole of the force was got on board without the loss of a man. Never before had so large a fleet anchored in those waters. There were hundreds of sailing transports, steamers innumerable, both men of war and merchantmen, while above all towered the tall masts of the line of battleships. The French, having only their own infantry to embark, most of whom were taken on board their men of war, got through the process more rapidly than the English. Men of war's boats were pulling backwards and forwards, some carrying messages, others towing off the rafts, while smaller craft of all sorts were moving about in every direction, bringing stores and provisions. It was hard work for all hands, but it was cheerfully and willingly performed. Jack, having to pass near the French fleet, observed a boat full of Zouaves pulling off to a transport. The French steamer was approaching her. The crew of the Zouave's boat attempted to pass her bows, while those on board her were keeping a bad lookout. The consequences was that the steamer ran right into the Zouave's boat. The poor fellows, encumbered with their knapsacks and greatcoats, being utterly unable to swim, the larger number, uttering shrieks of despair, sank like shots before help, so near at hand could be afforded them. Unhappily, the cholera lingered among the troops on board the transports, and every day several were launched into their ocean graves, as it was impossible to carry them on shore for burial. Under such circumstances, it is usual to secure shot to the foot of the corpse in order to sink it rapidly to the bottom. In some instances, shot of insufficient weight were used, for though the body at first sank, yet when decomposition set in and gases were generated, it again rose to the surface, and those on board the ships, as they looked over the side, were horrified at seeing the bodies of their late comrades floating about, bowing to them as if in mockery, moved by the undulations of the water. One evening, Billy Blue Blazes was on duty at the gangway with orders to report any boats coming alongside. As he was looking out in the dusk, he saw, as he thought, a man swimming and approaching the ship. He hailed, but there was no answer. Still the figure came nearer and nearer, and presently touched the foot of the accommodation ladder.
"What is it you want?"
asked Billy. No answer was returned. As in duty bound, he went up to report the circumstance to the first lieutenant.
"There's a Turk or some fellow of that sort has swum off to the ship, sir, but he won't give his name or say what he wants."
Higson ordered Tim Nolan, who was acting as quartermaster, to go down and ascertain who the man was.
"Hurrah, sir! It's not a living being at all," shouted Tim. "He's one of the poor fellows who slipped his cable in the cholera on board the transports, and the sooner he's made to go back where he come from the better, seeing he isn't altogether pleasant company to living men."
Higson was of Tim's opinion, and ordering a shot to be securely slung, he directed Tim to make it fast round the neck of the corpse. This was quickly done, and the unwelcome visitor disappeared beneath the surface. Many other similar occurrences took place, to the great annoyance of the seamen, as well as of the soldiers, and made them all the more anxious to get away from the spot beneath which lay so many of their unhappy countrymen. The English fleet having an ample supply of transports, no troops were taken on board the men of war, which were thus left free for action, but the French having secured only small vessels, their men of war were so encumbered with troops that they were ill prepared to go into action should the Russian fleet come out to attack them. The information was received with unmitigated satisfaction on board the British men of war, and all hoped that the Russians, gaining courage, would venture from beneath their fortifications, as on the English fleet would devolve the honor of engaging them. To every English sailing ship of war a steamer was attached. The English army was under the command of Lord Raglan. Admiral Dundas had his flag flying on board the Britannia, while Admiral Sir Edmund Lyons, in the Agamemnon, had charge of the transports. To each vessel was assigned her particular place, so that there might be no confusion. It was generally believed that the Russian fleet would sail out of Sebastopol and intercept the flotilla, and that they would have to bear the brunt of the fight. The masters of the transports were accordingly called on board the Emperor, the largest of their squadron, where the admiral's instructions were read to them, and they were asked whether they would willingly take part in the naval engagement, should one be brought on. Having satisfied themselves that their widows would receive compensation should they fall, they replied to the question with 3 hearty British cheers. Thus were the preparations made for the contemplated descent on the unknown shores of the Crimea. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 15, Part 1. Descent on the Crimea. Landing troops. Towing rafts. Battle of the Alma. Tom and Archie on the battlefield. The horrors of war. Bringing off the wounded. Bombardment of Sebastopol. Jack and Murray in action.
"Just gone 7 bells, sir," said Billy Blue Blazes as he entered Jack's cabin, sent according to orders by Mr. Mildmay, who had the morning watch on the 7th of September, 1854. Jack was speedily on deck, for there was plenty of work to be done that day. A gentle breeze blew off the shore, not a cloud dimmed the sky, from which the moon cast her beams over the calm surface of the ocean. By her pale light, the sailing ships in all directions could be seen, loosing their canvas, while from numberless funnels wreaths of smoke were ascending, showing that the steamers were preparing to move. All the officers were quickly assembled on deck. Many an eye was cast eastward to watch for the first signs of coming day. The men were ordered to their stations. At length, a ruddy glow above the eastern horizon announced the approach of day. Shortly afterwards, the loud roar of a gun from the lofty side of the Britannia gave the signal to weigh. Sails hanging from the yards were let fall and sheeted home. The steamers sent forth denser columns of smoke, which, rising in thick wreaths, floated in all directions round the ship's funnels, obscuring the view. The order had been given to rendezvous 40 miles due west of Cape Tarkand. Instantly the outer ships began to move. Sir Edmund Lyon's ship, the Agamemnon, with signals flying at her masthead, proudly gliding through their midst. The English transports, in 5 columns of 30 each, obeying his orders, moved slowly eastward. Then came the ships of war, the guardians of the fleet, in single column. The French, more numerous but with much smaller vessels, sailed out in less compact order, with their warships crowded with troops. The Turkish fleet, similarly encumbered, followed. Among the English, perfect order was maintained, for every captain could thoroughly trust, and well knew that he must obey, his gallant leader. The French soon became scattered. Their general, with some of their line of battleships, had sailed several days before, and what had become of them was not known. By the morning of the 9th, the whole English fleet was anchored at the appointed rendezvous, but as yet the point at which the troops were to land had not been selected. Next morning, Lord Raglan accompanied Sir Edmund Lyons with several English and French engineer officers on board the Caradoc, which, after passing the mouth of Sebastopol harbor, steered round Cape Chersonesus and looked into Balaclava, surveying those heights ere long to become the scene of many a bloody conflict. Returning northward, she steered close to the shore, the generals looking eagerly out for a fitting spot on which their legions might land. A low sandy beach was at length perceived near Calametra, with 2 lakes beyond it. It was exactly the spot Lord Raglan desired. Late in the evening, the Caradoc returned. During the 2 following days, the French and Turkish vessels, which could be seen scattered in the far distance, came slowly in, and now it became known that the long-looked-for enterprise was at once to be commenced. Early on the 13th, the fleet came off Eupatoria. A small party, with an interpreter, were sent on shore to summon the town to yield at discretion. The Tornado, with other steamers, being close inshore, Jack sent Joss Green, with Tom and Archie, to obtain some fresh provisions. They found the old governor a strict disciplinarian, protesting against the strangers landing without having performed quarantine, and he insisted on fumigating the missive sent him before reading it. They might capture the town. To that he had nothing to say. He was not there in a military capacity, but what he had to do he intended to do in strict accordance with his orders. As all the military authorities had run away, and only a few invalid soldiers remained, no resistance was made, and Eupatoria became the first place occupied by the British troops in the Crimea. Jack, having obtained some Russian coin at Constantinople, was able to purchase provisions. The Tartar inhabitants, finding they could bring their produce to a good market, were perfectly ready to part with whatever provisions they possessed. The fleet, now proceeding southward, came to an anchor in a line parallel with the shore, the English to the north, the French and Turks to the south, about 5 or 6 miles to the north of the Balaclava River. During the night of the 13th, it was arranged that a buoy should be placed to divide the English and the French fleets
in the center of the bay. When morning dawned, it was found to be afloat almost at the northern end of the bay, having been placed in that position either from ignorance or treachery by the French. There was no time for expostulation. The French were found already to have occupied the whole ground. To avoid the risk of a dispute, Sir Edmund Lyons, like a wise man, knowing that a similar landing place existed a little farther to the north, also with a lake inside it, at once ordered the transports to proceed there and take up their proper places. The day was fine and the water smooth, and early in the morning the landing commenced. So admirably were the arrangements made that the troops landed in the order they were to take on the march, while the line of battleships remained outside, thus keeping up the communication with a steamer stationed off the mouth of Sebastopol harbor, so that, should the Russian fleet sail out, they might at once proceed to meet it, and prevent it from interfering with the transports. Jack's ship and other disengaged steamers were in the meantime sent to cruise up and down the coast and annoy the enemy. Jack ran down to the south and communicated with the vessel off the mouth of the harbor. Greatly to his disappointment, no signs were to be perceived among the Russian fleet that they were likely to come out and give battle. Now was their opportunity, if they intended to do so, for their scouts on shore must have informed them that the French and Turkish men of war were employed in landing their troops, and for what they could tell, the English were similarly occupied.
"You may depend on it," observed Jack. "By some means or other they know that our ships are ready to meet them, and they feel pretty sure that they would get the worst of it."
The Tornado, keeping clear of the formidable batteries which frowned defiance from the northern side of the harbor, now stood close inshore. Above her rose a series of cliffs, with a broad plateau on the summit, extending as far as the mouth of the Alma River. A group of tents were near the edge of the cliff.
"Where there are tents, there are men," observed Higson. "Are we to fire at them?" "It is our business to do so," answered Jack, "though it is not to my fancy to fire at men who cannot return the compliment. Elevate the gun so as to clear the top of the cliff."
The engines being stopped, the Tornado opened her fire. Presently, one tent went down, then another, and another, showing that she had got the exact range. The figures of men could be discerned scampering off, leaving their tents to their fate. The engines being put in motion, the ship steamed on till a body of horsemen were discerned, who had apparently come down to ascertain the cause of the firing. Several shot were sent flying close to them, making them wheel about, but before they had got out of sight, 2 other guns were fired, and a horseman was seen to drop from his saddle. The rapid movement of the rest showed that they were wisely anxious to avoid a similar fate. Near the mouth of the Alma, a considerable body of infantry were observed. Not being aware of the long range of the stranger's guns, they stood watching her approach. Suddenly stopping her engines, she opened on them with her whole broadside. 2 or 3 were seen to fall, but still they stood their ground.
"They are waiting for orders to march," observed Higson. "They would be wiser if they took ours."
With considerable reluctance, Jack gave the order to fire another broadside. He did not like shooting down men in cold blood, yet he must obey his superiors. Scarcely had the smoke of the guns cleared away than the Russians were seen beating a rapid retreat, though they still kept together. 3 more shot had the effect of making them increase their speed, and they disappeared behind some rocky ground which afforded them shelter. Here and there some tents were seen, as well as cavalry and infantry, who, however, moved off as the warship approached, well aware, small as she looked, of the mischief she could do them. Returning to the fleet, where the landing was taking place, Jack found that the greater part of the English infantry were already on shore. From what he had seen, he made his report that the enemy was not likely to make any immediate attack on the invading forces. Still, a considerable portion of the cavalry had to be landed. The weather changed for the worse, and rain came down heavily, wetting the troops on shore, who had no tents or protection of any sort, to the skin. Jack received orders to send 2 of his boats to assist in towing one of the rafts, now alongside the transport, to the shore. Green had charge of one of them, and Tom and Archie the other. They found 2 heavy guns already on the raft, with several horses. The detachment of artillerymen belonging to the guns now came down on the ship's side and took their places on board, forming altogether a pretty heavy cargo. The raft was one of those built at Constantinople, and consisted of 2 clumsy boats lashed together side by side and boarded over. Very well suited for smooth water, but extremely dangerous with a heavy sea running. However, as it was important to get the guns on shore, Green determined to make the attempt. 2 of the artillery officers were invited into the men-of-war's boats, and all being ready, they shoved off, taking the huge raft in tow. By this time it was perfectly dark, and the sea increasing made the operation of towing the raft very heavy work.
"Give way, my lads," cried Green. "We haven't far to go, and see, we shall have a warm welcome when we get there."
He pointed to the beach, which was lit up along its whole length by fires which had been kindled with the planks of several disabled boats and rafts. The heavy swell tossed the raft about not a little, but the crews pulled away lustily as British seamen always do, and the raft at length approached the shore. The roar on the beach as the surf broke on it was not encouraging, still orders were to be obeyed. Just then a snorting noise was heard, and a magnificent horse came swimming by as he splashed the water with his forefeet, surrounding himself with a blaze of phosphorescent light. To catch him was impossible.
"He has probably escaped from a raft which has been capsized," observed Green. "His chances of being drowned are considerable, though he may have since to swim back to the ship which brought him here." "I hope that won't be the fate of our own raft," observed the artillery officer. "I can't warrant its safety," said Green. "Had I been asked, I should have advised waiting till the morning. However, we'll do our best, and it will be a much harder matter to pull back than it has been to reach the shore."
Just then the light of the fires falling on the raft showed her to those on the beach, from whence a loud, authoritative voice came ordering her to return to the ship.
"More easily said than done," observed Green.
However, he gave the order to Tom and the officer in command of the other boat to pull round and do their best. Every instant the swell was increasing. The boat's crews, though pretty well tired, pulled as before. The raft tossed fearfully about, threatening to heave her whole freight of guns, horses, and artillerymen overboard. The latter, with their arms in their hands, shouted out that the boat was about to sink, and sad would be the fate, Green saw, of most of them if it did so. While in the darkness, amid the struggling horses, it would be scarcely possible to pick them all up. The only thing to be done was to pull away with might and main. Sometimes, in spite of all their efforts, the raft seemed drifting back to the shore. At others the waves sent it rushing forward, threatening to stave in the sterns of the boats.
"Here's a pretty piece of work," observed Tom. "I only hope we shall be able to get hold of one of the transports before long." "There's one ahead of us, if we can but reach her," said Archie. "There's nothing like trying."
Try they did, cheering on the men, and by dint of hard pulling they got within hail of the transport, and asked for help.
"We cannot give it you," was the answer. "We have a boatload of horses alongside."
A second transport was neared, and then another and another, but all declared their inability to render assistance. Green was almost in despair. The artillerymen were shouting out more lustily than before, asserting that the raft was fast filling. At length the boats managed to tow her up alongside a transport, the master of which responded to their appeal and assisted them in securing her. Fortunately, the artillerymen she had brought out had not yet been landed, and the officers, turning them out of their berths, they assisted the crew in hoisting the horses and guns on board. The gun carriages, however, being too heavy, were left on board the raft, and she was let drop astern. As, however, their loss made the guns useless, Tom and Archie were sent to the nearest ship to obtain assistance. As they got alongside, they found that she was the Briton, and Archie having explained matters to his uncle, who was on deck, Commander Murray sent a boat with a fresh crew, by whose means the gun carriages were at length hoisted on board. Soon afterwards, the sorely battered raft went to pieces. Tom and Archie were still alongside when they caught sight of the noble horse which they had seen coming off from the shore still struggling in the waves. Instinct had directed it to the very vessel from which it had been disembarked. Shouting to the crew on deck, they called for slings, which were sent down, and being secured, not without difficulty, round the body of the horse, the animal was lifted safely on board, to all appearance not much the worse for its swim of upwards of 2 hours. The weary crews at length got back to their ship. The next day, the wind going down, more of the artillery and horses were landed, and by the evening of the 18th, the whole army was on shore without a man being lost, the disembarkation having been superintended by Captain Jddykst of the Sans Pareil. The French were posted on the right, close to the sea, the Turks somewhat in their rear, and the English on the left of the line, the duty of protecting the left flank of the army being confided to the British cavalry. The Turks, accustomed to this sort of work, were at once at home, with their tents well pitched, and surrounded by such luxuries as they deemed necessary, while the young troops of England and France, few of whom had seen active warfare, were sitting wet and comfortless round their campfires. The natives, with their black lambskin caps and long pelisses, came to the camp in considerable numbers, bringing provisions and, what was of more consequence, camels, and carts drawn by oxen for the conveyance of stores. On the morning of the 19th of September, the bugles sounding through the camp aroused all sleepers, and in a short time the army began its march to the southward. The transports, having performed their duty, sailed away for the Bosphorus, while the ships of war moved slowly on abreast of the army down the coast, coming to an anchor when it halted, and again weighing when it recommenced its march, the larger ones, for want of water, being obliged to keep at some distance out, while the steamers stood in with the lead going as close as possible, somewhat in advance of the army, throwing their shot and shells wherever they caught sight of any troops at which to fire. Toward evening, the armies reached the first river in their march, the Bulganic, on the banks of which they bivouacked for the night, in order of battle, as it was thought possible that at dawn they would be attacked by the Russians. The night closed in with rain, bad preparation for the work which all knew would take place on the morrow. The morning dawned more brightly. It was to be the last day many of those brave men in the allied hosts were to see, but few expected to be among the slain. A glorious victory was to be gained by their prowess, they believed, though victory was not to be won without hard fighting. As the sun glanced over the hilltops, the steamers got up their steam, and the line of battleships loosed their sails. Tom and Archie climbed to the masthead, where they determined to remain with telescopes in hand till called down to attend their duty on deck. In front of them was a line of cliffs extending to the mouth of the Alma, bordering a wide extent of undulating ground. Beyond the Alma rose broken cliffs with a broad plateau on their summit, on which the enormous army of Russia was posted, their lines extending from the coast far away out of sight. In front of the steep hillsides were numerous heavy batteries, capable of sweeping the invading force back into the stream of the Alma, till its waters should run dark with blood. More to the left, the French forces could be seen forming in order of battle, with the Turks in the rear, while only for a short distance could the red-coated soldiers of England be distinguished. Now and then a party of horsemen could be made out. When the sun rose, its rays glittered for a moment on the helmets and breastplates of the heavy cavalry as they moved off to protect the left flank of the invading forces. The hours went slowly by. They were of intense interest to the spectators, and much more so must they have been to those who had to take an active part in the coming strife. Not, however, till 11 o'clock were the armies seen to be advancing. The ships near the cliffs began the action by throwing shot and shell among the Russians posted on the heights. The light infantry regiments could be seen moving in advance, throwing out skirmishers. Then came the heavy infantry battalions, with firm tread pressing the ground. At length the blue coats of the French, who had crossed the Alma at its mouth, were observed climbing the rugged heights, the summit of which being gained, they rapidly formed, greatly to the astonishment, apparently, of the Russians, who had not perceived their approach. Now there burst forth from the whole hillside the roar of artillery and the rattle of musketry, so rapidly as to blend into one continuous sound, telling of death to many a brave heart. "The British are advancing!" cried Tom. "See, they are pushing across the river, but they don't appear on the hill yet. The Russian skirmishers are disputing the ground with them. What a rattling fire they are keeping up!" Some time passed by. The redcoats were hotly engaged with the enemy near a large village, that of Burgiss. In a short time the village burst out into flames, completely hiding the troops on its farther side. Then the British were again caught sight of, after they had crossed the river beyond the village, fighting their way up the slope, encountering the fearful fire of the Russians, and small red spots could be discerned on the ground over which they had passed. Here and there the British redcoats could be distinguished fighting their way up the hillside, but the broken nature of the ground hid the larger number from sight, and it was impossible to discover how the battle was going. Only at length it was seen that the banners of France occupied the ground where the Russians had before stood. Still some time passed before they advanced. The Turks remained below, which was a good sign, as it showed that their aid was not required. Now, far away, the redcoats could be discerned scattered over the hillside. Could it be that they were defeated? No, just then a long, thin line, like a scarlet thread, was seen amid the smoke far, far away,
moving up the slope, in one spot having a party-colored hue. "Those must be the guards and Highlanders," exclaimed Tom. "My brother Sidney will be in for it. I hope he'll escape, poor fellow. I wish I could be there to help him if he gets wounded." Onward advanced that thin, unbroken line up the hill. The brow was reached when there appeared in front of it a gray mass, which seemed like a square patch of withered grass in the greener herbage. Many such patches were seen sending forth wreaths of smoke from their midst. The midshipmen guessed rightly that it was a column of Russian infantry. From the red column issued a sheet of flame and smoke. Not for one moment did it cease. Minutes went by. Now that party-colored portion of the line reached the summit of the hill and moved on, smoke issuing from it as it moved. The dark mass of the enormous Russian column began to recede before it, at length breaking and scattering in all directions. The French, meantime, had disappeared, sweeping the enemy before them over the hill, till they were lost to sight. The batteries, which had been pouring their shot down on their assailants, had ceased their fire, for those assailants had already stormed and captured them. The English attack in front had been successful, and more troops, which had been kept in reserve, went streaming up the hill. The whole British and French armies had not only gained the heights, but, as it seemed, were sweeping the Russians before them. The rattle of musketry was now only occasionally heard. Then came a few salvos of artillery, and the fierce uproar which had raged for the last 2 hours almost ceased. The slopes which partly faced the sea were the most visible, and on these could be seen numerous red spots, some strewn thickly together, others scattered more apart, marking the places where the Russian fire had carried death and wounds into the British ranks. Still, at that distance, nothing clearly could be seen. "It must be the case," cried Tom at length. "Hurrah! We've won, and the Russians are running away. You'll see that I'm right. Now my brother will be as anxious as I am to learn how it has fared with Sidney. I hope he's all right, poor fellow, but I am terribly afraid, with all that firing which has been going on so long, an immense number must have been killed." The midshipmen, who had been allowed to retain their seats, were at length called down. There was considerable excitement on board, everybody anxious to hear news from the shore, though no one doubted that a splendid victory had been gained. They had not long to wait. The signal staff set up on shore was soon at work. A complete victory had been gained, and it was requested that boats might be sent immediately on shore with hammocks on which to carry the wounded on board ship. The appeal was quickly responded to. Jack immediately ordered 2 of his boats to be got ready under the command of Higson, with whom he sent Tom and Archie, giving the 2 midshipmen permission to make their way on till they could find the guards, to ascertain the fate of his brother. Tom was delighted with the duty. "Stay," said Jack. "You may find many poor fellows wounded, who will be the better for some brandy, and some may want water. Take as much as you can carry. You'll not have more than is wanted, I fear." Search was made for flasks, and each midshipman carried 3, and 2 bottles of water. Archie, with due forethought, also tore up 2 of his shirts, which he stuffed into his pockets. Higson followed their example in carrying a supply of spirits and water. Away the 2 boats pulled for the beach near the mouth of the Alma, where numerous others were already assembled. For the first half-mile or so, after landing, there were few signs of the conflict, but in a short time they met parties of English and French soldiers carrying wounded men, most of them looking more dead than alive from loss of blood. While, as they advanced, they found numerous tents set up, in which the surgeons were already at work amputating arms and legs, and dressing the more severe wounds. Where the conflict had raged the hottest, the surgeons, who had followed closely the advancing forces, were employed with tourniquets, doing their utmost to stop the lifeblood flowing from the veins of the wounded. Although the 2 midshipmen had seen a good deal of fighting, they both turned sick as they gazed at the fearful wounds inflicted by the round shot. End of section 20. Section 21 of The 3 Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The 3 Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 15, Part 2. The road they took leading them some way to the north of the Alma, it was only after they had proceeded a considerable distance that they came to the part of the ground where the English had chiefly fought.
On the eastern side was the burned village of Burgiss. The hillside was covered with the corpses of the men of the infantry regiments, intermingled with the bodies of the gray-coated, helmeted Russians. The cries of the wounded soon attracted those who came to succor them, and the seamen under Higson were speedily laden with wounded men. After the wounded had been inspected by a surgeon, and pronounced fit to be removed, the party set off to return to the boats, while Tom and Archie made their way up the hill in the track the guards had taken, Tom looking out anxiously on every side in search of his brother, whom he dreaded to find among the killed. They met numerous parties of soldiers, with a few sailors, who had already landed, some carrying wounded men towards the village on the banks of the Alma, the houses of which had been turned into hospitals, others going in search of fresh burdens. The work of burying the dead, who thickly strewed the ground in those parts where the fight had raged the hottest, had not yet commenced. The living men had first to be cared for. Here and there, surgeons of the army, as well as many of the navy, who had landed even before the battle was over, were attending to the more desperate cases requiring immediate aid. The Russians received the same attention as the English, and were at once carried off to the hospitals. Some poor fellows lay under the walls and other shelter, where they had crawled after being wounded. The larger number were found where they fell. Tom was in a hurry to push on, while he looked about on every side for the uniform of the guards. From all quarters came groans and cries, and the midshipmen could not resist stopping to afford some relief to the sufferers. Several Russians lay with their heads placed on the corpses of their brother soldiers. Some had their arms, others their legs, blown away by round shot. One poor fellow was still alive, though both his thighs had been thus broken. He had the strength to point to his lips, and Tom, kneeling by his side, poured some water down his throat. The dying man cast a grateful look at the young officer, but before they left him, he expired. Several had their heads blown off. Others, who had their faces carried away, presented the most dreadful spectacle. At length Tom exclaimed, "There are some guardsmen!" Several high bearskin caps marked the spot to which he pointed. The first men they came to were dead, but higher up the hill they saw more. One of them was alive, with a bad wound in his side and a shot through his arm. He was apparently bleeding to death. Archie produced his bandages, while Tom poured some brandy down his throat. It contributed to revive him. Tom inquired eagerly if he had seen Captain Rogers. "Yes, sir," was the answer. "He was marching on with the regiment when I fell." Having done their best to stop the blood flowing from the man's wound, Tom and Archie hurried forward. Farther to the right, the ground was still more thickly covered with corpses. On examining them, Tom observed that though many were guardsmen, they did not belong to his brother's regiment. Several officers lay dead. Numerous Russians mingled with the British. The greater number appeared to have been shot by bullets, but several had been killed by the bayonet or sword, and exhibited ghastly wounds. Apparently, the wounded officers had been removed, for none were seen alive. Numerous helmets, knapsacks, and other accoutrements thrown away by the Russians, together with the greater number of their dead, showed that they had been put to flight by the victorious advance of the British. "This is terrible," cried Tom. "I had often pictured a battlefield, but I had not fancied it anything like so horrible as this." "It must be worse to the poor fellows who lie scattered about us, suffering fearful tortures from their wounds," answered Archie, "with the prospect of dying from them, or even if they recover, being maimed for life." "I hope poor Sidney is not among them," exclaimed Tom for the 20th time. "I can't help thinking more of him than of anyone else." Making inquiry of some soldiers, whom they at length met with stretchers carrying the wounded men they had picked up, Tom asked if they could tell him over what ground the guards had passed. "You must keep farther to the left," was the answer. "You will come upon some dead Highlanders, and they are just beyond them." The bonnets of the Highlanders were soon discovered, and not far off the tall bearskins showed where the guards had fought. The midshipmen, however, made but slow progress, for they could not help stopping to relieve those who required their aid, both friends and foes, till Archie had used up all his bandages, and their spirits and water were nearly expended. As Tom had not found Sidney, his spirits rose with the hope that, at all events, he might have escaped being killed. The enormous number of Russian dead, who were now seen covering the plain, showed the part of the ground where the last desperate conflict had taken place. Whole ranks of the enemy had fallen under the withering fire of the guards and Highlanders. In one spot they came upon an entire line of Russians, every man of whom had been shot down apparently at the same moment. Indeed, far as the eye could reach on either side, the plain was thickly strewn with the dead. At length a long line of upright figures was seen arrayed on the left, with numerous banners waving above their heads, and horsemen moving to and fro, the red hue on the left showing where the victorious soldiers of England stood, halted on the battlefield, while on the right appeared the masses of the French army, with the Turkish troops who had marched forward to their support. They occupied the ground on which they were to bivouac before advancing again in pursuit of the flying foe. The midshipmen made their way towards the troops of the left, and were able, by looking at the lofty bearskins of the guards, to find out the regiment to which Sidney Rogers belonged. Almost breathless with eagerness, Tom inquired for his brother. "He is there," said a sergeant, pointing to a spot where a group of officers stood together, eagerly discussing the events of the day. Tom, unable to restrain his feelings, gave a shout of joy, in which Archie joined him. As they hurried forward, Sidney advanced to meet them, and they were soon shaking him heartily by the hand and congratulating him on his escape and the victory he had contributed to win.
"I am thankful to have come out of it unhurt," said Sidney, "especially when I hear of the number of officers who have been killed. Between 20 and 30 at all events, and not far short of 100 wounded."
Tom then gave Jack's message, and delivered a case containing a few luxuries brought from the ship. The midshipmen could not, however, remain long, as they had received orders to return at night, and the day was now rapidly closing. They were brave youngsters, but they had no wish to be compelled to make their way over the battlefield in the darkness, amid the dying and the dead. Wishing Sidney goodbye, they rapidly retraced their steps. As they once more descended the hill, their ears were assailed with cries and groans. But as they had no longer any means of assisting the unhappy sufferers, they hurried on. At the foot of the hill they reached the road which ran along the bank of the river, having to pass in their way close to the smoldering ruins of the village which had been set on fire at the commencement of the battle. Here it was supposed that several English as well as Russian riflemen had perished, while engaged with each other, the flames having spread round them before they had time to make their escape. It was already dark when one of the Tornado's boats came to take them off. Neither of them were very much inclined to talk of what they had seen, and even Jack, when they got on board, had some difficulty in gaining more information from them than the fact that they had found Sidney safe and well. After a glass or two of wine, however, Jack drew forth an account of the scenes they had witnessed on the battlefield. Tom often shuddered as he described the fearful condition of the wounded and the numbers of dead they had seen. Next morning they were all to rights and were ready to go in charge of a fresh party of seamen, who were sent on shore to bring off more of the wounded. All day long the seamen were engaged in collecting the wounded men and carrying them to the hospitals, or bringing them off to the ships, while parties, told off from the different regiments, were employed in burying the dead, generally in large pits, into which friends and foes were tumbled without much ceremony. All the time bodies of cavalry were kept patrolling on the left to guard the people employed in the service from the attacks of the Cossacks, who were seen hovering in the distance, ready to pounce down upon any unwary stragglers. As soon as Jack had received on board as many wounded officers and men as he could accommodate, he proceeded to Constantinople to place them in the hospitals which had been got ready for their reception. Several died on the voyage, some of their wounds and some of cholera, which killed many officers and men after the battle. Jack was eager to get back again to see what was going forward. Hopes had been entertained that the Allies would at once enter Sebastopol, but the news had reached Constantinople that, instead of doing so, they had marched round the city and had posted themselves on its southern side, the English having occupied the harbor of Balaclava, while their army had taken up a position on the ground above it, extending towards the fortifications of Sebastopol. The Tornado was still steaming at full speed across the Bosphorus, when, soon after dawn, though still out of sight of land, a loud booming of guns came from the northward over the calm water.
"There's another furious battle going forward," said the first lieutenant to the commander, who had just come on deck. "I wish we were there. Can the fleet be engaged?" "I very much doubt that the Russians will have ventured out of their harbor," answered Jack. "I suspect rather that the Allies have commenced a bombardment of the city.
The last account stated that they were busy preparing for it, and I think it probable that the admirals will take the fleet in to engage the sea batteries. They will not do much against those stone walls unless they are complete shams, observed Higson. However, we shall be there before long, and if there is an honest battle at sea going on, I hope we shall be in time to take part in it.
Of course there was great excitement on board, everyone looking out eagerly for the land. Surmises of all sorts were made as to what was going forward. The engineers did their best to urge the steamer along, but the wind was so light that the sails were wholly useless. Billy Blue Blazes and Dickie Duff, who were somewhat jealous of Tom and Archie having been on shore, were eager to be there to see the fun, as they called it.
I can tell you, fellows, that it is no fun at all, said Tom, who had become unusually grave since he had visited the battlefield of the Alma. I have got a brother there, and in all probability he is in the midst of the fight. And if the fleets are engaged, I have got a cousin who is as dear to me as a brother, observed Archie, and I don't want any harm to happen to him. You youngsters talk glibly of fighting, but let me hear what you have to say about it when you have seen the thing in reality. It is a necessary evil, but an evil notwithstanding.
The younger midshipmen laughed and declared it was just what they had come to sea for.
So did we too, said Tom, but only because it's our duty to fight to protect our country. Not that I can see that we forward that object by coming out here to attack the Russians.
Soon afterwards, "Land! Land!" was heard from the masthead, adding to the excitement of all on board. At length the high cliffs of the Chersonese appeared in sight, the thunder of the guns, as the ship advanced, increasing in loudness. Now the fleet could be seen coming forward from the roads off the Katcha River to the north. No sails were set, as the ships had either their own steam power or were moved by steamers lashed alongside.
The French fleet are leading, observed Jack to Higson. It is evident, then, that their destined position is the southern end of the line, and that our ships are to attack Fort Constantine and the other forts on the north side of the harbor.
Slowly the proud ships glided onwards, but not a shot was fired from them. They were still out of range of the forts. It was already near 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the French division, 13 ships could be counted, 2 of them carrying the Turkish flag. Onward they glided in admirable order, still preserving perfect silence.
To my mind, observed Higson, they would be likely to do much more good if they were farther in, and it is my belief that so they would be if they had English captains to fight them. Probably the French admiral is afraid of getting his ships on shore were he to stand in closer, observed Jack, who held the French in more respect than did his first lieutenant. At length, as the French ships came within range, the Russian forts opened their fire, but still no reply was made. The whole French squadron had now, one by one, anchored at exact distances from each other, extending more than halfway across the harbor. Then the signal was given, and the roar of 600 guns broke the silence which had hitherto prevailed, the dense clouds of smoke which arose almost concealing them from sight. At the same moment, the English flagship was seen to throw out a signal, when 3 of the English steam frigates, which had been standing inshore, commenced firing away at the northern forts. Another signal presently went up, and the Agamemnon was seen gliding on at more rapid speed than heretofore towards the shore, some little distance to the north of Fort Constantine, the nearest point which a shoal running off from the land would allow her to reach. A gallant little steamer, the Circassian, was observed leading the way, fearless of the shot which the guns of the fort threw at her. As the Agamemnon passed the Sans Pareil, which had been ahead of her, hearty cheers resounded from their crews, and then both commenced firing, clouds of smoke quickly enveloping them and assisting to baffle the gunners of the 2 batteries on the high ground above them. Meantime, the Britannia, Trafalgar, Vengeance, Queen, Rodney, and Bellerophon were proceeding southward in order to complete the line across the harbor, while the Sans Pareil, London, Aresusa, and Albion took up positions to the northward of the Agamemnon. Not till afterwards, of course, did Jack hear of the gallant conduct of Mr. Ball in command of the little steam tender Circassia, which was seen ahead of the Agamemnon, taking soundings for her and leading her close up to the shoal. Sir Edmund told him that his ship would probably be sunk, and undertook to have his boats in readiness to pick up him and his crew should such an event occur. As the tender moved ahead of the great ship,
the lead line was struck out of the leadsman's hands, but another line was immediately found, and the little vessel continued her course. Though she received 9 shots in her hull, the leadsman was the only man wounded on board. Having performed her duty, she steamed off out of harm's way. The Agamemnon was, however, so well placed to the northwest that the rear guns only of the fort could be brought to bear on her, and as she was much nearer in than the enemy expected, most of their shot struck her masts and rigging. So close was the Sans Pareil to her stern that the ship's foremost guns could not at first be fired. This made it necessary for her to haul off, but it was only to return to render her able support to the Agamemnon. The greater number of the ships were now hotly engaged, well nigh 1,200 guns firing rapidly away at the various forts, and crumbling the upper works of the nearest to pieces. But still, all the time, the iron shower sent by the Russians came crashing on board the ships of the Allies, sending many a brave seaman to his account, and wounding a far greater number.
"The Admiral is signalizing us," exclaimed Higson. "We are to run alongside the Briton and carry her into action." No sooner had he uttered the words than a loud cheer arose from the crew. In a short time, having obeyed the order she had received, they were where they had longed to be, in the line of battle, under the enemy's fire, the Briton having, as was the case with many of the other ships, landed a considerable number of her people to join the naval brigade on shore. A portion of the Tornado's crew were called on board to assist in working her guns. Happy did those consider themselves who were thus employed. Among the officers were Mr. Mildmay and Tom and Archie. As they were stationed on the upper deck, they could occasionally see, when the dense wreaths which encircled the combatants blew by, what was going forward. Mr. Mildmay stood as cool as usual, every now and then pulling out his notebook and making notes in it. "I really believe," said Tom to Archie, laughing, "that he's writing a poetical description of the battle. Perhaps it's a song to be called The Battle of Sebastopol. There we lay all that day at stone walls a-blazing away." "I wonder when the Russians intend to give in. It doesn't seem much like it at present," observed Archie. "I expected that we should sail up the harbor and sink their ships." "They've done that already themselves, right across the mouth. I heard the first lieutenant tell the master so," said Tom. "I only wish that they were afloat, and that we were fighting them instead of these forts," observed Archie. "When we have knocked them to pieces, I don't see what good they will do us." "Why, of course, to help the soldiers on shore to get into the place," answered Tom. These remarks, which were made at intervals between the firing of their guns, were cut short by a shot killing 2 of the crew of one of the guns under Tom's command. He had to summon others to take their places. After this he felt very little inclination to talk, nor indeed had he much opportunity of doing so. The position of those who remained on board the steamer was very trying. They had nothing to do, but were tolerably secure from damage, while the enemy shot went flying over their heads. Hour after hour the battle continued to rage, the troops on shore being hotly engaged with the batteries turned towards them, the thundering roar of their guns answering to those of the ships. Never, perhaps, in the same space of time, had so many round shot and shells been flying through the air. Little more could be seen of the ships in line across the harbor's mouth. The French remained stationary, but some of the English frequently moved their positions to the support of Sir Edmund Lyons and the inshore squadron, which were enduring the brunt of the battle, exposed as they were to the tremendous fire from Fort Constantine and other batteries. Now flames were seen to burst forth from the Queen. When a steamer taking her in tow, she stood off to extinguish them. Some time afterwards, the Albion was seen to be on fire, fearfully mauled and unable to fire a shot, with the risk of drifting on shore. She also stood off, helped by the steamer attending her. The Rodney was now seen standing in to support the Agamemnon when she took the ground, and though exposed to a tremendous fire, she continued fighting her guns. It seemed almost impossible that she should escape destruction, but she still kept firing away till, 2 steamers going to her assistance, she at length got clear. Not till darkness came on did the battle cease, when the ships returned to their anchorage. Jack was thankful to find that Murray and the midshipmen had escaped, though 5 of his own crew and many more of the Britons had been killed. The next morning the butcher's bill, as Joss Green called it, was made out,
when it was found out that 44 British seamen had lost their lives and that 266 had been wounded, while the Albion and Arethusa had been so knocked about in their hulls and rigging that the admiral sent them off to Malta to be repaired. The French ships presented a still more disabled appearance, and had lost altogether in killed and wounded under 200 men. Then came the question, what had been done, and the opinion generally was that, although a good many of the Russians might have been killed, no essential damage had been done to the forts, and that it would be wiser in the future for the ships to let them alone.
"I suppose the work of the fleet is pretty well over," said Murray to Jack, who had gone on board the Briton, "unless we have to attack other places along the coast. You will probably be sent on that service, and I confess I envy you." "I hope we shall," was the answer, "though I am afraid that at present we shall be employed as a dispatch boat. I should like to see what is going forward on shore, and shall be glad if I can take a turn of duty with the Naval Brigade, but I have very little hopes of that."
End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Commanders by William Giles Kingston, Chapter 16, Part 1. The Tornado had been ordered to proceed to Balaklava. She entered that landlocked harbor on the southern end of the Crimea on the evening of the 24th of October. As she was to remain there the whole day of the next day, Jack resolved to take the opportunity of paying a visit to his brother Sidney, and seeing what was going forward before Sebastopol. There was no time to set off that evening. He, however, landed with his second lieutenant and some of his younger officers, including Tom and Archie, to have a look at the country and to engage horses for the next day. Steep hills rose on either side of the harbor, on the right of which the little town was situated, with steep, narrow streets leading down from the water's edge. Above it was a line of defenses garrisoned by the bluejackets forming the Naval Brigade and the Marines of the fleet. To the left, across the Chersonese, ran the road of Sebastopol, while directly in front, connected by a gorge with the harbor, was a broad valley called the Southern Valley. Beyond this rose a ridge known as the Causeway Heights, on which were situated 6 redoubts, garrisoned by the Turks, to whom had been committed what formed the outward defenses of Balaklava. Along this causeway ran the Voronezov Road. At the eastern extremity of the valley was a knoll between 500 and 600 feet in height, joining the Camera Hills to the right by a neck of high ground. The knoll jutting out over the valley as a promontory does over the sea. This knoll, on which No. 1 redoubt had been thrown up, was called by the allies Can Roberts Hill. On the western extremity of the valley was the col, or gap, through which the road passed to Sebastopol. Eastward of the Can Roberts Hill were the village and heights of Camera. Completely overlooking it, on the far side of the Causeway Heights was what was called the North Valley, with a range of heights rising out on it, the opposite side, denominated by the Fauquelin Hills. Jack and his party, having ascended from Balaklava to the height of St. Elias, could look down into the southern valley, at the left of which they saw the tents of the heavy and light cavalry, with their horses picketed about them, while just below them were encamped Sir Colin Campbell's Highlanders. Horses, mules, carts, and vehicles of all sorts were making their way from the harbor along the well-beaten road to the Allied camps. Not a foe was in sight. Some of the officers in command of the Marines and bluejackets, who garrisoned the lines extending from St. Elias to the sea, whom Jack met, told him, however, that there were rumors of the Russians not being far off, and that they should not be surprised if they were attacked. "You'll lick 'em, of course," said Tom. "But I think they had enough of fighting on the Alma." "I'm not so certain of that," was the answer. "But Russians are brave fellows, and they would like to drive us into the sea, if they could." After spending some time with his friends, Jack returned on board, having arranged to start at daybreak the next morning. Tom and Archie again accompanied their commander. They turned out before daylight, and Jack, who was anxious to see as much as he could of the operations before Sebastopol, was ready to go on shore directly daybreak. Their horses were sorry steeds, but saved them fatigue and enabled them to get over the ground faster than they could set on foot. Remembering how acceptable were the provisions they had before taken to Sydney, Tom and Archie each carried a couple of baskets full of different articles of provender, from which they might also supply themselves when they got hungry. Jack had promised to call upon another officer who had been sleeping on shore in the Marines' quarters, and who had undertaken to act as their guide. As they were mounting the hill, the louder thunder of guns broke on their ears. "I suppose those were the siege of guns," observed Tom. "They begin work pretty early." "No, they came from the direction of the Ken Roberts Hill, to the eastward," answered Jack, "away on our right. They must be the Turkish guns in the redoubts." They hurried up the height, whence they could look down on the southern valley and across the line of the redoubts held by the Turks. They were quickly joined by Jack's friend, who, riding up, exclaimed, "We shall have some warm work before the day is over. Look, look! There come the Russians in great force over those distant heights. They evidently intend to attack the redoubts. Yes, I was sure of it. See, their leading division has already commenced the assault on Ken Roberts Hill." One of the first objects which had caught the eyes of the naval officer was the English cavalry already mounted and drawn up in front of their camps. A general officer, accompanied by other horsemen, probably a staff, went galloping by from the direction of the harbor. "There goes Lord Cardigan to join the cavalry," observed their friend. "He has been sleeping as usual on board his yacht. A pleasant way of campaigning, Rogers? However, he is no carpet king, and if the Russians come into the valley, we shall see what he and his cavalry can do." As far as the eye could reach, Jack saw masses of Russians, some advancing southward, others apparently turning off to the right along the north valley, when they were hidden from sight by the intervening ridge. Besides the Turks, the only troops to oppose them were the cavalry at the west end of the valley, the 93rd Highlanders under Sir Colin Campbell, and the Marines and Naval Brigade on the heights of Balaklava, with a battery of field guns. Some little way from the foot of the hills, and almost directly in front of the gorge leading to the harbor, in which stood the little village of Kedekoi, was a long, low hillock running east and west, and inside it, that is to say, to the south of it, was the Highland camp. On this hillock, the gallant 93rd was drawn up. An officer had been observed galloping at full speed towards Sebastopol, evidently to inform the commander-in-chief of the appearance of the foe. Jack at once abandoned all idea of visiting Sydney, as he was sure that the chief part of the fighting, if there was to be a battle, would not be far off. The Russians, who had for some minutes been assaulting the first Turkish battery, now pushed forward in the overwhelming numbers. In vain the Turks fought to defend the post committed to them. The enemy swarmed over their entrenchments, while at the same time another equally large body assailed the second redoubt. For some time the fight raged fiercely. The Turks were defending themselves with their accustomed bravery, a few hundred men against the seemingly countless hordes led to the attack. "If they can but hold out to the arrival of the succor Lord Raglan, will certainly send them. It will be a great thing, but the odds are fearfully against them," observed Jack. Scarcely had he made the remark when one or two figures were seen leaping over their trenches and descending the hill. More followed, as fast, Tom declared, as sands run out through the hole in the bottom of a bag. And then came others, till all the survivors of those who had garrisoned the fort were in full flight. In a few minutes, the Turks in No. 2 battery, also taking to flight, came scampering down the side of the hill, making their way across the valley. Jack could only hope that the remainder of the batteries might be held till the relief could reach them. As it proved, he was disappointed. Presently, to the Turks and all the other batteries, seeing the fate of their own countrymen, broke away from their posts and, rushing at headlong speed down the hillside, were seen crossing the valley to Balaklava. Those who were escaping from the first two batteries being followed by Cossack cavalry, spearing all that they overtook. Had not the English light cavalry made a demonstration as if about to charge, many more would have been killed. Meanwhile, the Russian artillery poured down upon them the fire of their guns. As they approached, a naval officer who had hurried to the ground did his best to rally them, but though he succeeded with some, nothing could stop the rest till they reached the neighborhood of the harbor. Jack and his party hurried down to assist the officer who, with cheery voice and gestures, was endeavored to rally the Turks and induce them to form up on the right of the Highlanders. Having done all they could, the party rode up to higher ground, whence they could better witness what was going forward. In the far distance, to the north of the Col, Jack could distinguish through his glass a group of officers whom he guessed must be Lord Raglan and his staff, who had hastened up to direct the coming battle, while the heads of French and English columns were observed marching from the direction of Sebastopol. Soon after this, Jack and his companions, who were watching the English cavalry, expecting to see some of them sent in pursuit of the Cossacks, greatly to their surprise, observed the whole of them moving to the northward over the ridge till they were lost to sight, summoned apparently by one of the Lord Raglan's aides de camp, thus leaving Balaklava without any other defense than the Highlanders and the battery of the field guns. At this juncture, a large body of Russian cavalry appeared in the direction of the 3rd and 4th redoubts, having come thus this far up the North Valley. Just then the English batteries on the edge of the Chersonese opened up on them. This turned them, and they came moving over the causeway as if about to descend into the South Valley, while the Russian artillery, which had advanced over the ridge, opened fire on the Highlanders and Turks, who were posted at the foot of Balaklava Heights. Sir Colin, therefore, ordered them to move back to the foot of a hillock, which they had before crowned, and to lie down under shelter. Directly afterwards, 4 squadrons of the Russian cavalry detached from the larger mass came shaping their way across the southern valley towards the gorge which led them to the harbor, the defense of which had been confided to the Highlanders, who were now supported by 100 invalid soldiers marched up from Balaklava. Directly the Russian cavalry were seen, the greater number of the Turks, thoroughly disorganized by their previous defeat, again took to flight, and rushed off towards the harbor, shrieking out, "Ship! Ship! Ship!" as if their only hope of escaping was to get on board the vessels in the harbor. The Highlanders, who were still lying down, watched them with contemptuous looks, and not a little merriment, as they observed the frightened expressions of their countenances. Within sight, behind them, was the Highlanders' camp, as the terror-stricken Osmanlis were scampering away past it. Some even attempting to find shelter within it, there issued forth a tall figure with a thick stick in hand, who, by her dress, was seen to be a female of Amazonian proportions. Shouting loudly in Gaelic, she ordered the fugitive Turks to return to their ranks, but her voice being unheeded, she placed herself before them and attempted to drive them back with her cudgel. Her efforts being still of no avail, were striking at several on either side. She rushed at a big, burly-looking Turk who was coming headlong towards her, and seizing him by his jacket, began belaboring his back and his head with a fury which was likely to prove as effective as the shot of the enemy, from whom he was trying to escape, and sending him to enjoy the bliss of paradise. Shouts of laughter burst from her friends in the distance as they witnessed her exploit. The Osmanli, on whom she had seized, roared out for mercy, till at length she let him go, giving him a shove towards the positions he had deserted, while she kept flourishing her club behind him until he returned to his post. Whether or not she added materially to the strength of Sir Colin's force may be doubted, but the incident had a good effect upon her Highland countrymen, reminding them that they had not only their own lives to defend, but hers and others in the camp in their rear. In spite of the serious state of affairs, Jack and those around him could not help bursting into fits of laughter, though they themselves were not free from danger. For occasionally a round shot came flying towards them from the Russian guns, but with not sufficient frequency to make them shift the advantageous ground they occupied for witnessing what was going forward. Sir Colin was now left, exclusive of a small body of Turks who still kept their ground, with scarcely 600 men to defend the approach to Balaklava. The veteran general felt the gravity of the occasion, but his stout heart did not quail, for he knew well that the brave men under him would stand firm. Riding down the line, he exclaimed to them, "Remember, there is no retreat from here, men. You must die where you stand." "Aye, aye, Sir Colin, we'll do that," cried the Highlanders. The 4 squadrons of Russian cavalry, amounting to not less than 600 men, now approached over the northern side of the valley, making direct for the gorge, apparently ignorant that a body of English troops were ready to bar their way, and evidently hoping to seize one of the batteries on the side of the passage. Sir Colin allowed them to come along with musket range of a hillock, when he gave the word to his Highlanders, who, springing up in an instant afterwards, crowned the whole length of the ridge, forming a line only 2 deep. Sir Colin, confiding in their muscular power and the nature of the ground they occupied, not deeming it necessary to throw them into a square. When they saw their enemy before them, they exhibited the greatest desire to rush down into the plain and charge the cavalry with their bayonets. 93rd, 93rd, cried the old general fiercely. None of that eagerness. Sir Colin's stern voice checked the men, who now opened their fire. The Russians, evidently taken by surprise, wheeled to the left and swept around, apparently intending to attack the Highlanders on the right flank. Immediately, the Grenadier Company of the 93rd brought its left shoulder forward to show a front to the northeast, and, pouring in a rattling fire, compelled the Russian squadron again to wheel to the left, and retreat much faster than they had come. On this the English battery opened fire, considerably scattering the horsemen as they galloped back across the valley to the north to join the main body, which was seen coming over the ridge, increasing every moment in size. It looked, indeed, more as if the whole surface of the earth was moving, so compact with the dusky mass of the several thousand units which it composed. Onward it advanced, as if about to descend into the southern valley. Now was the Russian general's opportunity. As far as he could see, he only had a weak battery and 600 infantry opposed to his enormous band of horsemen. By making a sudden dash across the valley, he might annihilate the 93rd before the still distant infantry of the Allies could come to Sir Colin's relief. "Matters look serious," observed Jack. "We can scarcely dare to hope that the Highlanders will be able to withstand the charge of the prodigious body of cavalry. And if they give way, the Russians will quickly be into Balaklava. We ought to be on board to fight the ship or to get her out of the harbor, though I don't like to leave the ground while there is the chance of a turn in the state of affairs." "They'll not venture onto it," answered his friend. "See, see!" As he spoke, the cavalry halted on the side of the hill to the east of No. 5 redoubt. The Russian commander had indeed some reason to hesitate, for besides the English battery posted in his front on the side of Kadoki, which would play upon him as he advanced, he might have seen the leading files of a French column appearing through the col, and which might, before he could overthrow the little band of Highlanders, attack him on the flank. Just then, also Jack distinguished, coming around from the north end of the ridge, several squadrons of English dragoons, their burnished helmets and breastplates glittering brightly in the rays of the sun. These were the Scots Greys, the Enniskillings, and 2 regiments of dragoon guards. They moved along at some distance from each other, riding carelessly, as if not aware of the near vicinity of the enemy. The rough nature of the ground had hidden the Russians from their view, and prevented the latter from seeing them. Scarcely, however, had their leaders caught sight of the foe, than their decision was made. While one party came between the 2 cavalry camps, the larger body formed up to the north of the light cavalry camp, directly in front of the head of the Russian squadron. "I do believe our cavalry are going to attack the Russians," exclaimed Jack. "No doubt about it," his friend answered. "That is General Scarlett at their head with his aide-de-camp, and see, that must be Lord Lucan, who has ridden up to him." What was to be done could only be judged by the movements of the squadrons. About 300 British horsemen, composed of Inniskillings and Scots Greys, were forming a line with as much care as if they were a parade. Another body of cavalry, the Dragoon Guards, were moving to the right, while two others far off, also Dragoon Guards and Royals, formed more to the north. The arrangings were speedily made. Lord Lucan came galloping back towards the Inniskillings, and General Scarlet, accompanied by 3 other persons on horseback, was seen to place himself at the head of the Scots Greys and a squadron of the Inniskillings. The enemy's cavalry had now halted to the slope of the hill, General Scarlet giving the order to advance, his sword glittering in the rays of the sun. He, with his 3 companions, dashed forward, followed by the gallant troop of the cavalry, their horses' hoofs shaking the ground, as if they rushed towards the enormous body of Russians. "They must be swallowed up and annihilated," exclaimed one of Jack's companions. "They had no intention of letting Russians do that to them," answered Jack, "though I fear the general and his comrades will be cut into pieces before the rest of the men take over." There was but little time, however, for making many remarks. Onward at full gallop went that gallant band of horsemen, their leaders still 50 yards in advance, while a shower of bullets poured from the Russian ranks. Every moment was expected that the Russians would charge, but still motionless they stood awaiting their foe. Now, like a thunderbolt, Scarlet and his 300 horsemen hurled themselves onto the Russian cavalry, he and his companions still keeping the lead, and appearing like a sharp point of the mighty wedge of red which was clearing its onward way amid the dark gray mass of the Russians, the sword of the British troopers flashing as they whirled them left and right, or pointed them at a foe. The clash of steel and the muttered roar of the combatants being heard far away across the valley. On and on went those daring horsemen until the greater number seemed engulfed, though not overwhelmed. For still the red coats and those flashing blades could be seen ever surging onward amid the surrounding mass of gray. The Russians had thrown out a wing on their left flank, and notwithstanding the prowess of the British horsemen in their midst, there was no signs of their giving way. The spectators on the heights watched the combatants with a burning anxiety, expressed by the broken ejaculations they now and anon uttered. Still the tall horsemen, towering above their dark-coated antagonists, moved here and there, cutting their way as best they could amid the mass, who yielded as they advanced only to close again. Anxiety for the fate of those who had thus hurled themselves amid numberless foes continued to increase, when the regiment of Innisklings dragoons on the English right went thundering down on the Russian left flank, while the dragoon guards dashed forward to attack their front. The loyals next advanced at the gallop towards the squadron sent out on the Russian right flank, and another regiment of dragoons, which had just appeared on the ground, keeping close under the hill, assailed the enemy on the same flank, while numerous other horsemen, among whom was a butcher in his shirt sleeves and several without helmets or breastplates, were seen galloping up from the camp to join the fight. Scarcely had the last arrived squadron of Innisklings cast itself the headlong speed on the Russians than their deep-seared ranks began to relax. Many an eye was watching the gallant leader of the charge, who, fighting his way around the right with a portion of his troopers, at length emerged on the left flank of the Russians, shortly afterwards followed by the colonel of one of the regiments, who immediately ordered the trumpeter to sound the rally, the other officers also quickly reforming their men. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 16, Part 2. The whole mass of Russians had by this time begun to heave upwards against the slope of the hill. The horsemen on the outside were first seen breaking away, and the next instant the whole of the vast body began to disperse, retreating, and endeavoring to save themselves by flight, followed by some of the victorious troopers, who were, however, as speedily as possible recalled to save them from being exposed to the fire of the Russian artillery, which would have opened on them from the opposite heights. As the enemy were seen in flight, the 93rd, which had been among the most eager of the spectators, greeted them by a loud cheer, while Sir Colin Campbell, his countenance beaming with delight, was seen to gallop forward and taking off his hat to compliment the Greys on their gallantry. Long as the time had appeared during which this strange combat had taken place, Jack, on pulling out his watch, discovered that but 8 minutes had passed from the time when General Scarlet, at the head of his 300th, threw himself at his foes, till they were on full flight up the hill. Jack and his naval companions, who freely criticized all that occurred, had been watching with astonishment the Light Brigade, to the number of nearly 700, who all this time, drawn up on the side of the hill, had been spectators of the fight, without attempting to take the least part in it. "I suppose we shall hear all about it," said Jack. "But to me it seems one of the most surprising things, and I suspect that the fellows themselves must have chafed not a little at being thus kept back, when they would have done such good service by following the enemy, and rendering their overthrow even more complete than it has been." As there appeared to be no more chance of seeing any fighting where they then were, the party of naval officers directed their course towards the high ground on the Chersonese, whence they could look up the North Valley, at the eastern end of which it was evident the greater part of the Russian army was posted. As they rode along, they passed 2 French brigades, which had hitherto been watching the southern valley. The French officers greeted them in a friendly way, one and all expressing their admiration at the gallant exploit just performed by the heavy brigade. They caught sight directly afterwards of an English brigade, which they learned was General Cathcart's, coming down from the Chersonese. Trotting on, they themselves were about to climb up the heights on their left, where Lord Raglan and his staff were stationed, when some of the party proposed that they should turn to the right along the Woronzow road, in the direction of the redoubts now occupied by the Russians. "We shall be able to beat a timely retreat if necessary," said Jack, "and we shall, from one of the higher points, have a view of what is going on in the North Valley as well as in the south." Without further discussion as to the wisdom of their proceeding, they trotted on eastward towards the Woronzow road, keeping a bright lookout ahead, in order that they might avoid getting under the fire of the Russian riflemen who might be advancing along the causeway. Before leaving the hills of Balaklava, they had observed that the Russians had not got farther west along the causeway than No. 3 redoubt, known as the Aratabia redoubt. On they went, till they reached a height a little to the west of No. 4 redoubt, whence they had an excellent view up and down the North Valley, as well as across it to the Fedukin hills, where they saw that the Russians were strongly posted. The Light Brigade had by this time moved from its former position down into the western end of the North Valley, where also the heavy cavalry regiments were drawn up, as well as the magnificent body of French cavalry under General Maurice. Far off, at the distance of 1.5 miles, they could see a large battery of Russian guns, supported by enormous masses of cavalry. Jack and his companions continued their comments on all they saw. "To my mind," observed Jack, "the first thing to be done would be to retake the redoubts and prevent the Russians from carrying off the guns they captured from the Turks. I suppose that is what General Cathcart will do when he reaches the causeway, though he is a long time coming. And if I were Lord Raglan, I should be in a considerable rage with him. I only wish we had a few hundred of our blue jackets. We should very soon, I suspect, be masters of one or more of the redoubts the Russians have got hold of." "See, see," cried Tom, "here comes an aide-de-camp from Lord Raglan. For my part, I believe that the cavalry will do the work if General Cathcart does not come up in time." Just as this remark was made, the English infantry were seen descending along the Woronzow road. As they marched on the left, some troops in the 2 western redoubts deserted by the Turks, and the naval officers had to move down the hill a little way to allow them to pass on to the No. 4 redoubt, close to which General Cathcart halted his troops. As he did so, a cloud of skirmishers were seen advancing along the causeway towards the Russians in front of the Arvatibia. Here the general appeared to have made up his mind to remain, instead of advancing and driving the Russians before him, as Jack thought he would. Having got it clear of the English infantry, the naval officers again took up their post on the top of the hill, whence they could look directly down on the heavy and light cavalry brigades, near which they distinguished Lord Lucan, the general commanding them. "I wonder nothing is being done," exclaimed Jack at length. "If they don't look sharp about it, these Russians will carry off the Turkish guns in spite of them. Here comes an officer at all events from Lord Raglan, in hot haste. He must be a first-rate horseman," exclaimed one of the naval officers, "or he would break his neck coming down that steep hill." As he spoke, he pointed to the side of the Chersonese, down which an aide-de-camp was seen galloping at a speed of which few horsemen over such ground would have ventured. Though every moment it seemed that his horse must come down and crush him as it fell, he continued his course in safety, and then came galloping up to Lord Lucan. "He's saying something pretty strong, if we are able to judge by his gestures," observed Jack. "See, he is pointing with his sword up the valley. No, it must be at the Russians on the causeway. He's ordering the cavalry to do just what those infantry fellows ought to have done long ago. And they would have done it if they had their will." "I know that aide-de-camp," remarked one of the party. "He is Captain Nolan. He belongs to the General Airy's staff." Directly afterwards, Lord Lucan was seen addressing Lord Cardigan, who immediately galloped forwards towards where the light cavalry was drawn up. "See, the regiments of light cavalry are forming line. They are going to attack the Russians near the redoubts after all," exclaimed Jack. "The heavy cavalry is preparing to support them. They will drive away the Russians as chaff before the wind." After this, few remarks were made by any of the group, so deeply interested were they in watching what was going forward. Lord Cardigan was seen to place himself at the head of the light cavalry, while Lord Lucan came closer to them. All eyes, however, were riveted on Lord Cardigan and the light cavalry. He could easily be distinguished by his commanding yet slight figure. As he sat upon his tall charger, at a distance of some 5 horses' length, in front of a line, which now began to advance. The spectators expected to see the light cavalry wheel with their left shoulders towards the Russians on their right front, whom it was supposed they were about to attack. Instead of doing so, Lord Cardigan, sitting in his saddle, with his face down the valley, galloped on straight before him. Scarcely he had gone 100 paces, when a figure, recognized at once as that of Captain Nolan, was seen to dash out from the left of the line, and to gallop diagonally across the front. The aide-de-camp was waving his sword, pointing eagerly towards the Russians on the right, who were engaged in endeavoring to carry off the guns captured from the Turks. He had just passed Lord Cardigan, when a shell burst close to him, and his horse, wheeling suddenly, dashed back towards the advancing ranks. At the same moment, his sword falling from his hand, while his arm remained extended, a fearful shriek, unlike anything human, burst from him, and his horse passing between the 13th Light Dragoons, he at length fell to the ground a lifeless corpse. If, as it seemed certain, his object had been to point out the direction the cavalry were to charge, Lord Cardigan took no notice of it, but continued on right down the valley towards the Russian guns and masses of Russian horsemen at its eastern end. "Good heavens, they will be annihilated!" exclaimed Jack. "Where are they going?" Well might he have said that, for in a short time, from the heights on either side, the Russians began to pour down showers of shots and shell and rifle balls upon the devoted bands. Many were seen to drop. Riderless horses came galloping back, some falling in their course, others uttering cries of agony from the wounds they had received. Here and there human forms could be distinguished, some lying in the quiet of death, others writhing on the ground or endeavoring to drag themselves back to the valley. Now the guns in front sent forth their deadly missiles, filling the air with dense clouds of smoke into which the cavalry charged with headlong speed. While the light brigade was thus rushing on apparently to utter destruction, the heavy cavalry was advancing, following Lord Lucan. "Can he be going to lead them to the destruction to which he was consigned, the light cavalry?" exclaimed one of the naval officers. "Thank heaven, no," observed Jack. "They have had a taste already of what they would have to go through. See, they halted. Though why does he not lead them up to attack the Russians on his right, I cannot make out." The heavy cavalry had already lost several men under the withering fire to which they had been exposed during the few minutes their advance had lasted, and they were now compelled to remain inactive while the action was going forward, as the brethren of the light cavalry had been in the morning. It was pretty evident that Lord Lucan could not be aware of the enemy on his right, or he would at once have found ample work for his heavy horsemen. At this juncture, a portion of the French cavalry, the famous regiment d'Alonville, was observed to be moving forward, sweeping around the western base of the Feducan hills, up which they charged, rushing forward as fast as the uneven nature of the ground would allow them at the Russian infantry and artillery which they had so long been posted there. As they approached, the artillery limbered up and galloped off to the eastward, while the infantry quickly retreated, though not till many of the gallant Frenchmen's saddles had been emptied. Several minutes of awful suspense had passed away since the last of the red line of light cavalry had been seen rushing into the cloud of smoke. The guns which had dealt death into their ranks and ceased to roar. But what had become of them, or of the brave horsemen, it was impossible to say. At length here and there a single horseman was seen moving slowly back, he or his charger sorely wounded. Now more and more appeared several, alas, being seen to drop as they retired. The whole centre of the valley, as far as the eye could reach, being strewed with the bodies of men and horses. As a cloud of smoke cleared off, a dark mass only could be discerned in the distance, the glitter of sword blades and the confused murmurs of voices, which came up the valley along indicating that the fight was still raging, sounds ever and anon of musketry being added to it. At length the numbers of those who were coming up the valley increased. Among them appeared the tall form of their leader, he and his horse uninjured. Then came larger parties, followed again by single horsemen and men on foot, still exposed to the fire from the causeway. Presently, a number of Cossacks came galloping after the fugitives, sparing some and taking others prisoners. But just then the Russian guns on the causeway ridge again opened, and the Cossacks were compelled to abandon the pursuit, many of those whom they had surrounded making their escape. The naval officers now rode back to the slope at the foot of the Chersonese, on which considerable groups had assembled, and towards which the gallant men who had come out from amid that valley of death were now collecting. The officers were speaking eagerly to them. Surgeons who had hurried down were attending to the wounded. Several parties were on their way into the valley to endeavor to bring in those who were on the ground still, unable to move. Among the last to come in was an officer on a weary horse, which could scarcely drag itself up the valley. Numerous persons went forward to meet him. "That is Lord George Paget," said one of the naval officers. He had, with Colonel Douglas, led out the remnant of the 4th Light Dragoons and a portion of the 11th Hussars. Not only had the brigade, though separated into several bands, broken through the guns, but driving the Russian horsemen before them, and finally breaking through all the oppositions, had made their way again up the valley, passing directly in front of a large body of Russian lancers, and once more, under a fire of shot and shell, they returned to the foot of the Chersonese. The naval officers could not naturally tear themselves from the scene, for some stragglers and riderless chargers were coming in, and then there was the numbering of horses, and afterwards the melancholy roll call of the gallant brigade, which half an hour before had numbered nearly 700 horsemen. Not 200 an hour made fit for duty. 113 men had been killed, 134 wounded, while close upon 500 horses were killed, or rendered unfit for service. Now came the sad work of searching for the slain, who could be reached and brought in for burial. But numbers still lay where the fire of the Russian batteries commanded the ground. As they could not be interred until a cessation of arms was agreed on for the purpose, many a gallant trooper hurried forward notwithstanding to search for his wounded officers or comrades, and several were thus saved from perishing on the battlefield. Another scene took place, trying to many a trooper had been managed to bring his wounded steed out of the fight. The farriers went round to examine those which had been rendered unserviceable by their hurts. Some of the men pleaded hard for those that were condemned, in the hopes that they might recover, but the farriers knew well that they would never again be fit to carry their riders in the fight. "Sure, it's myself would rather have been wounded than the poor baste," exclaimed an Irish trooper, throwing his arm around his horse's neck. "You wouldn't have shot me at all events. Just be after letting him live for a few days at least, and I'll see what I can do to doctor him. I'm obeying orders, Pat, I tell you. If he gets stiff, he'll never carry you 50 yards, much less than the 1.5 you galloped over this afternoon," was the answer. Poor Pat, whose hacked blade showed the deadly work he had been doing, burst into tears, as the farrier led off his well-beloved horse to the spot appointed for its execution, where with upwards of 40 others it was shot. As it was too late by this time to go on to the guards' camp, Jack, considering it his duty to sleep on board, and having had the satisfaction to hear that Sydney was well, and of sending him a message, he and his party returned to Balaklava. Tom and Archie were full of the exploits they had witnessed, and were so excited did they become in describing them to their messmates, that they declared that they would give up the service and try and get their friends to obtain them commissions in the cavalry. "Which means that your friends are to buy you commissions, which will cost them some thousands to begin with, besides finding you 500 or 600 a year to enable you to live like the rest of your brother officers," observed the assistant surgeon. "I should just like to have the fortune which is lost to his family by each of the poor fellows who bit the dust this afternoon in yonder valley of death. I'd quit the service, you may depend on that, and buy a good practice on shore, with enough to set up my carriage at once." The next morning Tom and Archie had changed their minds, and had resolved to continue serving their queen and country afloat. Jack, finding that he could not sail till the evening, went on shore, taking the 2 midshipmen with him, to make another attempt to visit Sydney. Having obtained the steeds they had ridden the previous day, they took the way to the Col, halting on the first high ground they reached. They saw that the Russians still retained in considerable force the redoubts they had won from the Turks. "They seem unpleasantly close to our lines," observed Tom to Archie. "Our fellows must keep pretty wide awake, or they will be taking us by surprise some fine morning." "Trust Sir Colin Campbell for that," answered Archie. "We Highlanders are not men to be found napping in the face of an enemy." They had not gone far when they met Lord Raglan and some of his staff, and presently afterwards Sir Colin Campbell came up, and when an earnest conversation took place between the 2 generals. Jack was moving on with his 2 midshipmen, when an aide-de-camp overtook him, from whom he heard that it was in contemplation to abandon Balaklava, that the ships' guns and stores not in use were to be embarked, and that all the vessels not required were to go out of the harbor, or to be moved lower down towards its mouth. Disappointed again, Jack had to return on board to carry out his orders. He, however, gave the midshipmen leave to go as far as the guards' camp, with directions to return immediately they had communicated with Sydney. In high glee they rode on, determined, if possible, not to be again stopped. Having passed through the Col, they skirted the edge of the Chersonese to the right, when a windmill, for which they were told to steer their course, appeared in sight. After going about 2 miles, they reached the guards' camp, on some level ground at the top of the plateau. Sydney was seated in his tent, unwashed and unshaven, wrapped in his great coat, looking very unlike the trim guardsman Tom that hitherto seen him. He had just come in from the trenches. Having thanked the 2 midshipmen for the welcome provisions they brought him, he made them sit down, one on a portmanteau turned sideways, the other on his only spare camp stool. "So you have come to witness the glories of war, Tom," said Sydney, with a faint smile. "For my part, I confess, I wish we could have another stand-up fight, and get over the work in the trenches. I can tell you it is not very pleasant to stand out in the cold for hours together, with the chance of being shot at any moment. Archie and I couldn't help wishing that we were dragoons, with the chance of charging the enemy in the magnificent way we saw General Scarlet and his heavy cavalry do yesterday," said Tom. "Such a chance doesn't come more than once in a campaign, and you wouldn't exactly wish to perform the feat the unfortunate light cavalry had to go through yesterday, from what I hear," said Sidney. "Stick to the Navy, lads. You have the best of it." Luncheon was scarcely over when a rattling fire was heard, followed by the sound of heavy guns. "There's something going forward," cried Sidney, going out of the tent. In an instant the whole camp was astir. The bugles sounded, and the brigade of guards fell in, orders having been received to march northward along the heights in the direction of Inkerman. The midshipmen, forgetting the caution they had received to return immediately to Balaklava, hurried forward, taking their way somewhat to the left of the line on which the guards had marched, who were thus on their right. "Push along!" cried Tom. "We haven't much time to lose, and we must see some of the fun at all events." The direction they had taken led them along a high spur of the hill, past a small body of soldiers, some of whom called to them, but not hearing what they said, they went on. When, coming to the extreme end of the spur, they saw a deep glen before them. Plunging into it, they quickly climbed up on the other side, when they again found themselves on high ground. Just as they reached it, a loud rattle of musketry saluted their ears, and they caught sight of a large body of Russians making their way over another hill on their right, their advance opposed by some English light troops who were skirmishing in their front. On the looking back, somewhat to their right, they caught sight of a brigade of English troops drawn up, and apparently standing at their ease, spectators of the fight. They could make out, however, in front of them, 2 or 3 batteries of guns. On came the Russians. Every moment it seemed as if a general battle would begin. "I wish we had rifles," cried Tom. "We'd go and join these brave fellows and help to keep the Russians back." "No, no," answered Archie. "That isn't our duty. The soldiers can do very well without us." "Well then, let's go to our left and see some bluejackets," said Tom, who had been looking through his telescope. "To my mind, we ought then to be out about ship, and find our way to where we left our horses, and we shall be getting into a scrape." To reach the spot at which Tom pointed, they had again to descend into another valley, and to climb up some steep height, but this was a feat that they easily performed. Scarcely, however, had they got there than they caught sight of a body of redcoats farther down the glen, firing rapidly as they retired before a dense mass of Russians. The English soldiers they made out in a short time to be guardsmen, who, though retreating, were doing so with a definite object, and were certainly not running away. The midshipmen soon saw, a little in the rear of where they were standing, a trench towards which apparently the guards were making their way. Archie suggested that they also should get behind the trench, and there do their best to help the guards in resisting the enemy. Tom agreed that it was the wisest thing they could do. Scarcely had they got behind it than the English soldiers, numbering no more than 60 men, who had hitherto been retreating, came to a halt, and getting behind the trench, stood shoulder to shoulder, as if reminded to bar the further progress of the Russian column. In vain the Russian officers endeavored to get their men to advance. Whenever they did so, they were met by rattling fire and a bristling line of bayonets. Thousands might have been in the rear, but they could make no impression on the gallant little band. Scarcely had the guards come to a halt than from the very midst of the Russian column 2 persons sprang out, and were received in their midst with a shout of joy. They proved to be one of their captains and a sergeant, whom they supposed had been taken prisoners or killed by the Russians. The officer advised the midshipmen to go, as they could do no good where they were. "But before we wish you good-bye, sir, may we ask how you managed to get out alive from among so many Russians?" inquired Tom. "In a very unexpected manner," answered the officer. "I had gone with the sergeant to some distance ahead of the men, when on turning an angle we found ourselves confronted by a whole mass of Russians hurrying up at a great rate, apparently intending to effect a surprise. The first men we saw fired at us, and after we had retreated up the hill, several followed. intending to make us prisoners, but we knocked them over with the butts of our rifles. We then found ourselves hurried along by the advancing masses of the enemy. As we had on our greatcoats, the fresh men did not recognize us, and by taking care not to keep near the same persons longer than we could help, we were carried on till we caught sight of our own men directly in front of us. And the Russians, thinking we were going to lead them against their foes, we were able, without a blow aimed at us, to leap into the midst of our friends. "It was indeed a wonderful escape," said Tom, "but I wish you would let us stop and help with you. We could use our rifles as well as your men." To this the officer would not consent, again urging them to make their good retreat, while they could do so without risk. After going a little way up the valley, they began to ascend the steep side of the hill, to a place where they were protected from the shot which flew high over the heads of the gallant band below. On reaching the summit, they saw before them a battery manned by English sailors. They made their way into it, and as it was upon high ground, they could see, on their right, vast masses of Russians, who, having driven back by the English skirmishers, now crowned the top of a high hill. The enemy soon afterwards, bringing up several field pieces, began to fire at the English brigade in their front. Scarcely had they begun to do so than the English guns rapidly replied, their shot taking fearful effect upon the closely pressed body of Russians, which seemed rent and torn in every direction by the iron showers hurled in their midst. For some time the Russians stood their ground bravely, and more masses coming on, they threatened not only to cut off the gallant little band in the valley below, but to surround the battery in which the midshipmen were posted, and towards which several of the enemy's guns were now directed. The shot came flying into and around it. The bluejackets who manned the guns returned the fire with interest. But first one was struck, then another, and there appeared every probability that the battery would be overwhelmed. Dangerous as was the position into which the midshipmen had got, they were ashamed to retreat. Several more men had been killed, when a sergeant hurried into the battery, ordering the naval officer in command to spike his guns and retreat. "When my captain directs me to do so, I will obey," was the answer. "In the meantime, this gun will be of service." As he spoke, the Russians who had been driven up the hill on the right were seen climbing up the sides of the valley, threatening to take the battery in reverse. Not a moment was to be lost. By immense exertion, part of the parapet was thrown down. "Lend a hand, all of you," cried the naval officer. His appeal was responded to. The gun being slewed around by the sailors and a few soldiers, the midshipmen exerting themselves with hearty goodwill, it was fired directly down upon the enemy with such effect that they immediately abandoned their intention of making their way in that direction, and retreated with the rest of the attacking force towards Sebastopol. "Hurrah! We've done for them!" cried Tom, unable to restrain his feelings of satisfaction, while the gun continued to hurl its missiles into the midst of the enemy as long as they were in sight. The midshipmen, on their way back, fell in with the officer whose acquaintance they had just before made, and found that he and his gallant little band, with the aid of another small party, had not only defeated their host of foes, but they succeeded in making several of them prisoners. They now hurried back under the guidance of brother officer of Sidney's to the guards' camp. Sidney himself soon after arrived, and after rowing the midshipmen for having unnecessarily thrust their noses into danger, and giving Tom a message for Jack, bade them hasten back to Balaklava as fast as their steeds could carry them. They got a slight glimpse of the field of Inkerman, on which, before many days were over, a desperate battle was to be fought. From the high ground on which they stood near the guards' camp, they could look down into a deep valley covered with brushwood, with a line of lofty hills on the farther side. By urging on their steeds, they got back to the harbor before dark. On reaching the ship, they heard that Lord Raglan had given up his intention of abandoning Balaklava. Next morning, the Tornado had sailed for Constantinople, with a number of sick, wounded men. Several poor fellows died on the voyage, and the rest were carried to the hospital in Scutari. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce McCready. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston, Chapter 17. The Tornado, exerting her steam powers to the utmost, was on her way back to Balaclava. On the 13th of November, the glass fell. The weather, which had hitherto been calm and sunny, began to change, and there was every indication of a heavy gale. The commander knew that his safest course would be to run back to Constantinople, but his orders were to proceed to Balaclava without loss of time. Soon after sunset, a heavy squall struck the ship, followed by fitful gusts, gradually increasing in strength, while the hitherto calm sea was covered with foaming waves, through which the tornado forced her way. Most of the officers were on deck, for few felt inclined to turn in. The lieutenant stood near the commander, ready to carry out his orders, while the midshipmen were collected in a group on the quarterdeck. "Seems pretty likely to prove a heavy squall," observed Tom. "You may call it a hurricane, lad, and you won't be far out," observed Joss Green, who overheard him. "May heaven have mercy on the unfortunate vessels caught by it outside the harbor. The holding ground is none of the best." During the remainder of the night, the tornado stood on, a bright lookout being kept for any vessels which might, rather than trust to their anchors, be endeavoring to haul off the land. Though none but the most powerful steamers, or very well-handled vessels, could hope to do so successfully with the fierce gale now blowing. As morning broke, the high cliffs of the Crimean coast could be seen ahead, while the masts of numerous vessels were distinguishable rolling from side to side, or tossed wildly up and down amid the sheets of spray which flew off the troubled waters. Jack could trust to his engines, and Josh Green, who was thoroughly acquainted with the entrance to the Balaclava harbor, undertook, if necessary, to carry in the ship, though there was risk of running afoul of some of the numberless vessels brought up before it. "Our orders are to go in, and the dispatches we carry may be of an importance," observed Jack. The tornado accordingly stood on. As she approached, the fearful danger to which the ships at anchor were exposed became more and more evident. Over many of the smaller vessels the sea was making a clean breach, sweeping their decks aft and fore. Several of the larger ones were dragging their anchors, and 3 or 4 vessels had already broken away from them, and were driving rapidly towards the threatening rocks which frowned under the lee. Steamers were endeavoring to get up their steam, but too many had been caught unawares, and before they could get their engines to work, might be driving helplessly towards the cliffs. Such was the spectacle which presented itself when the tornado was still at some distance off. As she drew near, it was seen that matters were even worse than anticipated. "There are 3 vessels on shore already," cried Higson, who had been looking through his glass. "Their masts are gone, but I can make out their hulls, with the sea breaking over them and flying high up the cliffs. And there goes another large craft, a screw from her appearance. Had she got up her steam in time, she might have worked off the shore, but as is, no power can save her." As he spoke, the vessel at which he pointed was seen, by those who had their glasses at their eyes, to strike an outer reef. The next instant, her hull was scarcely visible from the mass of foaming breakers which dashed furiously over her, and ere another minute had passed, she looked as if utterly torn to pieces, her vast hull rapidly melting away, until scarcely a single dark spot remained to show where her stout timbers had lately been. "Can any of the poor fellows have escaped?" asked Tom. "Not one," answered Green, "and from the size of the ship her crew must have numbered upwards of 100. It's only to be hoped that her passengers had landed. She was, I suspect, a large screw we saw pass through the straits a few days ago with troops and stores. There must be a fearful loss of life." Jack was consulting with Higson as to the best means of rendering assistance to the vessels most in peril. Several had signals of distress flying. He was steering towards one of the nearest, over which the sea was breaking with extreme violence. It would be impossible to run alongside her, but ropes might hove on board as the tornado passed within a comparatively safe distance. Jack stood on, intent on his mission of mercy, but when his ship was scarcely 3 cables' length from the hapless vessel, a heavy sea with a prodigious crest went hissing towards her, just as a previous one of less height passing on had lifted her stern. The mass of water rolled onwards. For an instant her masts could be seen inclining forward, but her bows never again rose, and the foaming waves leaped wildly over the spot where she had been. Not a human being could be discovered to whom a rope or lifebuoy might have been thrown. The latter, indeed, would have been useless, for even had a struggling swimmer clung to it, he must ultimately have been driven towards the cruel rocks on which the sea was fiercely beating. But another sight, still more fearful, was to be witnessed. A Turkish line of battleship lay some way out, pitching heavily into the seas. Suddenly her cables parted. Her vast bulk availed her not. The savage seas caught her on the broadside. An attempt might have been made to cut away her masts, but long before the task could be accomplished, she heeled over, till the water rushed in through her lee ports. "She's gone! She's gone! No power can save her!" exclaimed Higgins. She never rose again on an even keel. For a few minutes her dark hull could be seen, the waves dashing over it. It sank lower and lower. Again her masts rose suddenly, but already the foaming waters were above her bulwarks, and ere another minute had passed, her mastheads had disappeared beneath the surface. Many a stout heart on board the Tornado uttered a cry of grief as they saw the catastrophe. Long before they could reach the spot, the strongest swimmers of her crew must have perished. Not a human being could be discovered amid the tumbling seas. Jack was unwilling to run into port while he could hope to render assistance to any of his fellow creatures. Several vessels had signals of distress flying, and others could be seen in the distance, either driving towards the shore or pitching so heavily into the seas that it was evident that they were in the greatest possible danger of going down. Jack had been looking at one some way off along the coast when his attention was directed to another vessel to the northward. When he next turned his head, the first had disappeared suddenly. In those few short moments, she must have gone down with all on board. They had now to decide whether they would run into the harbor or keep the sea. Green urged that they should not venture near the coast, for should anything go wrong in the machinery, the Tornado must inevitably be driven on shore. The difficulty of entering the harbor was increased in consequence of several vessels, some of which had brought up off it, others having been drifted in that direction. The Tornado's head was accordingly brought around during a lull, and with top-gallant masts on deck and yards pointed to the wind, she stood offshore. "We came around not a minute too soon," observed Green as he watched the progress the ship was making. "We are going ahead in scarcely half a knot an hour." Another vessel still lay a considerable way out on the port bow. "She'll not keep afloat many minutes longer," observed Higgson, who had been watching her, "unless she parts from her anchors, and then it'll only be to get out of the frying pan into the fire." "We might reach her, and should she appear likely to go down, we might get the crew out of her," observed Jack. "It will be no easy matter, but it may be done," answered Higgson. "We'll try it," cried Jack, giving directions to Green, who was standing by the men at the helm, to edge the ship off towards the transport. As they approached her, they saw that they were arriving not a moment too soon. Already the seas were sweeping over her deck, and it seemed that each plunge she made would be her last. Jack determined to steer up on her starboard side. Picked hands were stationed in the rigging, and in every spot whence ropes could be hove on board to assist the crew in escaping. They could scarcely hope to save all, but some by activity might avail themselves of the assistance offered them. The chief danger in the undertaking was that the sides of the vessels might strike each other, or that the rigging might get foul. To guard against this as much as possible, the lower and topsail braces were manned, ready to brace round smartly in the event of her yards fouling those of the other vessel, and men were stationed with axes and tomahawks to cut the ropes. The Tornado stood on until she was nearly astern of the vessel she was about to assist. The faces of the crew could be seen as they turned their eyes towards the coming succor. While they clung onto the rigging and bulwarks of their ship, ready to seize the ropes hove to them, the danger to the tornado was very great, for should the cable of the vessel ahead give away at that critical moment, she might be hurled against her bows, when, in all probability, both vessels would go down together. The tornado's progress in the teeth of the gale was very slow, and the fear was that the vessel ahead would go down before she could reach her. On the other hand, when once she got alongside, more time would be allowed to the crew to leap on board. At length, the tornado's bows were up to the transport's quarter, but not till she was completely alongside, and both vessels could rise and fall on the same seas, could any attempt be made to rescue the crew. "Don't heave a rope until I order you, and take care that the men are secure before you haul in," cried Jack. More than another minute passed. Green, who was with 2 hands to assist them, was at the helm, skillfully brought her alongside. "Now heave!" cried Jack, and 20 ropes or more were hove with good will on board the sinking vessel. Most of them were eagerly seized by the almost despairing crew. Some fastened them around their waists. Others, grasping tightly, attempted to leap onto the tornado's bulwarks. Some succeeded and were seized by the hands of those on board. Others missed their footing and, with shrieks of despair, letting go their hold, dropped into the intervening space. Many still remained on board. More ropes were hove to them. Of these, several were officers, warned by the fate of those who had failed to leap on board the tornado. Each of them, as he caught a rope, secured it around his waist, some springing into the main, others into the mizzen rigging, thus attaining a greater height. Among them, Jack observed one who wore a naval uniform, though he had as yet been unable to distinguish his features. The risk the tornado was running of falling on board the vessel was very great, and Jack was about reluctantly to give the order to sheer off from her, when he saw the remainder of those on deck prepared to make the desperate leap which would either terminate in their destruction or place them in comparative safety. Just at that moment, as his eye fixed on the naval officer, he recognized Murray. "I must save him, at all events," was the thought which passed through his mind. Murray had grasped the rope, which he was fastening around his waist. He sprang into the main rigging of the ship and stood waiting for a favorable opportunity to take the desperate leap. Jack pointed him out to Higson, who, securing himself in the same manner, sprang up to the hammock nettings and, stretching out his hand, stood ready to grasp him. In another instant, the 2 vessels must either be separated or be hurled against each other. Murray stood calmly, holding onto the rigging by one hand, while with keen eye he watched the movements of the tornado. Now her side rolled away from him. Now it again approached, and seemed to be sinking far lower down than the level on which he stood. It was the moment for which he had waited. Letting go his hold, he sprang with outstretched arms towards the tornado. The crew held his rope, hauling it in. Higson grasped his hand at the same moment that his feet touched the hammock netting of the tornado, which the next was separated several feet from the vessel he had quitted. Those who had hitherto hesitated to leap now sprang overboard and were dragged up the side of the tornado by her crew. The master and one of his mates were thus saved, but nearly 6 people still remained on board. Jack had barely time to shake Alack by the hand, but not a moment to inquire how he happened to be on board. Jack's wish was, if possible, to save the poor fellow still clinging to the singing vessels. "We may do it," said Higson, "but we'll run a fearful risk already of losing the ship." "We'll try it," cried Jack. "She's sinking! She's sinking!" shouted several voices. Such indeed was the case. A heavy sea came rolling up, which even the tornado with difficulty breasted, while it ran clear over the other vessel, lying at anchor. For some moments it seemed doubtful whether she would rise, but another sea came hissing on into her which her bows plunged, not again to appear. Those on deck must have been washed far away, for no human power could have withstood the furious sea which assailed them. Ere another minute had passed, the masts of the ill-fated vessel had disappeared beneath the foaming ocean. The tornado's best chance of safety was now to stand out to sea, and to battle bravely with the storm while it should last. Still, while there was a possibility of rendering assistance to others in distress, Jack was unwilling to go to a distance. Some way off was another vessel with signals of distress flying. He ordered Green to keep away for her, intending to try and get the people off if there was a risk of her foundering, as he had done from the first vessel. The sound of a gun from her, as if to show her urgent necessity for help, another and another followed. "We're doing our best," muttered Hickson, "though it's a little good I fear we could do you." The sound of the last gun had just reached their ears when the vessel from which it came was seen to be moving. Her cable had parted. Away she drove before the fierce gale. Her crew were seen attempting to range another cable. The sea caught her starboard now, and she drove bodily onwards towards the rocky shore on which the fierce breakers were raging savagely. To attempt getting nearer would have been worse than useless, for Jack saw that should he try to do so, he might involve his ship in her fate. Though many others had signals of distress flying, Jack knew well that he could render them no effectual assistance, and therefore once more put the Tornado's head offshore. He now, for the first time, had leisure to inquire from Murray how he happened to be on board the vessel which had gone down. Murray briefly told him that he had been sent by the admiral, who had steamed on to Kachka with dispatches on board the Turkish flagship, with directions afterwards to visit several other vessels, and then to run into Balaclava. He had been detained on board the Turkish ship longer than he expected, and his boat being nearly swamped before he had finished his mission. He had gone alongside the nearest vessel, intending to remain on board till the morning. His boat had been lost before she could be hoisted up, and the gale having so rapidly increased, he had been prevented leaving in one of her boats. 3 of his people had unhappily been lost, but the remainder succeeded in reaching the Tornado. "I am indeed thankful that we came to you in time," said Jack, "though I little expected when I determined to run down to the assistance of that vessel that I should be the means of saving your life. Not the first time that we've helped each other, and I'm very sure that it will not be the last if either of us require help and have the opportunity of rendering it," answered Murray. "I expect soon to be appointed to the command of a ship, as the admiral has offered me the first vacancy, which Hemming advises me to accept, as the smaller craft will in future have more to do with the line of battleships." As may be supposed, there was but little time for conversation. Jack still wished, if possible, to try and render assistance to some of the many vessels at anchor off the coast, but both Hickson and Green strongly expressed their opinion that the attempt to do so would endanger the ship, and Murray concurring with them, he was compelled to abandon his intention. The Tornado proved herself to be a first-rate seaboat. Indeed, had she not been so, she would have shared the fate of so many other vessels during that fearful gale. By keeping her head to the southward, she was able in short time gradually to draw offshore. For the greater part of the night the gale blew with unabated fury. Towards morning, however, the wind began to abate. Soon after daylight, the ship's head was brought round, and she stood back towards Balaclava. A melancholy spectacle was presented to those on board as she neared the harbor. The whole coast, as far as the eye could reach, was strewn with masses of wreck, while the entrance was nearly blocked up with shattered spars and pieces of timber, while numerous dead bodies floated about or had been thrown by the foaming surges on the rocks on either hand. The Tornado, having not without difficulty made her way in, brought up, and Jack immediately sent his dispatches on shore. The vessels in the harbor had not escaped. Brought up close together, they had been driven in one mass toward the head of the harbor, directly down upon the line of battleship at anchor, carrying her upwards of 100 yards, when she grounded by the stern, while few had escaped without more or less damage. The gale considerably abated towards noon, when Jack received orders to run down the coast, to try and bring off any of the crews which might have escaped from the wrecked ships. Accordingly, he immediately got up steam and put to sea. A number of boats were already engaged in the humane object, but few of the people belonging to the vessels which had been wrecked in the immediate neighborhood of Balaclava had escaped. Farther down the coast, however, 2 or 3 ships were seen on shore, from which it was possible the crews might have landed in safety. Jack kept in as close as he could venture, steering for the first wreck he saw. She lay with her masts gone broadside to the sea, which was sweeping fiercely over her. Not a human being was seen near the wreck. "Not a man, I fear, could have escaped," said Jack as he surveyed the coast with his glass, "and yet from the position of the vessel I could not help thinking that they might have made their way to the shore. See, near yonder wreck farther south, a good number of people appear to be collected." The tornado was accordingly steered in that direction. Jack pointed. Higson had been watching the group through his telescope. "They appear to be expecting an attack," he observed. "There are 50 or more of them, and they are standing to their arms. Their ship is evidently a large transport, and from her position, I should judge that they managed to land without much difficulty and would carry their muskets and ammunition with them." Directly afterwards, a forest of lances was seen above the hill, and a band of Cossacks came galloping towards the wreck. Jack immediately ordered the port gun to be brought to bear on the advancing horsemen, who seemed not to be aware that they could be reached from that distance, and went on, making sure of being able to capture the whole shipwrecked crew. On seeing the latter were armed, they leveled their lances, and were bearing down upon them, when Jack gave the word to fire. The first shot struck the horse of the leader, which came down, rolling over him. It seemed as if both rider and steed were killed. The next shot pitched into the midst of the ranks, emptying at least a couple of saddles. The third shot did still more damage, when the Cossacks, not knowing how many more might be coming, wheeled quickly around and galloped off into the interior. The crew of the transport, meantime, fired a volley which, though at a considerable distance, brought 2 or 3 to the ground. As soon as he came abreast the wreck, Jack sent 3 of his boats on shore to bring off the crew. Murray volunteered to take command of them. As he neared the beach, he saw the Cossacks still hovering in the distance, out of reach of the guns, but threatening to pounce down again, probably still in the hopes of making some prisoners. The Tornado, accordingly, stood in as close as she could venture to cover the boats, which soon reached the beach. The transport's crew stood ready to receive them. Scarcely, however, had they begun to embark than the Cossacks once more came galloping up. Murray immediately ordered those still remaining on shore to face about, while, just as the Cossacks reached the high ground above the beach, a couple of shells thrown from the Tornado's guns burst amid the ranks, when, once more wheeling about, they galloped off at a rapid rate, leaving the rest of the crew to embark without molestation. Having carried them on board, Murray returned for the purpose of destroying the transport, that her stores might not fall into the hands of the enemy. He had for this purpose to pull round inshore. It was not without some difficulty that he, Higson, and Needham made their way on board. Such combustible materials as could be found were soon collected and lighted in the hold of the transport. The boat then at once pulled away for the Tornado. She had got to some little distance from the ship when the Cossacks were again seen coming down towards the shore, this time accompanied by a couple of field pieces, which quickly opened fire. The first shot, however, fell short, and the party were soon safe on board the Tornado. As the Tornado steamed off, the Cossacks were seen again coming forward, in the hopes possibly of still being able to plunder the wreck. Just then, however, the flames burst furiously forth from every part of the wreck, and in another minute a loud roar was heard, and a portion of her deck rose high in the air, while her sides, rent and shattered, flew out in every direction. And as the smoke from the explosion cleared away, a few burnt timbers of the wreck alone remained, while the Cossacks, disappointed of their booty, were seen galloping off in the distance. The scanty remnant of another shipwreck crew having been saved by the Tornado, she steamed back to Balaclava. During that fearful storm, no less than 40 vessels, with upwards of 400 men, had been lost. One Turkish line of battleship and several transports had gone down with all hands. The French lost one of their finest line of battleships and a corvette, with nearly 20 smaller craft. The most severe loss was that of the Prince, with a crew of 150 men. She had arrived 2 days before with troops, who had providentially landed, But the army was doomed to suffer terribly from the loss of her cargo, consisting of warm clothing, ammunition, medicine, and supplies of all kinds. A few ships being left to watch Sebastopol, the remainder of the fleet and all of the transports was sent back to Bosphorus, and soon afterwards, Admiral Duntus, having struck his flag, Sir Edmund Lyons became the commander-in-chief. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 18. The fearful Christmas of 1854 was over, and of the troops which in gallant array had left England, more than one half had died, or been disabled by the shot of the enemy, or the still more deadly pestilence. Suffering such as an English army had never before been called upon to endure, had been borne with fortitude. The siege, notwithstanding, had been carried on, and now reinforcements and clothing and stores and provisions were arriving in the camp of the Allies. Affairs looked brighter than they had done for many a day. The fleet, notwithstanding the battering some of the ships had received at the opening of the bombardment, was in as efficient a state as ever. It had rendered good service at Eupatoria in assisting the Turks to defend the place against a powerful force of Russians, which had been driven back with great loss. The naval brigade had been doing good service on shore, not only in the batteries, but by laying down a railway from Balaclava to the Cheronisi, by which the transport of heavy guns, ammunition, and stores was greatly facilitated. The Tornado had not been idle, though, in consequence of the straining her engines had received during the storm, she had been compelled to remain some time at Constantinople to have them set to rights. Once more she was steaming across the waters of the Black Sea with another vessel of similar size in company. "The Giaour will beat us if we can get up more steam," observed Jack to his first lieutenant, who was walking the deck with him. "We have on our full power, and are doing our utmost," answered Higson. "The Giaour's engines are new, and we must make up our minds, I suspect, to let Commander Murray get ahead of us." "I'm always happy to follow wherever he leads," said Jack. "If there is work to be done, he'll find out the way to do it." The Giaour was coming up slowly on the Tornado's quarter, gaining foot after foot, but never losing an inch, so that at length she was abreast of her. Both vessels were steering for Sebastopol. The land was soon afterwards made, and as they approached, the admiral's flag was seen, flying at the masthead of the Royal Albert, a magnificent three-decker of 130 guns, to which Sir Edmund Lyons had shifted it from the Agamemnon. She and several other English and French line-of-battle ships lay across the entrance of the harbor, effectually preventing any of the enemy's ships from getting out. "The admiral is speaking to us in the Giaour," said Tom, who was acting as signal midshipman. "Let's see what he is saying," said Jack, looking at the signal book. "It's keep under way, and commanders to repair on board the admiral's ship. We are to be sent somewhere together, I hope." The two steamers closed rapidly with the fleet, beyond which could be seen the frowning batteries on the other side of the harbor of Sebastopol, while on the right appeared thin curls of smoke, marking the course of the shells thrown from the lines of the Allies into the city, and those sent by the batteries in return, while the thunder of the artillery was heard with fearful distinctness. On reaching the flagship, Jack and Murray went on board, wherein they received directions to take a part in the work which had been going on nightly. Some time before, the boats of the fleet had set up signals on shore within reach of the French camp, and men were sent down soon after dark to light them. By their means every night an English and French steamer had stood in and shelled the town, greatly to the astonishment of the Russians, who were utterly unprepared for such a mode of attack. They, of course, fired in return, but as they could scarcely see their foes, the ships were but seldom struck, while not only did they commit a good deal of harm, but thus harassed the garrison by night as well as by day. Jack was to take the lead that night in company with the French ship. All hands were well pleased at the work cut out for them, and eagerly looked forward to the hours of darkness when they might begin shelling the enemy, little troubled by the thoughts of the shot which might be sent on board them from the Russian guns in return. Tom and Archie were especially in high glee at the thoughts of what they were to do. Who knows but one of our shells may burst in one of the enemy's chief magazines, or knock down some of their defences, and allow the Allies to take the place, said Tom. We shall not be much the wiser if we do it, observed Archie, and depend upon it, they will insist that it was their own guns did the work. Soon after dark the Tornado and her French consort steamed in towards the harbour, steering by the lights which had been placed on shore. The screws made but little noise, and perfect silence was maintained on board, so that the enemy could not discover their whereabouts till they opened fire. The lights were so placed as to enable them to know, with terrible accuracy, the position of the forts into which they were to fire. As they glided onwards through the darkness for some minutes together, not a sound was heard in the direction of the beleaguered city, which to all appearance lay in profound slumber. Then came from the far distance the reports of a few dropping shot, showing that the riflemen of both parties were awake. They again ceased, and the same silence as before reigned over the scene. The Tornado's heavy guns were loaded and elevated to throw their shot into the city, and their crews stood ready to fire at the word of command. Jack waited till his ship had reached the point he was directed to gain. "Fire!" he shouted. The next instant the loud roar of his guns echoed through the harbour, arousing many a weary sleeper in the Russian fortifications. The French ship immediately fired her guns in rapid succession, and then both vessels steamed round away from the spot they had previously occupied, towards which numberless Russian guns immediately directed their fire, though not a shot touched either of them. The Tornado's guns were reloaded, and standing back she rapidly discharged them, the French ship following her example. Again the shot from the forts came rushing through the air, falling around the ships, but without striking them. In this way they continued circling round, now firing from one point, now from another, and each time after firing taking different directions. At length every gun which could be brought to bear on the harbour began to play upon them, but by keeping ever on the move for a considerable time not a shot took effect. At length, as Tom and Archie were standing close together, a shot from one of the heights whistled by close to their heads and struck the bulwarks behind them. "I say, Tom, if that shot had been a few inches on one side, where should you and I have been by this time?" said Archie. "Not a pleasant subject for contemplation," answered Tom. "However, a miss is as good as a mile." "I've been thinking seriously of the matter," observed Archie. "Not that I'm afraid, but I'm very sure that we ought to be prepared to go out of the world, seeing that at any moment either of us may lose our lives." "It doesn't do to think of that sort of thing," said Tom, not liking Archie's tone. "Now there you're wrong. I believe that it is much wiser to think about it than to be taken unprepared," replied Archie. "My cousin Alec thinks very seriously, and no one can say that he is not as brave an officer as any man in the fleet. I tell you honestly that I have been saying my prayers and asking God to help me to take him at his word and to trust to his plan of salvation. That is what I want you to do, Tom, also. I should be very miserable if I saw you killed and could not feel sure that you had gone to heaven. I should be unhappy in either case, but it would be 10 times worse if I thought that I should not meet you again." "Do you really, Archie, think that I am so wicked that if I was to be killed I should not go to heaven?" said Tom. "I only know what the Bible says about it, and I believe that," answered Archie firmly. "Just obey God, and you'll be all right, and it won't make you a bit less brave than you are now." "I will," said Tom. "Still I hope that neither you nor I will be hit tonight, though the shots are falling pretty thickly about us." The moment after he had spoken, a loud cry was heard from one of the crew of the nearest gun, and the sound of a person falling heavily. They sprang to the spot, and found a seaman stretched on the deck. They tried to lift him up, but, inexperienced though they were, they both felt convinced that he was dead. Others coming up confirmed their opinion. The shot had struck his chest and killed him in a moment. Notwithstanding the heavy fire to which his ship was exposed, Jack continued at his post, firing away till the hour arrived at which he was directed to leave the harbour, and he and his French consort steamed away to rejoin the fleet. Tom was unusually serious during the following day. "I say, Rogers, what's the matter with you?" asked Billy Blue Blazes. "He didn't quite like the fun we had last night," observed Dickie Duff. "I'll tell you what, youngster," said Tom, "you wouldn't have thought it any fun if either of you had one of those Russian round-shot walking into you as poor Norris had." On which Tom spoke to them as Archie had been speaking to him, much to the latter's satisfaction, for it showed him that his words had not been thrown away. Tom indeed afterwards came to him and begged that he would get out his Bible and more fully explain what he had been talking about on the previous night. Archie gladly did so. It was the beginning of many Bible readings they had together. Others joined them, and they then, to their surprise, found that several of the men had long been in the practice of meeting together to pray and study God's Word. They heard also that such was done on board many of the ships in the fleet, and that the men who thus occupied themselves were looked upon as the best and steadiest of their respective crews. The next night Murray was directed to stand in and engage the forts, also accompanied by a French ship. Thus night after night the fleet harassed the unfortunate garrison, while the guns of the besieging army played on them in the daytime, giving them no rest during the 24 hours. A short time after this, a considerable squadron, composed of English, French, and Turkish ships, with some 1,000 troops on board, proceeded to the eastward for the purpose of attacking Kerch at the entrance of the Sea of Azov. Well might the garrison of Sebastopol have felt alarm when they saw the fleet sailing past the mouth of their harbor, for on the shores of that inland sea were placed the chief granaries from which they drew their supplies of provisions. The Tornado and Giaour, with numerous other steam vessels, accompanied the fleet, passing along the rocky and picturesque southern shore of the Crimea. The expedition soon came off Cape St. Paul in a small bay, near which the troops were landed without a casualty, the steam vessels scattering a body of Cossacks, the only hostile force that appeared to dispute the disembarkation. The line of battleships continued their course along the coast, which at every available spot was strongly fortified. The ships were standing in to attack the batteries when a thundering roar was heard, the concussion from which shook even the vessels at sea. Another and another followed. "The Russians are performing our work for us and saving Her Majesty a considerable expenditure of gunpowder," observed Hickson to his commander. "I'm afraid if they play that trick of which they seem so fond, they will leave us nothing to do." "Never fear, we shall be too quick for them," answered Jack, "and from what I hear, there are numerous magazines all round the coast. The inhabitants of Kerch must be glad to save their town from a bombardment, for really it is a much handsomer place than I expected to find in this part of the world, and those lofty stone houses give it a very imposing appearance," observed Hickson. "At all events, we shall not have injured them," observed Jack. "We are especially directed to do as little harm as possible to private property, and to let the Russians understand that we are not warring with them, but with the Emperor and his government." The fleet having thus gained a bloodless victory, the line of battle ships came to an anchor. The larger number of the steamers proceeded into the Sea of Azov, while the remainder were sent along the coast to look out for any vessels which might have been concealed in any of the inlets or deep bays with which it is everywhere indented. The Tornado was ordered on this service, greatly to the disappointment of her crew, who expected to have more stirring work within the straits. She had just lost sight of the fleet when, standing in as close as she could venture, Joss Green, who was forward, observed a light cloud of smoke ascending above a rocky point, the summit of which was feathered with a grove of lofty trees. It was a question, however, whether the smoke proceeded from a fire on shore or from the funnel of a steamer. Green inclined to the latter opinion. It had moved some distance since he first sighted it, he declared, so that it must come from a steamer on her way out to sea. The Tornado stood on, keeping as close inshore as possible, so that her presence might not be discovered till the other vessel had got well clear of the point. After that, Jack hoped to get up to her before she could run in anywhere else for shelter. A suppressed cheer from those on deck showed that Green was right, and the Tornado stood away after the stranger. The latter was no laggard, and it was soon evident that the Tornado must do her best if she was to come up with her. The chase, though a vessel of some size, showed no inclination to come to close quarters with her pursuer. "If we can but keep her in sight, we shall catch her at last," said Jack, "and if she runs into any harbor, we must follow her, or send the boats in after her." "We haven't had anything so exciting for a long time," said Tom. "I hope that we may have to cut her out with the boats." Her crew will blow her up sooner than let us do that, observed Archie. The Russians seem to be fonder of that sort of thing than fighting. The chase, however, kept well ahead, and there seemed a good prospect, should night come on, of her escaping altogether. Still, the Tornado was really going faster than the Russian vessel, though so slight was the difference of speed that at first it was scarcely discernible. At length, however, Jack considered that he had got the Russian vessel within range of his long guns, and was on the point of issuing the order to fire, when a shot from her came flying across the intervening space, but fell some 20 fathoms or so short of its mark. "And now let's see what we can do," cried Jack. "Starboard, the helm. Steady now. Fire." The Tornado's shot struck the Russian's counter, apparently committing a considerable amount of damage. The first specimen of the power of his pursuer's guns seemed to satisfy him that he had better not engage at close quarters. The dense volumes of smoke which issued from his funnel proved that he was endeavoring to get more steam in the hopes of still keeping ahead. As the Tornado could not be made to move faster than she was then going, Jack had to content himself with the prospect of the chase's getting on shore, running short of coal, or of some accident happening to her machinery. Another shot was tried, but it fell short, showing that she had again drawn ahead. Some miles more had been run when Green brought the chart on deck and pointed out a fort situated on the shores of a bay a short distance off. The chase had evidently been making for that, and thinks that she will be secure under its guns, he observed. "We'll stand on and attack, both ship and fort together," said Jack. "We'll sink the ship first, and then knock the fort to pieces." In about 10 minutes more the chase rounded a point, when a bay opened out, on the farther side of which appeared a strong-looking fort guarding the mouth of a river which ran into the bay. "She may escape us after all if she runs up that river," observed Hickson, "unless we can first silence the guns of the fort and then follow her." "We must just do that same then, and if we can't knock the fort to pieces with our guns, we must land and storm it," said Jack. His remark was received with universal satisfaction, as no one thought of the superior number of the garrison likely to oppose them. The chase was now more eagerly watched than ever, it being fully expected that she would run up the river to escape them. Instead, however, of doing so, as she drew near the fort, she let off her steam, and came to an anchor close under its guns. "Now we've got her," cried Jack exultingly. The Tornado stood on to within half a mile of the fort, when she opened fire on it, and now on the ship, which fired with some spirit in return. But as the Tornado kept moving about, their shot invariably missed her. She had been thus engaged for a quarter of an hour or more, her guns having told with considerable effect on the Russian vessel, when a column of smoke was seen ascending at some little distance behind the fort, apparently from the river. "That must proceed from another steamer coming down to assist our friend," observed Hickson. "And see, there is another rising just beyond it. We shall have no lack of enemies to fight." "We must settle with the first then as soon as possible," cried Jack in a cheery tone. "We'll then take the others in detail." The crew cheered as they heard his remark, and worked away at the guns with redoubled zeal. Several shot had struck the vessel under the fort. First one of her guns ceased firing, then another, and another. Still she kept her colors flying, and in another minute the bows of a steamer were seen emerging from the mouth of the river. A shot was instantly fired at her. It struck her bulwarks, and evidently caused some damage. Instead, however, of running under the guns of the fort, she stood away up the bay, evidently not wishing to come to close quarters with the audacious stranger. A few minutes afterwards another vessel appeared, which, receiving one of the Tornado's shot, followed the example of the first. After getting nearly 2 miles away, they brought their broadsides round and opened a brisk fire. The Tornado, however, moving rapidly about as before, escaped every one of their shot, while she fired her guns as they came to bear on her antagonists, and seldom failed to hull one or other of them. Still, their guns were of heavier caliber than hers, and their shot frequently went far beyond her, and she had to stand towards them to make hers tell with effect. At length a shot came crashing on board just abaft the funnel, wounding one man severely, and another, Tim Nolan, slightly. "Hurrah, now it's but a flea bite," he exclaimed, getting a shipmate to bind a handkerchief round his shoulder. "We've given them more than that already, and it's better than having the funnel shot away." Still Jack had no intention of abandoning the attack, and wishing to settle the first vessel before he attended to the other two, he directed his guns at her and at the fort, although the shot from the former continually hauled him. One at length went through the ship's side between wind and water, and the sea came rushing in like a mill sluice. The midshipmen, who up to this time were enjoying the fighting, thought that things were beginning to look serious. Dickie especially expressed his apprehensions to his chum Billy. If another shot comes in like that, we shall certainly go to the bottom, and I'm not quite sure what will happen even now, for the commander has not told us to knock off firing. I wonder if he knows what has happened. He is such a plucky fellow, however, but I suppose he will go on fighting till the ship sinks below our feet. The youngsters were somewhat relieved by seeing the carpenter and his crew going below with the means for stopping the shot hole, while Ben Snatchblock, with a rope round his waist, allowed himself to be slung overboard to reach the injury still more rapidly from the outside. He had just performed his task when another shot went right through the forepart of the ship, happily without hitting anyone, and the damage it had caused was as quickly repaired as the other had been. Jack had carried on the unequal contest for half an hour or more when a third steamer was seen gliding out of the river, and as she opened her fire it was soon discovered that her guns were heavier than those of either of her consorts. The first shot she fired came crashing through the Tornado's side. "I suppose we shall have to run for it now," cried Dickie. "Not a bit of it," exclaimed Tom, who overheard him. "The commander wouldn't be turned from his purpose even if a dozen Russian steamers came out on us, and we shall soon settle with our old friend. She has not fired a shot for the last minute." As he was speaking, a thick smoke rose from the after part of their antagonist, followed quickly by bright flames, which darted upwards through the hatchway. Directly afterwards a fire burst out in the forepart of the ship, and raged with a fury which it was clear the crew were incapable of overcoming. Her boats were lowered, and her people were seen dropping down into them with a rapidity which showed that they had abandoned all hope of saving their ship. As they could no longer offer any resistance, Jack humanely ordered his crew to refrain from firing on them. He directed, however, all his guns at the fort for the purpose of silencing them before the other vessels should come up to take a closer part in the action, which he fully expected that they would do. Though the damage he had received was considerable, there was nothing as yet he conceived sufficiently serious to make him haul off. Still he could not help wishing to see the flag of the fort come down, comparatively slight as was the damage he had received from its guns. Having destroyed the vessel he had chased, he might without any discredit haul off, considering the immense superiority of the force opposed to him. But Jack Rogers was not a man to haul down his flag or get out of a fight. As long as he had a stick standing and his spirit animating his officers and crew, the Tornado kept blazing away, throwing shells into the fort and firing shot as he could bring his guns to bear at the three steamers. They had now, however, drawn considerably nearer than they had hitherto ventured to approach, and there seemed considerable likelihood of Dickie Duff's apprehensions being fulfilled. Jack now looked at the three vessels now at the fort. It might be done, he said, turning to Hickson, if the fort were stormed and its guns turned against the steamers. "I would undertake it," said Hickson, "but with its own garrison and the crew of the vessel, which has just been burnt, it would be a hard job." "I would ask no one to lead it but myself," said Jack. "I will leave you to fight the vessel. In the meantime, should I be killed, I give you orders to retire, for with a diminished crew you would have little prospect of doing more than has already been accomplished." "I do not advise you to command the expedition," said Hickson. "You know me, and that I am not likely to be stopped by any ordinary hazard." Jack, without answering, still kept eyeing the shore, looking out for a place where his boats might land. "There's a steamer in the offing, sir, standing in for the bay," said Archie, coming up to him. "Another enemy!" exclaimed Hickson. "We shall have enough of them." "We'll tackle them notwithstanding," answered Jack. "They show no inclination, however, to come to close quarters." Another shot from the enemy struck the Tornado. "The commander is just a little o'er-brave," observed Dickie Duff to Billy Blue Blazes. "We've got terrible odds against us." "He knows what he is about, and he'll manage to lick them all, one after another, depend on that," said Billy. "I don't exactly see how he's going to do that," said Dickie. "If we could but tackle one at a time, it would be fairer, and we should have a better chance of licking them." "That's just what they don't want to give us," said Billy. "Another steamer coming in from the southward, sir," said Archie, who'd been looking out. "Friend or fool," observed Jack to Hickson. "If the latter, we must stand out and meet her, and leave the three vessels in the bay till we can come back and settle with them." Still Jack showed no inclination to quit the neighborhood of the fort, into which shell after shell was thrown, till most of its guns had been silenced. Many an eye, however, was turned towards the approaching strangers, till at length the first showed English colors. A cheer rose from those of the crew not engaged at the guns, the only sign they gave of their desire for assistance. In another minute the number of the approaching steamer was made out. "She's the Giaour," exclaimed Archie. If Jack ever felt any inclination to be jealous of Murray, it was now, as he was his superior officer, but the feeling which arose in his breast was speedily quelled. The Giaour came rapidly on. Murray signalized to Jack, "Remain where you are, and I will attack the vessels in the bay." Jack ordered the signal to be made. "They will attempt to escape up the river." "Stand on and stop them," was the answer from the Giaour. The Tornado accordingly steamed on towards her three antagonists, which now began to turn their heads, as Jack had expected they would, towards the mouth of the river. They were thus unable any longer to fire at him, while he was still able to reach them with two of his guns, one firing shot and the other shell. The Giaour now signalized, "Steamer to the south English." "Hurrah!" exclaimed Tom. "We are now on equal terms and can bag the whole of them." The three Russian vessels were still half a mile away from the mouth of the river when Jack got off it, and by this time the Giaour was near enough to take a part in the engagement, her shout beginning to tell with considerable effect on the nearest of the enemy. The Russian vessels now swept round, apparently with the intention of running across the bay, firing their broadsides at the Tornado, but with little effect, and she in return, as they exposed their sterns in flight, kept up a brisk fire at them with shot and shell. One of them now burst into flames, and in half a minute blew up, destroying the greater number of her unhappy crew. The other two, however, still continued on their course, hoping, apparently, to get out of the bay ahead of the Giaour, not being aware, it was evident, that another English ship was near at hand to cut them off. Jack, knowing that they must both be intercepted, made a signal asking leave of Murray to pick up any of the Russians still floating on the wreck of the steamer. This request was at once granted, and lowering two of his boats, of one of which Tom took the command, and of the other Ben Snatchblock, he again stood on in pursuit of the two steamers. They, however, had not got far when they made out a third vessel coming to attack them, and finding that all hope of escape was cut off, they both hauled down their colours. Murray, who was nearest to them, at once sent a couple of boats to take possession of the two prizes, while Jack stood back to pick up his boats. Of the whole of the Russian crew they had saved but 6 men, 2 of whom were much burnt, and one died directly after he had been taken on board the Tornado. One of the survivors, a Finn who, having served on board English merchantmen, spoke English perfectly, informed Jack that a considerable quantity of corn and other provisions were stored in warehouses on the banks of the river some way from its mouth. "It is our duty to destroy them," said Jack to Hickson. "I will undertake to do it," was the answer. An expedition was at once planned, the command of which Jack, with Murray's approval, gave to Hickson. Archie was to accompany him, while Green and Tom were to go in another boat. The fort, however, still held out, and several of its guns had again opened fire on the English vessels. Murray determined to take it by assault as soon as the approaching steamer had come into the bay. She now made her number. The bunting flying from her masthead showed her to be the Flash. "She can only lately have arrived in the Black Sea, and is probably on her way to join the fleet, for she was only building when we left home," observed Jack. "I wonder who commands her." By the time the preparations for attacking the fort had been made, the Flash had come close up to the Giaour. A gig from the former was seen to pull to the latter vessel. Murray now made a signal to Jack to come on board. He was soon alongside the Giaour. Stepping on deck, who should he see with his hand extended to greet him but Terence Adair, standing a little way behind him, was Gerald Desmond. Archie, who had accompanied his commander, and Desmond were soon in eager conversation, while Jack, at Murray's invitation, went below with Adair. There was only just time for Jack to hear that Terence's former ship, having received some damage, had been sent home to be repaired, and that he in the meantime had been appointed to the command of the Flash, destined for the Black Sea. "I was glad to get her," he observed, "for, judging from our first year's experience in the Baltic, I suspected that we were not likely to have much to do in that part of the world. First, because the Russians showed no inclination to come out and fight us, and secondly, because Charlie Napier—" "Never mind the second reason," interrupted Murray. "Here you are, and very glad we are to see you. And now let me hear what you say to our proposed attack on this fort." "That I am perfectly ready to go in for it," answered Adair. "How many boats' crews do you require, or shall I send the whole of my ship's company?" "2 boats' crews will be sufficient, and the sooner you send them off the better," replied Murray. "In other words, you direct me to trundle on board as fast as I can," said Adair. "I should like to lead the expedition myself, and as we pull in I can take a sufficient survey of the fort for the purpose. As I have had no share in the glories of the campaign, you will not refuse me." Murray willingly agreed to Adair's request, and 2 of the Flash's boats being quickly manned, the 3 steamers stood towards the fort. As they approached, they were received by a pretty hot fire, which they returned, while still standing on, with shells from their guns, and running close in, they brought their broadsides to bear on the fort. into which they forthwith poured a shower of shot and shell. The boats then cast off, and led by Adair, pulled for a landing place on one side, from which a road led up, apparently into the interior. The ships meantime kept up a furious bombardment on the fort, and though one gun from it was brought to bear on the boats, none of them were hit. Adair, rapidly pulling for the shore, quickly landed, and without a moment's loss of time led the way up the hill. Every instant he expected to see the enemy, but none appeared. Turning to the right and keeping under cover of some rocks and trees, he made his way towards the fort. Ben's snatch-block had been provided with a red flag, which he exhibited at the last point whence it could be seen from the ships, and it was calculated that in 3 minutes more after this the party would reach the rear of the fort. Directly that time had elapsed, the ships were to cease firing. Adair and Hickson led, followed closely by Ben, the two midshipmen being ordered to bring up the rear. Ben having showed his flag, the party rushed on, and directly afterwards a shower of bullets whistled over the spot where they had been. But by that time Tom and Archie were a dozen yards ahead. In less than 3 minutes they had reached the ditch in the rear of the fort. Not a Russian helmet was to be seen on that side. Adair and Hickson had to restrain the ardor of their followers, who were eager to climb over the defences. They waited till the last shot fired from the ships came crashing into the fort. 3 or 4 seconds passed, and no others came. Adair began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. "Now, my lads, you may come on," he exclaimed, and he and his party, springing forward, began with the agility of cats to climb over the defences. Not a Russian soldier could be seen except those who were laboring at the guns, the rest of the garrison having wisely betaken themselves to their bomb-proof chambers. In consequence of the hot fire kept up by the ships, they had not expected that the party they had seen landing were about to attack them, and Terence and his men had actually jumped down into the fort before the garrison had mustered in sufficient force to resist them. They were, of course, quickly seen. The bugle sounded, and the troops rushed out of their bomb-proof chambers. A considerable body, headed by their commandant, at length drew up across the fort for the purpose of impeding the progress of their daring assailants. "On, lads, on!" cried Adair, seeing that their best chance of victory was to attack the garrison before they had time to form into a compact body. They had indeed been completely taken by surprise, many having hurried out without bayonets fixed, others with unloaded muskets, some only with pikes or swords in their hands. Ben's snatch-block had brought an English ensign under his arm. Keeping his eye on the flagstaff, he directed his course with a few companions towards it. As Adair and Hickson led on the main body, the garrison gave way, some hurrying off to conceal themselves in the chambers from which they had just before emerged, while others made for a gate in the rear of the fort, leading to the drawbridge, which was, however, up. Before they could lower it, Adair, with most of his men, was upon them, when with a loud voice he ordered them not to touch the chains unless they wished to be cut to pieces. Meantime Ben and his companions were fighting their way towards the flagstaff. A few men who were collected were quickly put to flight. "Now up goes the British ensign, and the fort is ours," cried Ben, and suiting the action to the word, the Russian flag being hauled down, that of England was hoisted in its stead. The commandant, finding that the fort had really been captured by the English, came forward with a low bow and presented the hilt of his sword to Adair, who took it in the most gracious manner he could assume, observing as he did so, "You have gallantly defended your fort, and deserve every consideration at our hands, but at the same time I must warn you that I cannot allow any of your garrison to escape from the fort. After they have laid down their arms, I will settle how they are to be treated." The bugle on this sounded, and the garrison from all directions came out and piled arms in the centre of the fort. A few minutes afterwards, as Terence stood on the ramparts, he observed Murray, with a couple of boats, pulling to the shore. Adair, thinking it prudent not to lower the drawbridge for fear any of the garrison might escape, called to Murray and his party to make their way over the walls into the fortress. Murray, having brought on shore some strong tackles, at once set to work to dismount the guns for the purpose of carrying them off, while the greater number of muskets, which were of no value after being broken, were hurled into the sea below the fort. Murray highly approved of Adair's proceedings, and the commandant was politely informed that he and his garrison must be for the present content to remain prisoners within their own fort. He and his officers shrugged their shoulders and observed that it was the fortune of war, while the garrison seemed very indifferent to the matter, probably very glad to have nothing to do and to run no risk of being shot by their enemies. Murray, however, took the precaution of shutting them all up in the bomb-proof chambers to prevent them from running away, while at night a bright lookout was kept from the ramparts on all sides, and all hands ordered to be ready to turn out at a moment's notice, lest an attempt might be made by any Russian force in the neighbourhood to recapture the fort. The commandant was allowed to occupy his own quarters, to which he invited the English officers, who found a very welcome repast prepared for them. A remarkably pleasant evening was spent, and the commandant, expressing a hope that the war would soon be over, invited them as soon as that happy event should occur to his country house, which he told them was only a few miles off up the river. They all promised gladly to avail themselves of the invitation, should circumstances allow them to do so. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 19. At early dawn, the two boats, as had previously been arranged, shoved off from the side of the Tornado on the proposed expedition up the river for the purpose of destroying any government stores or munitions of war which could be discovered. It is lucky we didn't attempt to come in till we had silenced the guns, observed Higson, pointing to the strong walls which frowned above them, from which the guns had been removed. The country on one side was level, on the other hills, some of considerable elevation, rose from the bank of the river, which twisted and turned, forming several short reaches, and prevented those going up from seeing to any considerable distance ahead. "We must be prepared for anything that may happen," shouted Higson to Green. "For what we know, we may meet another steamer coming down to look after her friends, or we may fall in with a troop of Cossacks or other soldiers who may give us a somewhat warm reception if they suspect what we are about." "I suppose we shall board the steamer if she appears," said Green. "Depend on that, and take her too," answered Higson, at which the men laughed as if they thought there was no doubt about the matter. The boats pulled on, passing some pretty-looking country houses surrounded by gardens and backed by orchards or vineyards planted on the hillside. "A good style of country this to live in," observed Higson to Archie. "I always have my eye on pleasant spots, and amuse myself with the idea that I shall some day come and settle down there, when I have had enough of a sea life. After knocking about for the best part of his days, a fellow longs to find himself quietly settled on shore." "But surely, Mr. Higson, you wish to become post-captain or an admiral," observed Archie. "That is more than I ever shall be, youngster, unless I'm a yellow admiral. Indeed, I shall consider myself fortunate if I get made a commander, and after serving a year or two am allowed to retire from the service," said Higson. "Now, that is a place to which I should have no objection," he continued, as, having opened a fresh reach, he pointed to a house of greater pretensions than those they had before seen. "After we have performed the work we have been sent on, when we come down we'll look in there, and request the inhabitants to provide us some dinner, for I'm very sharp set, as I dare say you are." "Of course," Higson shouted to Green, telling him what he intended to do, and of course the master and Tom very willingly agreed to his proposal. "We have, however, first our work to do," observed Higson, "to burn a few granaries and stacks of wheat, and as many vessels as we can fall in with. That won't take us long, however, if we meet with no opposition, and if we do, we must fight, and get the matter over as soon as possible. We must finish it, as Shakespeare says we should a beefsteak." "I don't think it's Shakespeare says that," observed Archie. "However, there's no doubt that unless we can do it quickly, we may miss doing it altogether, as those Cossack fellows who are in the neighbourhood will be coming down and trying to cut us off." "Well, as they can't charge into the river, they'll have a hard job to do that," said Higson, "and when we land we must take care not to get far from the boats. It is to be hoped that Commander Adair will keep the garrison shut up in their fort, and so the people up the country, not knowing what has happened, will be unprepared for us." As they pulled along, the officers in the two boats kept a bright lookout on either bank, and not having seen any horsemen, were in hopes that they might come suddenly upon the place they wished to reach, if no peasantry saw them, or if they saw them, as they had no flag flying, the peasantry might easily mistake them for Russians, as they would scarcely suppose that 2 English boats would have ventured up so far from the protection of their ships. The river rather narrowed as they proceeded, and they observed that the banks were fringed with white belts of rushes, so that should they have to run the gauntlet between foes on either bank, by keeping in the centre they should be a good distance from both of them. This was satisfactory, for the bravest of men do not find it pleasant to be shot at without the chance of getting at their enemies. Still, Hickson hoped that they should be able to accomplish their object and make their escape again without loss. At length, having rounded a point over which the masts of several vessels were visible, they saw before them several long, high buildings, with a line of stacks in front of them, and a collection of apparently private houses and cottages beyond, while in front were between 20 and 30 vessels moored to the shore, and lying so closely together that by setting fire to 2 or 3 the rest must inevitably be burnt. Without stopping, the 2 boats pulled on, keeping close together, so that Hickson could give his directions to Green. He ordered him to pull up alongside the farthermost vessels and to board and set them on fire as quickly as possible, which beneficent work being accomplished, he was to come back and join him on the shore in front of the storehouses and stacks. It could scarcely be supposed that so much property would be left without protection. Still no soldiers had been seen, and Hickson hoped that they might accomplish their object before any could come down to oppose them. The truth is, I suspect, he observed to Archie, the Russians have depended on their fort at the mouth of the river, and it did not occur to them that an enemy could force his way past it. The steamers may have been lying much nearer the entrance than this, and had not time to communicate with the village before they came down to attack us. The chances are that the people on the banks who saw them go down fancy that they sent us long ago to the bottom, and have no idea that we have taken their fort. They must have heard, however, the sound of the vessel blowing up, observed Archie. If they did, they may have thought it was one of ours, answered Hickson, who had made up his mind that all was to go smoothly. The boat soon got up to the place when Green pulled away to perform his part of the undertaking, while Hickson steered for the shore. As he did so, a rattling fire of musketry was opened on him from behind a small fort or earthwork which he had hitherto not perceived. Probably the Russians had only just then discovered that the approaching boats belonged to their enemies. Not a man, however, was hit, though several bullets struck the boat, and the next instant she was alongside the wharf. Hickson, springing on shore, followed by Archie and most of the crew, 2 only remaining to take care of the boat, made a dash at the earthwork, from which the defenders, if so they could be called, rushed out as their assailants leaped in. "Don't follow them, lads," cried Hickson. "Small armed men, just pepper them and prevent them coming back. And now we'll fire the storehouses." The men had been provided with matches and torches, and more quickly than it can be described, they threw their burning brands into the open windows of the storehouses, which the instant after were in a blaze from one end to the other. They then, with equal rapidity, lighting the huge stacks close to the water's edge, they also were soon blazing away with a fury which would have defied all the attempts of the Russians, had any appeared, to save them. As the wind blew on the shore, the dense volumes of smoke which were driven in the faces of those on the other side completely concealed the perpetrators of the deed from their sight. Green and Tom had, in the meantime, not been idle. A slight opposition only was made by the crew of the first vessel they boarded. Finding it useless to defend her, they made their escape across the intervening craft to the shore. The English then set fire in succession to all those on the outside, the flames from which quickly caught the masts and rigging of the rest, and before the master's boat rejoined Hickson's, every vessel was blazing away with a fury which secured the destruction of the whole. Hickson, believing that the work was done, ordered Green to follow him down the river. He, however, had only just got clear of the line of burning stacks when he perceived that another storehouse standing a little farther back than the others had not as yet been set on fire. "We must not leave the work unfinished," he exclaimed. "Come, Archie, you and Tim Nolan will soon do the job." And springing on the shore with a torch, which he had just lighted, followed by Archie and Tim, each with a musket as well as a torch, he made his way towards the storehouse. As the party ran on, they caught sight of several people in the distance, and Archie thought he saw some horsemen with long lances, but they believed that they could reach the building and get back to the boat long before the latter could be down upon them. As they arrived at the storehouse, they found that the door was closed and that the windows were too high to enable them to throw in their torches. A piece of timber lay near at hand. "We must make a battering ram of this," cried Higson. "Here, Gordon, you and Tim lay hold of it on one side, and I'll take the other, and we'll soon knock in the door." The first blow failed in its intended effect. "Now, lads, heave with a will," cried Higson, and the door gave way. Picking up their torches as well as their muskets, which they had put down to handle the battering ram, they sprang in, and Higson, running to the farther end, ignited some woodwork in a pile of sacks, while Tim, leaping up a ladder, left his torch burning on the upper floor. In a few seconds Higson came back, and throwing Archie's torch as far as he could into the building, they all rushed out again. As they were making their way as fast as their legs could carry them to the boat, Archie, turning his head over his right shoulder, saw the horseman he had before observed galloping at full speed towards them. "Here come the Cossacks, Mr. Higson," he shouted out. "Run, Mr. Higson, run, while Tim and I keep them at bay." Higson, having grown somewhat stout, was not as active as formerly, and Archie knew that he and Tim could soon overtake him. Higson, aware of this, did as he was advised, while he shouted out to the rest of the people in the boat to cover the two who remained behind. "Oh, Mr. Green, Archie and the man with him will be cut off if we don't pull in and help them," cried Tom, who, just as the boat got clear of the smoke, caught sight of the Cossacks. Green, on this, pulled to the shore, and part of the two boats' crews landing. Just as the Cossacks got within 20 yards of Archie and Tim, they opened fire, which emptied two of their saddles and made the rest of the troop wheel quickly round, while Archie and Tim, having also fired their muskets, took to their heels and soon joined their shipmates. "Give way, my lads," cried Higson as he once more took his seat. "We've done the work effectually, and there's no use stopping to get fired at as we pull down the river." The dense volume of smoke which rose up from the bank of the river completely concealed the Cossacks, and of course prevented them from seeing the boats, which they possibly might have supposed were still lying off the place, ready to commit other mischief. Higson had received orders, however, on no account to injure private property, and he could only hope that the flames had not reached the buildings he had seen beyond the storehouses. Just as they got a little way beyond the point, there came the thundering sound of an explosion. "That must be a magazine blown up," observed Tom. "Perhaps one of the vessels has powder on board," said Green. "I think I caught sight of some spars through the smoke, but they may have been fragments of timber." Just then there came another explosion, as loud as the first, and scarcely had its echoes died away among the hills on the left when a third occurred. "No doubt about it now," said Green. "Some of the vessels we set on fire must have been laden with powder." "I hope no unfortunate people were on board them. A pretty considerable amount of mischief we have done this morning," said Tom, "but I suppose it was our duty, so we mustn't think too much about it." "Of course it was," answered Green. "If people will go to war, they must take the consequences." "But perhaps the people didn't want to go to war," said Tom. "It was all their emperor's doing." "Then they ought not to live under such an emperor," said Green. "How can they help themselves?" asked Tom. "I dare say if they had been asked they would have preferred remaining at peace." "I confess that I don't feel any animosity against them. I would much rather be fighting the French, but they, by a sort of hocus pocus, are our allies," remarked Green. "In reality we are not making war on the Russian people. We are expressly ordered not to injure any of their property Our business is only to destroy government stores." "Well, that's some comfort," said Tom, "though it may not always be easy to distinguish one from the other." This conversation took place as the boats were pulling away, as hard as the men could lay their backs to the oars, down the river. As yet they had seen no Cossacks or foot soldiers on either bank. Possibly they might have remained to try to put out the fire, or the nature of the ground on the left bank, on which the stores were situated, prevented them from making rapid progress over it. As the boats had come up, Green had observed an extensive marsh with a wide stream, which, unless there was a bridge over it, would have alone proved an effectual barrier to the progress of cavalry. To the right, on which the houses had been seen, were high and picturesque hills, some rising almost directly out of the water, with fertile valleys, groves, orchards, and vineyards. Had any number of armed men been in the neighborhood, they might greatly have annoyed the boats as they went down. The tide, however, was with them, and they made rapid progress. They could still see a cloud of smoke collected over the stores and vessels they had set on fire, which convinced them that any attempt which might have been made by the soldiers to extinguish the flames must have proved unsuccessful. They were pulling along, as has been said, at a rapid rate, when, in order to take the shortest course, they kept close round a wooded point on the right bank, the current, which was very strong, helping them along. Scarcely had they rounded the point when both boats struck with great force on a rocky ledge, the existence of which had not been perceived. "We have made a pretty big hole in our boat, sir," observed Archie. "Why, the water's running in like a mill stream. Back all!" cried Hickson. "Now pull round the port oars." The men gave way with all their might. Hickson steered the boat to the shore. The water was almost up to their thwarts. Before they reached it, they all leaped out on the bank, or she would have sunk with them. Green's boat had also received considerable damage, and he, not without difficulty, followed them. "We are in a pretty plight," exclaimed Tom. "What are we to do now?" "Repair the damages as fast as we can, and continue our course," said Hickson. To do this, however, it was necessary to haul the boats up. As they were full of water, this was a very difficult matter. They had to tow them along for some distance to a convenient spot, where the bank, shelving gently down, enabled them by degrees to get them up and bail the water out. Should the enemy find them while thus employed, they would all be taken prisoners. Hickson felt considerable anxiety on this score, his only consolation being that they might be exchanged for the commandant and garrison of the fort. By all working together, they first hauled one boat up and then the other. Though the men got pretty wet in the operation, Hickson and Green and the midshipmen kept tolerably dry. "I say, Archie, are you not very hungry?" said Tom. "Yes," answered Archie. "Mr. Hickson said he would go up to one of the houses on our way down and try and get some food. I vote we ask him." "He has probably forgotten all about it. I'll remind him," said Tom. "I know what will make him as eager as we are for something to eat. Mr. Hickson," he said, going up to him, "don't you think, sir, it would be pleasant if we had a dish of Irish stew with a few bottles of porter to discuss while the boats are being put to rights?" "What made you think of that, youngster?" asked Hickson, licking his lips, however, at the bare thoughts of his favourite dish. "You told Gordon, sir, when you came up, that you thought of putting in to try and get something to eat," answered Tom. "He and I are almost starved, and I should think you and Mr. Green and the men must be pretty sharp set also. Now would be a good opportunity, and Gordon says that the cottage we saw a quarter of a mile or so off is the one which you thought so pretty, and where you said you would like to spend the remainder of your days." "What business has he to be telling you what I said?" exclaimed Hickson. "I don't approve of you youngsters chattering about me." "Of course not, sir," said Tom, "but it was the thought of the Irish stew, or some other nice dish, which the good people of the house might be inclined to set before us, made us propose asking you to let us go up and try what we could get." "Well, I have no objection to make an excursion to the house," said Hickson, "provided we can ascertain that the coast is clear, and I will take one of you with me. As you can talk French, I shall take you and leave Gordon to assist the master." "Thank you, sir," said Tom. "I'm pretty sure that there are no Russians in the neighborhood, or they would have been down on us some time ago." Before starting, however, Hickson, accompanied by Tom, took the precaution of climbing to the top of a hill, from whence they could look up and across the river and over a considerable part of the right bank. Not a human being was visible moving anywhere, nor was a boat of any description to be seen floating on the surface of the stream. Had it not been for the houses and the cultivated ground, they might have supposed that they were in some wild country, the fact being probably that the male part of the population had been drawn off either to garrison the forts or to serve in the army, while the women were attending to their household duties within doors. Hickson directing Green to launch the boats as soon as they were repaired, and to fire a musket should any enemy appear, and promising to bring the party some food if he could obtain it, set off with Tom in the direction of the country house he had thought so attractive. The first part of their way was over wild ground, without any beaten track, but as it was tolerably open, they were able to get along without difficulty. At length they came upon a path which led apparently from the house to a landing place, near which a small, gaily painted boat was hauled up, and a boathouse which they concluded contained a larger craft. "Now this looks as if the people in the house yonder are well-to-do," observed Hickson, "and are likely to have a good store of provisions." "That is of the chief consequence to us just now," said Tom. "Shall we go up to the front entrance and tell them our errand, or find out the back door and get a servant to go in and say what we want?" "Go in at once and explain what we require," answered Hickson. While speaking, they were making their way along the path they had discovered. In a short time they reached a small gate, and seeing the roof of the house over the shrubbery, they concluded that by going through the gate they could make a shorter cut through it. As time was of consequence, they accordingly proceeded on by the pathway which led through the shrubbery, when just as they were about to emerge from it, they heard the sound of a female voice singing in an accomplished and very sweet manner. Hickson put his hand on Tom's arm and signed to him to stop. Those who have for many months been accustomed to the roar of guns, the howling of the tempest, and the gruff voice of the boatswain, may conceive what effect such dulcet notes were likely to produce on the lieutenant and midshipmen. They stopped for some time listening with delight. "I would not for the world run the risk of frightening her, whoever she is," said Hickson, when at length the lady ceased singing. "If we go on, we shall come directly in front of the room in which she is sitting. The windows open, or we should not hear the sound so plainly. We must try and find some other way of approaching the house." "If you will let me, sir, I'll creep forward and try to get a look through the trees without being seen," said Tom, who was highly delighted with the adventure, which promised, as he hoped, to be of a romantic character. He was more of an age to enjoy this sort of thing than his lieutenant. Hickson, however, preferred looking for himself, as he was in reality quite as much interested as Tom. They could just see that the path opened out on a gravel walk which ran along the well-kept smooth lawn, with flower beds dotted about on it. Just at this juncture they heard a childish laugh, and caught sight of a little boy with a hat in his hand running across the lawn in chase of a butterfly, presently pursued by a young lady in a white muslin dress, who, overtaking him, lifted him up in her arms, and was returning with him to the window from which she had apparently issued, when her eyes fell on the two strangers. She stopped and looked at them without exhibiting any particular sign of alarm, apparently wondering who they could be and what had brought them there. The little boy, however, uttered a loud cry, which produced a question from another person who was yet invisible. As they were now discovered, they did the best thing that under the circumstances they could do. Taking off their caps, they advanced with low bows, when they saw another young lady who had just come through the Venetian window which opened on to the lawn, under a broad veranda running along the side of the house. "Pray do not be frightened, young ladies," said Hickson, bowing first to one and then to the other. "We had no intention of intruding on you so suddenly, and I beg you 10,000 pardons." As neither of the ladies replied, Tom thought they probably did not understand English, and began repeating in French, as far as his knowledge of the language enabled him, what his lieutenant had said. The young lady who had just appeared at the window, and who was evidently the elder of the two, smiled as she listened to Tom's bad French. "You have not alarmed us, I assure you," she answered at length in very good English. "Gentlemen, I know, would not act uncourteously. I am surprised, however, at seeing you, as our two nations are unhappily at war. But may I inquire whence you have come, and what it is you want?" Hickson, of course, did not think it necessary to say that they had been up the river burning the Russian granaries and vessels, and he merely therefore explained that they had landed from some men-of-war's boats, and having come away without provisions, would be very much obliged if they could be informed where they could obtain food for themselves and their men. "This seems very strange," said the young lady. "I thought that none of the enemy's boats could come up the river past the fort at its entrance, of which our papa is the commandant. We heard a great deal of firing yesterday evening, and were very anxious to know what it was about, but were assured by Herr Groben, our brother's tutor, that some English vessels which were attacking it had been beaten off, and that no harm could have happened to the defenders. Indeed, 3 of our war steamers went out from the river, and we, of course, supposed assisted to put the English to flight. You have, I hope, therefore come up with a flag of truce. Surely Herr Groben could not have been mistaken. Can you give us any tidings of our papa?" "I am very glad to be able to assure you, young lady, that when I had the pleasure of seeing him, he was perfectly well, though somewhat vexed at the loss of his fort, which we were under the painful necessity of capturing, as also the man-of-war steamers which came out of the harbour to assist him," answered Hickson. The young ladies spoke to each other for several minutes in Russian, so that Hickson and Tom could not understand what they said. "Though we have no enmity against the English, you bring news which is painful to us, as we know that our papa will grieve for the misfortune which has happened to him," said the elder of the young ladies. "We are, however, obliged to you for informing us of his safety, and should be glad to do our best to supply your wants." Hickson and Tom had been all this time standing with their caps in their hands in front of the window, while the lieutenant was addressing the eldest of the two ladies. Tom was turning an admiring glance at the youngest, who still held the little boy in her arms, while he had thrown his round her neck, and was every now and then taking an alarmed look at the strangers. "I'm afraid that he is frightened at us," said Tom. "I must really apologize for our intrusion. I can assure you that it was not intentional, and we should have retired at once, had we not stopped to listen to some delightful singing. Was it you or your sister we heard?" "It was my sister, but we both sing," answered the young lady, "and we shall be very happy to sing to you by and by, if you wish it." Of course, Tom thanked her very much, and felt quite at home in a minute. The elder sister then invited them to come in and sit down, while she ordered some supper to be prepared for them and their men. While she was absent, and the younger lady was sitting with the little boy in her lap, doing her best to entertain them, the door opened, and an old gentleman in a sky-blue suit, with a periwig on his head, entered the room, making a profound bow as he did so. The young lady introduced him as Herr Groben. He probably had heard about the English officers from the elder sister, for he looked in no way surprised, and at once coming forward welcomed them with apparent sincerity. He made no remark about the capture of the fort or vessels. Perhaps he thought it better to let the subject alone. On hearing that the party at the boats were in want of provisions, he at once volunteered to carry down a supply as soon as it could be got ready. Hickson, who thought him a very agreeable person, at once accepted his offer, for he himself had been so much struck by the appearance of the elder of the young ladies, and by her sweet singing, that he was in no hurry to go away. Herr Groben said he must apologize for the absence of the lady of the house, Madame Paskovitch, being unable to make her appearance, as she was confined to her room by a slight indisposition, but she sent her compliments, expressing a hope that they would be satisfied with the treatment they might receive during the time they might think fit to remain. Hickson, not to be outdone in politeness, begged to assure Madame Paskovitch that he was grateful for the kind reception he had met with, and should be happy to be the bearer of any message or more weighty articles which she might wish to send to her husband. On the return of Mademoiselle Paskovitch, who had gone to order supper and to superintend the packing of some baskets of provisions, Herr Groben made his bow, and was shortly afterwards seen crossing the lawn, followed by two long-shirted servants carrying a couple of hampers slung on a pole borne on their shoulders. Tom had asked the young lady her name, which he told him was Fyodorovna. My eldest sister's, she's added, is Ivanovna. And have you any sisters? She asked, upon which Tom told her all about his family, and that he had several brothers, one of whom commanded the ship to which he belonged, and that another was in the guards, all of which pieces of information considerably raised him in the young lady's estimation. He wisely thought it better to say nothing about Hickson, except that he was the first lieutenant of his brother's ship. While supper was being prepared, Ivanovna, observing that the English officers were good enough to be pleased with her singing, went to the piano and sang several songs with which Hickson expressed himself highly delighted. Every moment his admiration of the young lady evidently increased. She was not, it must be acknowledged, possessed of what could be called classical beauty. She was fair, certainly, with blue eyes, but they were rather small, while her figure was too short and round to be graceful, and her nose differed considerably from that of the Venus de Medicis, but then she had smiling lips and a good-natured expression altogether. Her younger sister, Fyodorovna, who was scarcely 15, was certainly very much prettier. Indeed, Tom was inclined to pronounce her perfectly beautiful, and he was still more delighted with her when she sang, though her voice was not equal to that of her sister. Supper being announced, they went into the dining-room without waiting for the return of Herr Groben. His two pupils, boys younger than Fyodorovna, however, made their appearance. They reported that they had gone down to the boats, and had seen Herr Groben shaking hands with the officer in command, having apparently found an old friend. "That is not surprising," observed Hickson. "Our master, Giles Green, finds old friends everywhere, and I believe that if he were to go to the North Pole he would fall in with an acquaintance." Hickson and Tom had been now nearly 2 hours at the house, and it was high time that they should be off, but neither of them felt any inclination to quit such agreeable society. Still, Hickson was too good an officer to forget his duty, and he at length told Tom that it was time to go, and they were on the point of wishing their fair hostesses good-bye, Hickson promising with perfect sincerity that if able, when the war was over, he would come back, and Tom with equal honesty saying much the same thing when they saw Herr Groben hurrying across the lawn towards the drawing-room window and panting for breath. "I am sorry to say, gentlemen, that I bring you unsatisfactory intelligence," exclaimed Herr Groben. "As I was sitting on the point, enjoying my meerschaum with my old friend Green, I caught sight of a number of foot soldiers and a troop of Cossacks who had come over the hills farther down the river, and who, it was very evident from their gestures, had caught sight of the boats hauled up on the bank and the English seamen around them. I advised Green to launch the boats and to come round to the landing place near the house to receive you on board. There is not a moment to be lost, for they outnumber your people as 5 to 1, and can find plenty of shelter, and were they to discover you on shore, they would make you prisoners." Hickson and Tom smiled. "They are not likely to do that," answered Hickson, "though we are very much obliged to you for your warning, and most unwillingly we must wish our kind hostesses good-bye." "Oh, do go," cried both the young ladies in a breath. "We should deeply regret if you were to be made prisoners, and grieve still more were you compelled to fight the Cossacks." "We must first thank you for your kindness, which, believe me, we shall never forget," said Hickson, who, supposing that the Cossacks were still at a distance, did not feel that there was any necessity to be in a hurry. Tom was thanking Fyodorovna in still more sentimental language when the old tutor seized their arms. "Come down, come," he exclaimed. "Even now I'm afraid that you are too late. I hear the hoofs of the Cossacks' horses clattering along the road, and they will catch sight of you before you can reach the landing place." As he spoke, he went round to the front of the house and quickly came back again. "It is as I feared," he exclaimed. "Your retreat is cut off, and if the boats come in to take you on board, they will to a certainty be fired on. I must go and warn them, and leave you to the care of the ladies." "But if you can go, so can we," said Hickson, preparing to accompany Herr Groben. "Oh, no, no, they will recognize you at once from your uniforms, but they will not suspect my object. Besides, you will have to show yourself," said Herr Groben, "as you try to get on board, but I can remain concealed while I warn your friends to keep off the shore." Hickson and Tom still persevered in their intention of making their way down to the landing place, and were on the point of hurrying off, when the young ladies seized their hands and entreated them, with tears in their eyes, to remain. "You will both of you be shot, for you will have to pass within a dozen yards of the spot the Cossacks have reached, and it would be so dreadful to have you killed. Do stay, and we can easily conceal you till they have gone away, for they dare not search this house. Indeed, they will not suspect that English officers are within it." As the young ladies spoke, they led Hickson and Tom to a side window, from whence they could see a troop of Cossacks, followed by a considerable number of foot soldiers, passing along the road a short distance off beyond the garden. There could thus be no doubt that their retreat was cut off. "You are perfectly safe here," said Ivanovna, "though as a protection we will shut the windows leading into the garden. I've great hopes that Herr Groben will reach the boat in time to warn your friends, so as to prevent bloodshed, which is our great object. There has been too much spilt already in a bad cause. We could not sympathize with those who are guilty of the massacre of Sinope, and we believe that this cruel war was unnecessary. It may seem strange to you that I should thus express myself," she continued, observing Hickson's look of surprise, "but our mother is half an Englishwoman, and we have been taught to regard the English with affection." "I am very glad to hear it," said Hickson, a strange feeling taking possession of his heart. Indeed, he was much inclined to ask whether she could regard an Englishman with affection, but he wisely forbore to put the question. He indeed just then had his thoughts occupied about the boats. "Could you allow us to go to a window from whence we could watch what is going forward on the river?" he asked. "I'm afraid that my friends may be tempted to remain in the hopes of receiving us on board till the Cossacks are down upon them." "Not if Herr Groben succeeds in carrying out his intention," she answered, "but come with us to a room in the second story, and from thence you will have a view of the river, and be able to watch the progress of the boats. It is our boudoir, but under the circumstances we will venture to admit you." Hickson and Tom assured the young ladies that they very much appreciated the confidence placed in them, and forthwith accompanied them upstairs. Just as they entered the room, which they had time to see was prettily ornamented with pictures on the walls, an easel, ladies' embroidered frames, and numerous other elegant articles, the loud rattle of musketry reached their ears. The young ladies uttered a cry of alarm. "Pray do not be over anxious about the matter," said Hickson. "Musket balls do not always reach the object they are aimed at, and it does not follow that any harm is done." As he and Tom and the young ladies looked out of the window, cautiously keeping concealed behind the curtains, they saw a party of Cossacks on the landing place and some foot soldiers under shelter of a wall. The two boats 100 yards off or more were pulling away out towards the middle of the river. "Herr Groben has had time to warn them," said Hickson, "and as far as I can judge by the way the men are rowing, no one has been hit. We are deeply indebted to him, ladies, and to you also, and I have no doubt that when Green supposes that the Cossacks have retired, he will come back and relieve you of our company." "Oh, do not say that," observed Ivanovna. "We shall be sorry to lose you, and I'm sure we shall have done what our papa would wish by treating you with hospitality." Hickson and Tom watched the progress of the boats with interest. They somewhat expected that Green would lie on his oars and wait till the Cossacks had gone away. Perhaps he might have thought that they were already made prisoners, and that there would be no use in doing this. At all events, he continued his course down the river till the boats were lost to sight in the distance. The Cossacks, disappointed in their hope of surprising the English, turned their horses' heads round, followed by the foot soldiers, and marched back the way they had come, without even visiting the house. The young ladies seemed highly pleased. "We are perfectly safe now," observed Ivanovna, "but to prevent surprise we will send our young brothers to keep watch and bring us notice should any of the officers take it into their heads to pay us a visit. They can be thoroughly trusted." Soon afterwards they heard Herr Groben's cheery voice in the passage. "All right," he exclaimed. "I had time to warn Green, though I was nearly caught, I must confess, but the horseman did not get as fast over the rough ground as I did. I fear, however, that Green did not understand that you were in safe keeping, and may possibly conceive that you have been made prisoners, though he will know that you are not likely to be ill-treated." "I am sure that he must have thought that, or he would not have pulled away," said Hickson. "However, we have no cause to complain. My only fear is that we shall be trespassing on the hospitality of this kind family." "On that point I can answer with confidence that you are welcome," said Herr Groben. "They are all, as I am, devoted admirers of the English, have great cause to be so, and especially have I reason to be grateful to my dear friend Green. You will be curious to know how I became acquainted with him. It happened in this wise. Many years ago I was making a voyage when my ship caught fire, and I, with the officers and crew, escaped in 3 of the boats. The other boats were lost, and after several of my companions had died of hunger, we were picked up by a ship to which Green belonged. All the officers and crew treated us with kindness. Green especially took care of me, and pressed on me the use of his purse when we arrived in England, where I was also treated with great kindness. Such conduct can never be forgotten, and I've ever endeavored to imbue the hearts of my pupils with a love for England and for everything English." "We are very much obliged to you and Green," said Hickson, "since we have benefited so largely by your instructions." As there was no longer any danger, Hickson proposed going back into the drawing-room. The young ladies, however, first showed him and Tom their drawings and embroidery, and numerous other samples of their handiwork, which passed the time very agreeably. When they went downstairs they found a huge samovar bubbling and hissing on the table, and such tea was offered them as they had never before tasted. Hickson, indeed, in compliment to his hostess, begged to have his cup replenished again and again till he had drunk 6 or 8 cups full, though to be sure they were not of any unusual size. Herr Groben undertook to take charge of Hickson and Tom for the night, and to give them due warning should there be any danger of their being discovered. Though he thought that this was not likely, still he acknowledged that there were some persons who might prove treacherous should they hear of English officers being in the house, and he begged them on no account to make their appearance out of doors without him, a caution which they promised to observe. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 20. Murray and Rogers had been employed during the day in removing the guns from the fort, while Adair and his party watched over the prisoners. It was their intention to blow it up, but they were unwilling to do this until the return of the boats. Evening was approaching, and as they had not yet made their appearance, Jack became somewhat anxious as to what might have happened to them. The smoke rising from the conflagration of the stores and vessels could be discerned in the far distance, so that it was evident that they had accomplished their work, but it was possible that some disaster might afterwards have happened to them. Jack accordingly went on board the Gower to consult with Murray, who agreed to send up a couple of his boats at daybreak the next morning to search for those under Hickson and to negotiate for his and his party's release should they have been taken prisoners. Jack begged that he might lead the expedition himself, to which Murray willingly agreed. Darkness had for some time set in, and still the missing boats had not appeared. As Jack, whose anxiety had increased, was walking the deck with Mildmay, the splash of oars was heard. The sentry hailed, and Green's voice replied. The boats were soon alongside, both of them half full of water. "Where are the first lieutenant and Mr. Rogers?" asked Jack. "I am afraid, sir, that they are in the hands of the Russians," and Green gave an account of what had happened, adding, "Had it not been for an old friend of mine, who warned us of the approach of the troops, we should ourselves have been overpowered, or at all events have had a pretty hard tussle for it." Green took care not to throw any blame upon Higson, who might have been accused of acting imprudently, if not of neglecting his duty, by remaining longer than was necessary at the house which he had visited to obtain provisions. Having heard Green's report, Jack again went on board the Gower, and as some time would be required to repair his own boats, Murray arranged, as he had before promised, to send two of his half an hour before daylight, so that they might enter the river as soon as they could see their way. Just as the ruddy streaks of dawn appeared in the sky, Jack shoved off from the Tornado side. He took Green with him to pilot the boats, and also to communicate with the old German tutor, through whom he might have been able to learn what had become of the prisoners. He carried also a flag of truce, in the hopes of gaining his object by pacific measures. As the boats passed under the walls of the fort, they were hailed by the sentry on the ramparts, by whose side Gerald Desmond directly afterwards made his appearance. Jack told him to inform Commander Adair where they were going, and that he hoped to be back again in the course of a few hours. The Russian commandant, sir, wishes to send a letter to his family to inform them of his safety, and he will be obliged to you if you will convey it. That is more than I can undertake to do, answered Jack, but inform the commandant that if he will let me know where his family reside, I shall be happy to give them any message he may send. Gerald disappeared, and quickly afterwards returned with the commandant and Adair. The commandant, in surprisingly good English, described his residence to Jack, and requested that he would tell his wife and daughters that he was well, and as he was to be liberated on his parole, that he hoped to remain with them till the end of the war. This information will be more satisfactory to them probably than had I gained a great victory, he added, so that they will be ready to receive you as friends rather than as enemies. I shall be happy to deliver your message, Colonel, answered Jack, and regret that I am unable to carry a written communication. A few further compliments having been exchanged, Jack ordered his men to give way, and the boats proceeded up the river. Why, sir, that house must be the very one which Mr. Higson and your brother visited, said Green. Unless the Cossacks have carried them off to a distance, they may, I hope, be easily recovered. That is satisfactory, said Jack. Whether we recover them or not, we must be away from this early to-day, as there is work to be done in other places. The boats pulled on some way when they caught sight of a vessel stealing along on the opposite shore towards the mouth of the river. Jack immediately steered for her, ordering Archie to pull ahead so as to cut her off should she attempt to slip by them. On seeing them approach, however, the Russian skipper immediately hauled down his colours. Jack found on stepping on board that the Russian skipper was not aware that the English vessels were still off the mouth of the river, and had expected to get clear. He said that his was the only vessel that had not been burnt. Sorry to have to condemn yours to the fate you have escaped, said Jack. It is the fortune of war, answered the skipper, shrugging his shoulders. Only wish the war had come to an end. The operation did not take long. The unfortunate skipper and his crew were landed to make their way home as best they could, when the vessel, being set on fire, drifted on to the bank, where she quickly burnt to the water's edge. Jack then pulled on, and in a short time the boats reached the landing place near the colonel's house, which Green pointed out. Having, as far as they could from the water, examined the ground before them, they came to the conclusion that no enemy was in the neighbourhood. Green, who felt that some blame might have been attached to him for deserting his commanding officer, volunteered to proceed by himself to the house to ascertain how matters stood. He assured Jack that he could trust Herr Groben, who would give him warning should the enemy be near. Jack agreed to this, and Green set off. In a short time he was seen returning to the boat, accompanied by the old German tutor, who, as he approached, appeared to be much agitated. Bad news, sir, said Green as he came up to Jack. The Cossacks have got hold of Higson and your brother. It was their fault, broke in the old tutor. They would go out walking vid the young ladies when I warned them not to go, and a troop of Cossacks came galloping up to them and carried them both off. It almost break the young lady's heart, and they have not done crying yet. "Then they must be still in the neighbourhood," exclaimed Jack, "and we may be in time to overtake them." "Oh no, captain," answered Herr Groben, "I fear not, for they mount upon 2 horses and gallop away." "At all events, if you can supply us with a guide to show us the way they have taken, we will pursue them," said Jack. "Perhaps one of my pupil will go, for dear Mutter, Madame Paskievich, is very unhappy at the thoughts the officers were made prisoner, as she considered that they were under her protection, and as they come as friends, they should be allowed to go away as friends." As there was no time to be lost, Jack, ordering Green to remain with a couple of men in each boat, set off, accompanied by Archie and Herr Groben, who promised to find him a trustworthy guide, though he showed no inclination to go himself. The name of Paskievich had struck Jack, and on making inquiries from the old tutor, he found that the owner of the house was the commandant of the fort. "I think, sir," observed Archie, who was walking by his side, "if that is the case, we shall be able to exchange the colonel for Mr. Hickson and Tom." "I would rather get them back without having to do that," said Jack. "The colonel is to be liberated on his parole, but should we find it necessary, we shall be able, as a last resource, to recover them as you propose." On arriving at the house, they were met by Madame Paskievich and her 2 daughters. Jack, fortunately recollecting the colonel's message, delivered it to his wife, who expressed herself very grateful for the kind treatment he had received, and assured them how grieved she was that, notwithstanding all her precautions, the Cossacks had captured the 2 officers. Jack, in reply, expressed his conviction that it was from no fault of theirs, and comforted them greatly by telling them that probably in the course of the day the colonel would be enabled to return to them. On hearing of their want of a guide, Madame Paskievich at once consented to allow her eldest boy to show them the way the Cossacks had gone, though she believed that by this time they were far beyond pursuit. Herr Groben's pupils soon made their appearance, and the eldest Ivan, who spoke English very well, without hesitation undertook to guide them, and to make inquiries on the way as to where any troops were stationed, so as to prevent them from being surprised. Jack, though perfectly sensible of the risk he ran, resolved to persevere, and, accompanied by young Ivan, at once set off at the head of his party, who, as they were all well armed, had no fear of the result should they meet 3 times their number. They had gone some distance when Jack learned from Ivan's inquiries that the Cossacks were already a long way ahead. He at length began to despair of recovering his first lieutenant or Tom. He felt, too, the imprudence of advancing farther into the enemy's country when, before he could secure his retreat, the foe might gather between him and the boats. He was at last obliged unwillingly to confess that he must give up the pursuit. "I'm very sorry for it, sir," said their guide. "The English midshipman and I had become great friends, and though I don't think he will be treated ill, yet he will not like to be kept away from his ship. However, when my father returns, I promise to do my best to get him set at liberty." "Thank you," answered Jack warmly. "I will trust you." He now gave the order to his men to face about, and they began to retrace their steps. They had gone but a short distance when the loud clattering of hoofs struck on their ears, and looking round, they caught sight of a horseman galloping towards them at headlong speed. "Hurrah, that's Tom himself!" cried Archie, and Tom appeared from amid a cloud of dust, riding as he had done many a day after the hounds in Shire. He was within hailing distance when a couple of 100 yards or so behind him were seen a number of Cossacks in hot pursuit. Jack ordered his men to fix bayonets, to be prepared to receive cavalry. As Tom came galloping along, they opened to let him pass, when not without some difficulty he pulled up at their rear. "I've done them," he exclaimed. "I was sure you would come to look for me, though I little expected to find you so near at hand." The Cossacks, of whom there were scarcely more than a dozen, and who had by this time got within 100 yards of them, on seeing the resolute bearing of the British sailors, pulled up, and after a moment's hesitation, wheeling round their horses, galloped off, followed by a shower of bullets. "The only thing you have done wrong was to fire without my orders," exclaimed Jack. "Reload, and now right about face and march, double quick time." The party, without a moment's delay, hurried back on the road they had come. "I'm afraid Mr. Hickson's in for it," said Tom. "The Cossacks had halted for breakfast when the thought came into my head that we might make our escape while the men were all dismounted and eating some horrid mess or other, their horses being picketed some distance from them. I did my best to persuade him to come too, but he never was much of a horseman, and declared that he could not do it, though he told me to take my chance, and that he would try and prevent anyone from following me. I had already fixed my eyes on a horse. While the men were all engaged, I sauntered up to where their steeds were tethered, and before anyone had observed me, I set a dozen or more of them at liberty, when finding that the men suspected what I was about, I leaped on the back of the one I had fixed on, and giving a loud shout, galloped off as fast as the wind, with a troop of riderless horses scampering at my heels. I had got a fine start, and intended to keep it, and it was not till just before I caught sight of you that I knew I was pursued. Still, even then I did not give up all hopes of escaping, though I little knew how near help was at hand. I only wish Mr. Hickson had followed my advice. As Jack had no wish to encounter the Cossacks, who were certainly not likely to bring Hickson with them, he hurried on his men, and at length reached Colonel Paskevich's house. The fair Fyodorovna, in an artless manner, showed her pleasure at seeing Tom in safety, while Ivanovna could not restrain her tears on hearing that the lieutenant was still a prisoner. As Jack considered it his duty not to delay a moment longer than was necessary, he was compelled to decline Madame Paskevich's invitation to remain for breakfast, and accompanied by Herr Groben, who wished to bid farewell to Green, he hurried to the boats. In a few minutes they were again pulling down towards the mouth of the river. On arriving at the fort, Jack found that all the necessary preparations had been made for its evacuation. Colonel Paskevich and his officers were liberated on their parole not to serve again during the war, while the men were transferred to the Flash to be conveyed on board some of the larger ships of the fleet. "I'll do my best to obtain the liberation of your first lieutenant," said the colonel to Jack as he bade him farewell. "We might arrange for exchanging you with him," observed Jack. "Thank you, but I would rather not," answered the colonel significantly. "I should then be compelled again to fight in this detestable war, whereas at present I may remain as a non-combatant with my family, which I confess, though mention it not, my friend, much better suits my principles and taste." "You are a brave man, and defended your fort gallantly," observed Jack. "That was my duty," answered the colonel. "A man, I hold, may be physically brave, and yet abhor fighting. As long as it was my duty to fight, I fought. I can now with honour sheathe my sword, in the earnest hope that I may never again have to draw it, especially against Englishmen. There are many of my countrymen who, I doubt not, feel as I do. Goodbye, my friend. May we meet again in happier times." Jack accompanied the colonel out of the fort, and as soon as the last Russian had taken his departure, Jack fired the trains which had been laid to the mines in different parts of the fort, and leaping into his boat, pulled away towards the Tornado. Before the boat had got halfway, the first explosion was heard, the stout walls trembling and shaking, while clouds of dust and smoke and fragments of stone and timber rose in the air, and in a few seconds the spot where the fort had stood presented a mass of shapeless ruins. "We've done for the fort at all events," observed Tom. "I hope that before long our army will treat Sebastopol in the same way." "I wish they were likely to do it at so slight a cost," said Jack, as he thought of Sidney, from whom he had not heard for some time, for he knew what sorrow his loss would cause to his family at Halliburton. The three commanders, having delivered over their prizes to the admiral, proceeded to carry out their instructions in conjunction with the Mosquito fleet, engaged in the destruction of the vast magazines of corn and other provisions accumulated at numerous places on the shores of the Sea of Azov, as well as the fleets of vessels loaded with supplies for the Russian army in the Crimea. "It seems to me a wanton destruction of property," observed Jack when he first received his orders. Murray, to whom he spoke, smiled. "Sagacious commanders have to take into consideration the appetites of their men as well as those of the enemy, quite as much as their battlefields and the weapons they use," he observed. "If we can cut off the supplies of the garrison of Sebastopol, we shall render as effectual service as the guns of the besiegers, and quickly bring the war to a conclusion." "Then I'll set about it with all my heart," exclaimed Jack, "though I wish, instead of burning the wheat, we could ship it off to our people at home." "That would prove a somewhat too long operation," observed Murray, "and if we remember that every stack we burn will perhaps shorten the war by as many hours, any scruples we may feel on the subject will soon vanish." Jack and his brother commanders, remembering this, set energetically to work to perform what would have been otherwise a very disagreeable duty. The gallant Lyons, who in the Miranda had been some days in the Sea of Azov, had already inflicted immense damage on the enemy. On his arrival off Kanitschek, at the entrance of the Putrid Sea, he found a large fleet of merchantmen at anchor, protected by a strong force of infantry and a battery of field pieces on the mainland. On sending in to summon the flotilla to surrender, his demand being refused, he dispatched his boats under the command of his first lieutenant Mackenzie through the strait, covering their advance with a heavy fire of shell on the town and troops. In spite of all opposition, thus protected, the brave lieutenant set fire to 73 vessels and several corn magazines. On returning to their ship, the party discovered that some of the vessels had escaped the conflagration. On this, Captain Lyons dispatched a second expedition with 3 other officers, Lieutenants Buckley and Burgoyne, and Mr. Roberts, a gunner of the Ardent. On approaching the shore and discovering that the enemy were prepared to give them a warm reception, the 3 latter officers determined to land by themselves so that their men might escape the risk of being cut off, while Mackenzie undertook the destruction of the shipping. The vessels were quickly set on fire, and the magazines had shared the same fate when a troop of Cossacks bore down on the 3 officers who had landed. They accordingly had to take to their heels, and keeping well ahead of their pursuers, were received in safety by Mackenzie on board the boats, which pulled back to the ships without the loss of a single man, one only having been slightly wounded. Thus he went on from place to place, destroying stores and vessels in the same daring manner, his 2 lieutenants frequently landing in a 4-oared gig and setting fire with their own hands to different government buildings. Taganrog, a place of great strength, was attacked, and though the town was protected by some heavy batteries and above 3,000 troops who kept up a hot fire on the ships and boats, every government building and magazine was destroyed. In this way Captain Lyons sank or burnt upwards of 250 vessels laden with supplies and provisions and stores to the value of many thousands of pounds, and at the present juncture of immense importance to the Russian army and the beleaguered city. His brave career was, however, drawing to a close. Rejoining the squadron off Sebastopol at the end of a fortnight, he was shortly afterwards struck by a shell while running into a harbour at night to annoy the enemy, and in a few days breathed his last at the hospital at Therapia, to which he had been removed. He was succeeded in the command of the squadron by Captain Sherard Osborne, an officer of equal determination, courage, and sagacity, who was not likely to leave any of the work he had undertaken undone or half done. Our 3 commanders proceeded in the same spirit to the execution of their duty. On revisiting several places where a few weeks before they had destroyed all the then existing supplies, they found that the Russians, supposing they would not return, had rebuilt their storehouses and completely replenished them, giving a proof of the productive power of the neighboring districts. All the work before them was not, however, accomplished with the same ease. Hitherto they had had only to dash boldly on shore, protected by the guns of the ships, set fire to the stores, and to be off again as fast as they could. Spies were not wanting, who brought them information of the position of stores. From one of these men, Jack, who was stationed off the spit which separates the Putrid Sea from the Sea of Azov, gained intelligence that some large stores situated on the Crimean shore had lately been replenished, and that the grain was only waiting the means of transport to be removed to Sebastopol. Jack asked the spy whether he would lead a party to the spot. This, however, he declined, but gave so exact a description of the country that Jack felt convinced that he could find it out without the man's aid. Plenty of volunteers were ready to go, but having, as he said, got every inch of the way into his head, he determined to lead the expedition. He did not, however, hide from himself the dangers to be encountered. If I destroy these stores, the siege may be shortened by 1 or 2 days, or it may be more, and the lives of several of my fellow creatures saved. Then it is my duty to go. Had Higson been on board, he might have entrusted the expedition to him. Green would be very likely to carry it out, but he feared that Mildmay would fail. He had perfect confidence that Tom would obey his orders. He accordingly fixed on him, with Dick Needham and Jerry Bird, in addition to his gig's usual crew. Standing it at nightfall, as close to the spit as the water would allow, he pulled on shore. The boat had now to be dragged across the sands and launched on the opposite side. He and all hands, uniting their strength, accomplished it, however, and away they pulled with muffled oars across the Putrid Sea. A mist lay on the placid water, which would have shrouded them from the view of any boats which might have been passing, even at 100 yards' distance. Not a word was spoken above a whisper. It was impossible to see the shore, and difficult to know when they might come upon it. Indeed, had not the boat been provided with a compass, the commander would have been unable to steer a direct course. The men gave way with a will, as the success of the expedition depended on the rapidity with which it was carried out. On a sudden, as Jack fancied they were still a considerable way from the shore, he felt the boat's keel passing over a soft bottom. Directly afterwards she remained fixed. In vain the men pulled away with might and main, endeavouring to force her over. The water appeared shallower ahead even than astern, and at length all hands had to jump overboard, including the commander and Tom, when they sank almost up to their knees in mud. "Pretty condition we shall be in if daylight finds us here," said Tom. "No fear of that," answered Jack. "Off the boat must come." Needham, with boat hook in hand, went ahead to ascertain the depth of water, and on his return reported that after some yards it deepened considerably, whilst as he could see nothing of the land, he concluded that they were on a mud bank. "No doubt about it," said Jack, and all hands together lifting the boat, they bore her along for 50 yards or so, when washing the mud off their legs, they tumbled on board and again gave way. "Pretty mess we're in," observed Tom. His brother laughed. "We shall be in a worse mess before long, as we have a couple of rivers and a marsh or two to wade through before we reach our destination. Needham, you are in good wind, I hope?" "Aye, aye, sir," answered Dick. "I doubt whether any Russian would overtake me if we have to run for it." "I wish that I was to go with you," said Tom. "No, you must remain by the boat and keep a bright lookout that you are not surprised," answered Jack. "Have your muskets ready for instant use, and should we at the last be pursued, be ready to cover our retreat. You don't know at what time we may come. We may be turned back before we reach our destination, or we may succeed and still be hard pressed to escape capture. The last is most likely to occur. At all events, be on the watch." Jack had previously made all his arrangements. The gunner and Jerry Bird each carried match boxes in waterproof cases, and small torches which they could easily ignite, so that the moment they stepped on shore they could proceed on their expedition. A sense of the importance of the work to be accomplished made Jack enjoy it. Otherwise an act of incendiarism would not have been to his taste. The gunner and Jerry Bird, it must be confessed, did not trouble their heads much about the matter. At length a group of trees, seemingly of unusual magnitude, standing apparently on the top of a hill, appeared ahead, but almost an instant afterwards the bows of the boat touched a bank with a few willows or alders growing on it. As far as Jack could judge, it was the very spot he would have chosen for landing, as the bushes would afford sufficient concealment to the boat during his absence. "Remember my orders," said Jack as he sprang to the bank, followed by Dick and Jerry. They had not gone many yards when they found themselves floundering in the mud, at which the two latter began to grumble, as seamen will grumble, not at the work before them, but at the mud which prevented them from advancing as rapidly as they desired. "Never mind," said Jack as he led the way. "We shall get on the firm ground presently. Those in the boat are much less likely to be taken by surprise than they might have been by the side of a hard bank." The marsh, however, was broader than Jack expected, but as they ran lightly over it, their feet did not sink down very deep. They at length reached firm ground. According to the commander's calculation, they had about 2 miles to go before they could get to their destination. A pocket compass and a small lantern which threw its light on it enabled him to steer a direct course. The country was unpopulated and open, the chief impediments in the way of the party being the streams and marshes and rivers. They got on rapidly over the hard ground, but found it heavy work wading amid the expanse of rushes which bordered the streams. "No crocodiles or alligators about here, I hope, sir," whispered Jerry to the gunner. "If there are, it's our business not to mind them," answered Dick with a low growl, intended as a rebuke to Jerry. "If there was a shoal of sharks either, we should have no business to cry out till we were caught." They dropped a few feet behind while thus speaking, but quickly again overtook the commander, who was wading across the stream, the water gradually getting deeper and deeper till it rose up to his waist. "Maybe we shall have to swim for it," whispered Dick, "but where's the odds, provided we get across at last?" Jack led on, not listening to the low whispered remarks of his companions. One river was thus crossed, still there was another, on the farther bank of which were situated the stacks of wheat destined to destruction. The ford was some way above the stack, so that they would have to cross the river by it, and then descend the bank, taking the same route on their return. Jack had been unable to ascertain what sentries were likely to be posted in the neighbourhood, or what guards protected the stacks. An extent of open ground had now to be passed over, and there was then a tolerably extensive wood, with more open ground between it and the river. Jack was able to recognize each feature of the country from the description given to him by the spy. He thus felt sure that he was on the right road. He went on till the bank of the river was reached, and he could see a town or village on the opposite side. He now led the way up the stream till he discovered the ford, which he and his companions crossed without difficulty, though he had some fears that he might find a guardhouse on the opposite side. No one, however, appeared. The Russians, undoubtedly supposing from the numerous impediments in the way that no enemies would venture to attack the place. They had now to make their way along the bank of the river for some distance before they could reach the stacks destined to destruction. It was necessary to proceed with the greatest caution, for the slightest noise might betray them to the enemy and ensure their capture. They had gone part of the distance when they heard a dog bark, and they could make out a few yards from the river the roof of a cottage, from the neighbourhood of which apparently the sound came. They could only hope that the dog was chained, for should he be loose he might rush out upon them, and though they might kill him with their cutlasses, the noise they might make would in all probability bring his owners on their track. The mist had cleared away, and the stars were shining brightly overhead, so that they had to keep under cover as much as possible. Jack hoped, however, that all the inhabitants of the place would be in bed. Again the dog barked. Jack in a whisper ordered the gunner and Jerry to crouch down and remain perfectly quiet for a few minutes, when immediately the dog became silent. After waiting a minute or two, he again led the way forward till he could see the tops of the lofty stacks rising high above the houses against the sky. They had made some way, when again the dog barked fiercely, and they could hear the animal leaping and rolling about, as if trying to break his chain. "Here comes the brute," cried the gunner, stepping forward, and they caught sight of the animal, a huge mastiff bounding towards them. Dick held his drawn cutlass ready in his hand, and as the creature sprang up to seize him by the throat, with one sweep of his weapon he laid it dead at his feet, with its head almost severed from the body. "Well done, Needham," exclaimed Jack. "It was necessary, sir, but I was sorry to kill the poor brute," answered Dick. "We have no time to think about that," said Jack, "for we must set the stacks on fire at once," and they again crept forward. Brave as he was, and fully convinced of the importance of the act he was about to do, he could not help reflecting that it was not the sort of work in which he, as an English officer, would wish to be discovered. However, it was to be done, and the sooner it was done, the better. As he got close to the stacks, he looked to either side to ascertain whether any sentry was posted in the neighbourhood, but discovering no one, he placed his two companions, one at one end and the other at the centre of the stacks, with directions to strike their lights immediately they saw him ignite his, so that they might fire them at the same moment. He then crept forward to his post, and waited a few seconds to listen. Not a sound was heard from the neighbouring village, and quickly obtaining a light, he set fire to a bundle of stalks, which he pulled out of the stack, strewing it along the side, his companions imitating him. In one instant the whole of the immense pile was in a blaze, the flames ascending with unexpected rapidity. "We must put our best foot foremost," said Jack, suiting the action to the word, and off they set, running as hard as they could. Fortunately there was a tolerably well-beaten path along the bank of the river by which they had come, but concealment was hopeless, and Jack observed the glare of the fire falling on the backs of his two companions, as he followed at their heels, feeling it his duty, as he had led the advance, to bring up the rear. Shouts and cries were presently heard. Every moment he expected to see a body of the enemy in hot pursuit. At first he thought of plunging into the stream and swimming across, but fully clothed as they were, it would have been a difficult undertaking, and they might get over by the ford quite as quickly. They accordingly kept on till it was reached, and then, wading across, they returned down the opposite bank, Jack considering it important to keep in the road they had come. By the time they had got opposite the stacks, the whole were blazing fiercely up, throwing a ruddy glare on all the objects around to a considerable distance. They thus stood revealed to the inhabitants on the opposite side, who appeared not to be aware till then who were the perpetrators of the deed. Just then they saw a large body of Cossacks galloping up towards the fire, some of whom by their gestures had, it seemed at that moment, caught sight of them. "We must put on all our steam, or these fellows will be at our heels," said Jack, and again they set forward. One glance he cast over his shoulder showed him the Cossacks making for the ford. He could not help feeling very doubtful whether he and his party could keep ahead of them. The bank of the first river they had crossed was again reached, and plunging in, partly by swimming and partly by wading, they boldly pushed across, thus avoiding the loss of time by going round by the ford. Scarcely, however, had they got over, when through the gloom of night they distinguished the Cossacks galloping towards them. They did not stop long to shake themselves, but dashed on, still hoping to keep ahead, as the Cossacks would have to go some distance up the stream to cross the ford. "I only wish the fellows would try to swim," said Dick. "Their horses would stick in the mud and rush, as we've had a hard job to get through. Keep up, Jerry, keep up," he continued, observing that his companion was flagging. We've a clear road before us, and we mustn't let our legs play us false." Thus encouraged, Jerry made fresh efforts to keep alongside his companions. Jack felt his own legs moving somewhat heavily, and could not help acknowledging to himself that there was every probability of their being overtaken. Once across the stream, the Cossacks on their fleet steeds would soon be up to them. The thought of being speared in the back by a savage horseman and left to die like dogs was too terrible. "No, if we are overtaken, we must fight for it, and die like men with our faces to the foe," said Jack aloud. Aye, sir, that we will," exclaimed Dick. "Maybe, however, they'll miss us, and if we can get anywhere near the boat, Mr. Rogers and our fellows will help us by peppering them." At length Jack was compelled to stop for a moment to draw breath. He took the opportunity of casting a look behind him to ascertain in what direction the Cossacks were coming, but he could nowhere see them. "I hope that you are right, Needham," he whispered, "and now on we go, and we may get up to the boat before we are discovered." Scarcely had he spoken than a shout was heard, and the figures of the horsemen with their long lances were perceived against the sky. On, cried Jack. "They see us. No matter. We are still well ahead of them." Dick, seizing Jerry's arm, again sprang forward. On came the Cossacks, clattering in their rear. The boat was still at too great a distance to enable them to make themselves heard by Tom. The ground was hard and level, and straining every nerve, they ran faster than they had ever before done in their lives. No mercy could be expected from the Cossacks should they be overtaken. Again Jerry began to slacken his pace. "Cheer up, mate, cheer up," cried Dick. "The Cossacks' lances are not within a good many inches of us yet, and it will be time enough to cry out when they get inside our waistcoats." Jack, though he might have gone faster than either of his men, would not leave them behind. If he sprang ahead, it was merely to have time to look round and ascertain how far off were their pursuers. He calculated that they were approaching the boat, and that if they shouted loudly, Tom would bear them. Once more he looked round. The horsemen were within 100 yards of them. They might have stopped them with their carbines. Possibly, however, they were unloaded when they hurriedly threw themselves on horseback. Jack, as he sprang forward, felt the ground very soft beneath his feet, and recollected that they must have reached the marsh they had crossed on leaving the boat. To run across it seemed scarcely possible, as their feet had before sunk in every few yards they trod. There appeared to be no hope of escape. Just at this moment down came poor Jerry, who had for some few seconds been floundering along, though doing his best to keep up, with his face in the mud. "Go ahead, sir, go ahead," cried Dick. "Don't stop for us. I'll do my best to set Jerry on his legs." "I will not desert him," answered Jack, stooping to lift up the fallen seaman, while Dick lifted him up with the other arm and quickly again set him on his feet. "Heave out that quid of mud from your mouth and give your eyes a rub over, and you will be all to the right," said Dick. "Don't say die yet. Now on we go." And suiting the action to the word, dragging Jerry along with him, they began moving forward in a hop, skip, and a jump fashion which enabled them to get over the soft ground with tolerable rapidity. They were scarcely more than a quarter of a way across when the Cossacks reached the edge of the marsh, of the existence of which they were apparently not aware, for, without pulling rein, they plunged in, the consequence being that, with the impetus they had attained and the weight of their horses, they sank deep down in the soft mud. Jack, with infinite satisfaction, saw that they were floundering about, but he did not allow his companions to slacken their speed, for the horses would still probably be able to make their way across it. He therefore, assisting to support Jerry, moved on as fast as his weight and the nature of the ground would allow. Jerry's fall, however, had given an advantage to their pursuers, who were now making their way across the morass, sometimes stopped by a soft portion, again moving faster where the ground was comparatively firmer. Still the Cossacks had somewhat gained upon them, and were scarcely 50 yards off when Tom's welcome shout reached their ears. We see you, and we see your pursuers too," he cried. "We've got our muskets ready to cover you." "Then fire," cried Jack, "and reload quickly." A volley from the boat somewhat staggered the Cossacks, for though none of them were seen to fall, yet the bullets whistled pretty close to their ears. It might have made them less eager in spurring on their steeds. Still on they came. The sound seemed to revive Jerry, who, though nearly done up, again made an effort to push on. A few shots were fired at them by their disappointed pursuers, who might have guessed that they would soon be beyond their power. Tom had kept the boat ready to shove off at a moment's notice. The latter part of the ground was somewhat higher and harder. Across it they rushed as hard as they could pelt, for the Cossacks had already passed the softer portions, and once upon it they would be up to them. The points of their long lances were couched not many yards behind, and Jack again shouted to Tom to fire, while he, with the gunner and Jerry, almost the next instant sprang into the boat. "Shove off," cried Jack, seizing him. Dick and Jerry imitated him, while the rest were reloading their firearms. The boat was but a few yards from the bank when the Cossacks reached it, and had to pull up sharp to avoid plunging into the water. "Goodbye, old fellows," shouted Dick. "You've had a hard scamper, and now you may go back and look after your corn stacks." That these had not been put out was evident by the ruddy glare which suffused the sky. In the distance, on receiving another volley from the boat, the Cossacks wheeled about and made their way over the marsh, where, had Jack thought fit, they might all have been picked off in detail. But he had from the first seen the wickedness of killing a single human being unnecessarily, and now that they could no longer impede their flight, he was glad to let them escape. Lest, however, they might give notice to any armed Russian boats to proceed in chase for the daring Englishmen, Jack ordered his crew to pull away as hard as they could, so that they might possibly regain the ship before daylight. They were not, however, free from danger, as the burning stacks would put the people on the shores for miles around on the alert, and they could scarcely expect to escape pursuit. Jack, by steering rather more to the northward, escaped the bank in which they had before run, and he hoped now to make a straight course across the water. The sandpit had then to be passed before the boat could be launched into the more open sea. Poor Jerry was so exhausted that it was some time before he could handle an oar, so he employed the interval in trying to wash the mud out of his eyes and nose. The mist had again come down, and but a few yards could be seen ahead. Thus the crew were pulling on as hard as ever, when before Jack was aware that they were near the boat's bows, grated against the sand, which fortunately yielded easily, or they would have been stove in. "All hands leap out," cried Jack, and the men seizing the boat began hauling away without stopping an instant across the sand. They had got very nearly to the water's edge on the other side, when Tom shouted out, "See, sir, here come some Cossacks." It was fortunate that Tom had observed them. In another minute they would have been up to the boat, but the men, giving her a shove, which sent her skimming away over the calm surface, leaped on board, and getting out their oars, pulled away at a rapid rate, leaving the Cossacks to shake their lances at them in vain. After pulling some way, they caught sight of the Tornado's light, when the commander and his party were welcomed with a hearty cheer on board, the crew having felt very anxious when they heard of the dangerous character of the expedition on which he had gone. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 21, Part 1. The Mosquito fleet had been employed for many weeks in destroying almost immeasurable quantities of provisions and stores, effectually crippling the resources of the Tsar's armies. Private property had invariably been spared, so that the inhabitants of the country did not exhibit any ill feeling towards the English. The few men who by chance fell into their hands were treated with considerable kindness. Jack's usual plan was, after having ascertained the whereabouts of the magazines or stacks, which were nearly always placed on the seashore, to steam up to the spot just before daybreak, and immediately to send in one or two boats, the officers of which, landing with torches, quickly set the stores on fire, and scampered back before they could be pursued. Night after night, now in one place, now in another, stores and magazines were destroyed, and as there were upwards of a dozen vessels thus engaged, it may be conceived what mischief was committed. There is an old saying, however, that the pitcher which goes often to the well gets broken at last. Jack had heard from his faithful spy, Niuski, that some large stores existed on the shores of a lake about a mile from the coast, the river communicating with which was too shallow to allow of the boats proceeding up it. He had intended going himself, but an attack of illness made him feel that it would be imprudent to venture, as he might break down on the way. Dick Needham, hearing of what was required to be done, at once volunteered to lead an expedition, and Jack gladly accepted his offer. Tom and Archie, who had been burning to distinguish themselves in some exploit of the sort, begged that they might be allowed to go. "There are no fellows on board who have better wind or can run faster than we can," observed Tom. "Archie, with his long legs, gets over the ground at a great rate, and I can keep up with him by making my short ones move so much the faster." Jack, believing that there was no greater risk than usual, consented, greatly to the midshipman's delight. Billy Blueblazes was ordered to go in the boat, to remain in charge of her while the rest of the party were on shore. The spy had informed Jack that there were no enemies in the neighbourhood. Tom and Archie were in high glee. Dick Needham had settled to take only one man with him, besides the midshipman, leaving the rest under the command of Billy Blueblazes, to cover their retreat. The boat, with muffled oars, pulled in for the shore, when no one being seen, Dick and his companions landed. "Remember, Billy, the commander's orders are that you are on no account to leave the boat, and should by chance the enemy come down upon you, you are to pull off to the ship and obtain further orders," said Tom. "Not that there's much chance of that." "Good-bye, my laddie," said Archie, as he and Tom leaped on shore. "We'll be back in a little more than half an hour, and you will know when to look out for us by seeing the jolly bonfire we are going to light." There was no moon, but the stars shone brightly forth, enabling them to steer their way by them. The country being pretty level, they hoped, should they have to run for it, to make rapid way. It was also tolerably open, with here and there copses composed of trees of moderate height, by advancing along the side of which Dick expected to be able to keep concealed till they had gained their destination. "We may reserve our strength for the run back after we have set the stores on fire," he whispered to the two midshipmen. "We learned a lesson about that in our other expedition. Whenever they had to cross an open space, they bent down like North American Indians on a war trail, keeping perfect silence, so that they might have passed close to an enemy without being discovered." Thus on they went, Dick calculating that it would take them about half an hour to reach the magazines, and they expected to return in half that time. Dick led, Tom and Archie followed, and Tim Nolan brought up the rear. Each one of them knew beforehand what they were to do, and there seemed no risk of failure. The magazines and stores were at length reached, presenting much the same appearance as those which had before been destroyed. Not a sound which could indicate that any human beings were in the neighbourhood was heard. Not a dog barked. In less than a minute they all had their torches lighted, and effectually set fire to the buildings and stores, which blazed up so rapidly that had any people been out of doors at the time, the flames would have quickly betrayed them. Their task being accomplished, they set off at a rapid speed towards the boat, Dick, as before, leading. The midshipmen enjoyed the scamper, and they had every reason to believe that they should get back in safety. They had not got far, however, when they heard the voices of people from the neighbouring cottages, who had been, it was evident, aroused by the glare, and who would soon, from the nature of the conflagration, suspect that it had been the work of incendiaries. Unless, however, they could throw themselves on horseback, there was no risk of their overtaking the nimble seamen. Still, concealment was difficult, for as the fire increased its glare fell upon them and betrayed their whereabouts. They had passed over the widest extent of open ground, and had made their way along under the shelter of a copse, when they were again exposed to view. As they were passing another copse, a short distance on their right, several shots whistled by them. "Push on, Needham," cried Tom. "They're not very good marksmen." A cry from Tim Nolan made Tom turn his head, when he saw a party of the enemy, who had rushed out from the copse, close upon him, while Tim, by actively dodging, tried to escape. "Arrah, never mind me," he shouted. "Though I'm after being made a prisoner, you'll get off if you keep going." Archie, who was some little way behind him, endeavoured to escape, when his foot struck against a stone, and the cry he uttered made Tom again look round and spring back to help him get on his feet. In his hurry he also fell. The cry he had uttered made Dick also look round, when, believing that one or both of the midshipmen were wounded, though he was so far ahead as to have been able to reach the boat without difficulty, he immediately turned back to assist them. As he did so, he saw the Russians hurrying up. Drawing his cutlass, he threw himself between them and the midshipmen, hoping to drive back their foes and allow them to make their escape. Tom and Archie were quickly on their legs, but before they could do as Dick told them and run for their lives, they were surrounded by a party of helmeted Russians. Dick, however, laid about him so lustily with his cutlass that had the midshipmen been willing to leave him, they, at all events, might have made their escape. They were endeavouring to draw their swords, when the Russians, throwing themselves on them from behind, seized their arms, and Dick received a wound from a bayonet in his sword arm, which made him, very much against his will, drop his weapon. In an instant, more Russians coming on, they were completely overpowered and dragged away. Not, however, till Dick, in a stentorian voice, had let Billy Blueblazes know what had happened, and directed him to pull back to the ship with the news. Billy had caught sight of the party in the distance, just as the enemy rushed out on them, and had seen Dick turn back to help Tom and Archie. Had he not been ordered to remain in the boat, he would have landed and tried to assist them. Fortunately, perhaps, he did not make the attempt, as his men could not have fired at the Russians for fear of hitting their friends, and he and his party would, in all probability, have been captured with the loss of their boat. As soon as he heard Dick's voice, he shoved off and pulled away for the ship, in the hopes of getting assistance. Jack, however, saw that it would be useless to send a party on shore, as the Russians would to a certainty carry off their prisoners to a distance. As Billy stated that he saw a large number of men, the fresh party might very likely be overwhelmed. Jack naturally felt very much grieved at the loss of the midshipman and gunner. Although they were not likely to be otherwise than kindly treated, still the war might last for some time, and they would lose the advantage of the experience they were gaining, while he could ill afford to dispense with Needham's services or lose Tim Nolan, a good seaman on whom he could always depend. The midshipmen are pretty sure to fall on their feet wherever they are carried, observed Mr. Mildmay, so we need not, I hope, be over anxious about them. Next morning Jack sent a flag of truce on shore to inquire what had become of his captured officers and men, and to offer to send them any necessaries they might require. Before the boat returned, another steamer hove in sight, which proved to be the Giaour. Murray had orders to summon the Tornado, with any other vessels he might fall in with, in order that their boats might form an expedition up the river, across which ran the great high road leading to the Crimea. Information had been received that a large amount of stores and provisions were on their way to the garrison of Sebastopol. If we can cut them off, we shall commit incalculable damage, perhaps starve the garrison into surrender, Murray observed. He was, of course, sorry to hear of Archie's capture, but the two commanders agreed that they need not make themselves very unhappy about the future. Green, who had gone on shore with the flag of truce, returned, saying that he had been unable to fall in with anyone who could communicate information about the prisoners, and they had therefore to be left for the present to their fate. A few hours afterwards the Flash appeared, and the three commanders proceeded to the rendezvous, a short distance out of sight of land. It had been arranged that they were to stand in at nightfall, and immediately to send their boats up the river, so as if possible to take the enemy by surprise. In the meantime several of the fleet were sent to different parts of the coast, to burn all the government stores that they could discover, and thus to assist in misleading the enemy. The squadron was delayed longer than had been expected, but at length information was received that a caravan was on its way, and might be expected near the mouth of the river the next night. Jack settled to take command of one of his boats, while Green took command of the other. Adair went in one of his, and Desmond, greatly to his delight, had charge of the second. Murray also dispatched 2 of his, and the other ship sent the same number. The squadron came off the mouth of the river about an hour and a half after dark, when the flotilla of boats, without a moment's delay, proceeded up the stream with muffled oars. A mist lay on the water, though the stars could be distinguished overhead, which, as they kept directly in the centre, would, they hoped, conceal them from any persons on the banks. The crews were ordered to keep perfect silence. The larger boats were armed with guns in their bows, capable of throwing shot and shell, so that they were well able to compete with any force which might appear, even though accompanied by field pieces. It was known, however, that the enemy possessed but few in that part of the country. The boats at length got up within about a quarter of a mile of the ferry, at which the caravan was expected to pass. Either bank of the river was lined with a broad belt of tall rushes, in which they were directed to conceal themselves, while Adair, in his gig, pulled up to try and ascertain whether the waggons had reached the bank. The Commodore had settled to wait till some had crossed, so as to attack as many as possible close to the edge of the water, making sure of destroying them as well as those actually crossing. The crews of the boats were waiting in anxious expectation for the order to dash out of their places of concealment. Day at last dawned. The startled wildfowl flew up from among the rushes, screaming loudly at the intruders, while, as the light increased, the dark water assumed a brighter hue, though a mist still lay on the surface, which greatly assisted in the concealment of the boats. At length Adair's gig was seen dimly through the mist, pulling at a rapid rate down the stream. In an instant the crews of the boats, jumping into their seats, got out their oars ready to give way as soon as the order should be received. Adair soon reached the Commodore's boat. He said that the provision waggons had begun to cross, and that several were already on the opposite or western bank. The boats had been ordered to pull up in 2 divisions, the larger to attack the east bank, the other the west. Jack's and Adair's boats belonged to the latter. The welcome order to advance was heard, and the boats, emerging from their cover, pulled away in 2 lines, as fast as the men could bend to their oars, moving along like 2 huge serpents darting on their prey. Not a word was uttered, so that the boats, still shrouded by the mist, were close up to the ferry before they were discovered. The Russians were taken completely by surprise. The waggons on board the ferry boat were at once captured. The small body of troops sent to convoy them fired a volley from the east bank, on which side the greater number of waggons were still advancing to cross, and then, seeing the strong forces approaching to the attack, retreated, while shouts and shrieks and cries resounded on all sides, the drivers endeavouring to turn round their animals and escape, while the seamen who sprang on shore set to work to cut the traces, to prevent them from doing so. Jack and Adair, with their men, had landed on the west bank, where the drivers of the waggons were doing their utmost to urge on their beasts. The sailors were getting quickly up to the nearest of them to put a stop to their progress, while the others ahead still endeavoured to escape, some in their hurry getting off the road upset. The wildest uproar and confusion ensued, the drivers shrieking to their beasts, the seamen shouting as they rushed forward. One of the leading waggons, as it dashed forward, overtook a carriage which had apparently been on its way down to the ferry, when the postilions, alarmed by the sounds which reached their ears, turned it round to escape in the opposite direction. A waggon, coming against its hinder wheel, had upset it on one side of the road. Just at that juncture, Adair and Desmond, who with their men had gone ahead, arriving at the spot, heard cries for help from female voices proceeding from the carriage. At the same moment they saw a gentlemanly-looking personage in a travelling dress emerging from one of the windows, and several others who had evidently been on the outside, endeavouring to pick themselves up in a field into which they had been thrown. "If that isn't Tom Rogers, I'm not an Irishman," exclaimed Desmond. "And there's Archie Gordon too. Hurrah! Provided they haven't broken their legs or arms, they'll be all to rights after all. And that's no other than our friend, Colonel Paskiewicz." Hurrying forward to assist Colonel Paskiewicz in extricating himself from the overturned carriage, they perceived that there were several ladies in the inside, who, although they every now and then uttered screams, were wisely remaining quiet, holding each other in their arms. "Thank you, gentlemen," said the Colonel. "I must now ask you to help out my wife and daughters, who are naturally fearfully alarmed at what has occurred." "We regret to have been the unintentional cause of their disaster," said Adair politely, while he and Gerald, climbing up on the side of the carriage, caught hold of one of the young ladies, who proved to be Mademoiselle Feodorona. They were quickly joined by Tom and Archie, the former of whom took the fair Feodorona in charge. Another person now made his way up from the field into which he had been thrown. "Why, Higson, my fine fellow, I am very glad to see you," exclaimed Adair. "Where do you come from?" "I'll tell you all about it by and by," answered Higson, "when we have got out the ladies." And he, lending a hand, Mademoiselle Ivanona was next hauled up, Higson taking her in his arms with the most affectionate solicitude, and carrying her to a place of safety by the side of the road, while the rest dragged out her mamma, who, if not much hurt, was greatly alarmed. The coachman, who had also been thrown off his box, had in the meantime been assisting the postilions in cutting the traces, which having been done, the latter galloped off, under the impression probably that should they remain they would be made prisoners with their master. While this scene was taking place, Jack, with Joss Green and their men, had advanced toward the post-house, in front of which a small body of troops were drawn up, waiting an opportunity apparently to attack the English as soon as they were still more scattered in their pursuit of the waggons, as it was evident they would quickly be. No sooner, however, did they perceive Jack's compact party of seamen in well-ordered array advancing towards them, than without even firing their muskets, they went to the right about, and scampered off as fast as their legs could carry them. Just as they disappeared, a window in the post-house was thrown open, and out of it jumped Dick Needham, followed by Tim Nolan. "Erin go bragh," shouted the latter, "it's ourselves, have gained our liberty." "There's no time to tell you how it all happened, sir," said Dick, as Jack welcomed him. "We were not badly treated by the Russians, but I am main glad to get out of their hands. I only wish there was a good chance of your brother and Mr. Gordon getting set at liberty, but I am sorry to say they gave their parole, as they called it, to the Colonel, and when I told them that Tim and I had got a plan for getting off from the Russians and making our way to the coast, they told me that they could not join in it, as they were bound to stay till the war was over." Commander Rogers, however, had no time to listen further to what his gunner had to say, as he had to set to work at once to destroy the captured waggons. Having examined the post-house to ascertain that no enemies lurked within, he set fire to the leading waggons, and upon his way to the river to destroy the remainder, he came upon the overturned carriage, near which he found the Colonel's family, with Higson and the midshipmen. The Colonel expressed his pleasure at seeing him, and informed him that he was on his way to visit an estate, remote from the seat of war, in the eastern parts of the country, when he heard that some English officers and seamen who had been prisoners were in the neighbourhood, and that on visiting them he discovered that they belonged to the Tornado. Upon making application to the governor of the district, He had succeeded in obtaining the release of the officers on their parole, though the men had to continue in charge of their guard. I am afraid, therefore, he added, that I cannot restore the former to you, unless you choose to consider me your prisoner. As you are a non-combatant at present, we certainly cannot capture you or your family, answered Jack. But with regard to my lieutenant and the 2 midshipmen, I am somewhat in doubt whether or not to do so. Greatly to Jack's surprise, Higson and Tom both expressed their decided opinion that as men of honour they ought to remain, though Archie seemed much less confident on the subject. "We'll get your carriage on its wheels and then think about this matter, Colonel," said Jack, "and if you will send your coachman to bring back the runaway postilions and their steeds, we will escort you across the river and see you on your journey to the eastward." As there were no enemies to contend with, the plan proposed by Jack was quickly carried into execution. The horses were brought back. The carriage, which was an old-fashioned family coach, had not received much damage. Jack consulted Adair as to how he should act towards the lieutenant and midshipmen. "As they are in our power, we are bound to lay hands on them whether they like it or not," answered Adair. "If they go unwillingly, their parole is not broken." Whereupon Jack told Higson and the midshipmen that they must consider themselves under arrest and prepare to return in the boats to their ship. On hearing this, both the young ladies began to evince signs of agitation. "Surely you are not going to take away Lieutenant Higson?" exclaimed Ivanhoe. "You cannot be so cruel as to carry off our dear Tom," cried Theodorona. "We had all sorts of pleasant schemes to make them contented during their exile," added Ivanhoe. "I must be very hard-hearted and perform my duty," answered Jack. It was pretty clear that both Higson and Tom had no objection to remaining, but he was firm, though Archie seemed happy enough to get back. "I'll tell you how it is," he whispered to Desmond. "The first lieutenant and Tom are spoony on the young ladies. It is my belief that they expect to marry them some day. The colonel and his wife seem to have taken a great fancy to Higson." Oh, said Jack. "That makes it doubly important to keep them out of harm's way." In vain the young ladies again and again pleaded, supported by their mamma and the colonel. Jack was inexorable. The remains of the waggons burnt on the banks of the river having been cleared away, the colonel's carriage was escorted to the ferry boat, which conveyed it across to the opposite bank. Here, however, so many more waggons had been destroyed that some time was spent before it could proceed. Higson and the midshipmen now got leave to pay their farewells to the ladies. Ivanhoe could with difficulty restrain her feelings as the gallant lieutenant approached to shake hands, and Archie declared to Desmond that he heard him vowing unalterable affection, and making a promise that as soon as the war was over he would come back and marry her with her parents' permission. The more impulsive Theodorona threw her arms around Tom's neck and kissed him on both cheeks. He, in return, made the same promise as his lieutenant, with a proviso that he should obtain his papa's permission. "All right," said Jack, when he heard of it. "He's very safe." A considerable amount of damage had been inflicted, but the waggons proved only to be a leading detachment, a second and larger portion being some miles in the rear, and they, getting timely notice of the raid of the English, retreated to a safe distance. The Commodore, receiving information that troops with some field pieces were advancing, prudently conducted his boats down the river to avoid an engagement which could have produced no satisfactory results. Tom Rogers was at first very much downcast, but in the company of his old friends quickly regained his spirits, and he and Archie were loud in their praises of the hospitality with which they had been treated. Higson did not say much, but Jack could not help suspecting that he no longer relished being engaged in hostile operations against the countrymen of his charmer. He confessed as much. Still, You've known me long enough to be sure that though it may be against the grain, I'll do my duty whatever happens." Hickson kept to his word, and no man was more active in the operations which soon afterwards took place off Gddykst, Vodnia, and Glofera. Strange as it may seem, considering that the places had before been attacked, the Russians had accumulated along the shore in their neighbourhood enormous rows of stacks, several miles in extent. They had, however, 4,000 troops to protect their property, while they were aware of the small force possessed by the English, who could not muster more than 200 men for boat service. The larger vessels, from want of water, had to remain in the offing, while the gunboats towed the other boats as near as possible to the shore, and then covered them by their heavy fire. They pulled in when their crews, springing to land, drove back the enemy, and set fire to the stacks in succession, proving that it is much easier to commit harm than to prevent it. These attacks being made simultaneously at different points, so distracted the enemy that they knew not in which direction to proceed. Scarcely had the flames burst out at one point, than they saw fires blazing up at several others. The stores at Vodnia and Glofera having been destroyed, the squadron proceeded off Gddykst. Here, for full 4 miles, stacks of corn and hay were arranged close to the water's edge, while under the protection of the forts around the town were vast piles of timber, cured fish, naval stores, and a number of boats. Here again the shallowness of the water prevented the larger vessels from approaching. Even the gunboats could not get in nearer than long range. Such boats as could carry heavy guns, being distributed in 4 divisions, were sent in to cover the landing parties in the smaller boats, about a mile from each other. As they approached, they saw that the Russians had thrown up light breastworks along their front, from which they kept up an unremitting fire on their invaders. Fortunately, the wind blew on shore, and carried the smoke from their own and the British guns in their faces. The landing parties, rapidly advancing, sprang on shore, and dashing with bayonet and cutlass over the Russian breastworks, speedily put the enemy to flight. The stacks along the whole of the line, being simultaneously lighted, blew so dense a cloud of smoke into the eyes of the Russians, that though they rallied and opened a hot fire, they were unable to take aim, or ascertain what their persevering foes were about. In 6 hours every stack, as well as the timber and naval stores and boats, were destroyed, with no other loss to the British than 5 men wounded. These proceedings, unheroic as they might appear, tended greatly to bring the war to a conclusion. The Flash, with several other vessels, had in the meantime been dispatched to different parts of the coast to carry on a similar work. Tom had a short time before been sent to serve on board her. After he had been brought back to the Tornado, he appeared a changed being. Unless when compelled, he spoke to no one except Hickson, and they two seemed to have much interesting conversation together. Jack observed it and came to the very natural conclusion that Tom was over head and ears in love with the Russian colonel's daughter. He consulted Murray on the subject. "Send him on board the Flash," was Murray's answer. "Adair and young Desmond will soon knock all that sort of nonsense out of him. It never does for a midshipman to be falling in love. It is bad enough for a lieutenant, except under some circumstances," added Murray, recollecting how both he and Jack had acted. "At all events, my father would not approve of his marrying a Russian, even putting her religion out of the question," said Jack. The Flash being in company at the time, Jack pulled on board her, and soon arranged the matter with Adair, who very readily consented to take charge of Tom. That young gentleman was somewhat astonished at finding that he was thus to be disposed of, but he could not venture to expostulate with his commander, even though that commander was his brother. With a deep sigh he wished Higson good-bye. "Perhaps if you are sending a letter on shore, you will put in a word from me to Theodorona, and assure her that I shall ever be faithful," said Tom. "As to that, Tom, I don't think there is much chance that I shall have an opportunity of writing to anyone living in the enemy's country," answered Higson, who could not help perceiving the absurdity of the thing. "You, with the interests you possess, have certain prospects of promotion, and you will be giving them all up, and be separated from your family, if you were to marry a Russian and settle down in this part of the world. My case is very different. I have no interest, am getting on in life, and shall probably not get my next step till I am old enough to retire from the service. The young lady has, I'll allow, a fancy for you, but she'll soon get over it, and if I ever come out and marry her sister, I'll persuade her that it is the best thing she can do." Tom did not quite fancy this advice, but like many another midshipman, he had to grin and bear it, and was, 2 minutes afterwards, proceeding with his chest on board the Flash. Gerald welcomed him warmly, and having received the cue from Adair, said not a word for some time about the fair Theodorona. The Flash being actively engaged, Tom had plenty of work and very little time to think about his lady-love. His conscience was not at all troubled when he was sent in to burn stacks of corn and hay, and other government property. Indeed, had he been so, as he had heard Jack observe, that by doing so the war would be the sooner brought to a conclusion, he would have considered that he was doing what would be well pleasing to the Colonel and his family. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 21, Part 2. Although Adair thought Tom a goose for falling in love, he yet placed great confidence in his gallantry and discretion. The Flash had been sent to the eastern end of the Sea of Azov. She was cruising one day close inshore when her commander observed a fort which mounted 6 guns, but could see no gunners to fight them. He accordingly came to the conclusion that they had been withdrawn to garrison Taganrog, or some other important fortress. "We must have those guns," observed Adair. "I intend sending you, Rogers, and Desmond in tonight to bring them off. Should I find, as I suspect, that they are undefended," he said to Tom, "you will be supplied with a scaling ladder, with which you can take a peep in and ascertain the state of affairs. If there are only 3 or 4 soldiers, you must secure them. Then shut the gates of the fort to prevent anyone getting in, while you hoist the guns into the boat." Tom and Gerald were delighted with the thoughts of the proposed expedition, and undertook faithfully to carry out their commander's orders. The Flash continued steaming on till she was out of sight of the fort, when as soon as it was dark her head was put inshore, and she ran back to within a short distance of the fort. Tom and Gerald were ordered to burn a blue light should they require assistance, but if not, to carry out the work as quietly as possible. "You may trust us, sir," they said, as they stepped into the gig, which had a crew of 6 hands and a supply of tackles for lowering the guns. "This is just the sort of fun I like," observed Tom, as they were pulling for the shore. "Much better than sighing your breath out for the Russian damsel," answered Desmond. "I am sure of that." It was the first time he had ventured to touch on the delicate subject. "What, have you heard about my little affair?" asked Tom. "I suppose, then, the whole fleet have been talking about it." "Don't trouble yourself as to that," whispered Desmond. They were both speaking in a low voice, so that neither their own men nor the enemy could hear them. "However, it is time, unless we want to be discovered, to clap a stopper on our jaw tackles. "You are right," said Tom. "We shall soon be up to the fort." They pulled on till they came under the walls, which rose sheer out of the water. Landing on one side and leaving a couple of hands in the boat, they carried the scaling ladder to a wall, which offered a fair prospect of their being able to mount to the top. Tom claimed the post of honour for himself, the rest of the party being prepared to mount as soon as he should summon them. The instant after the ladder was placed, he was on the top of it. On looking down, not a human being could he see, either awake or asleep. Making the signal to his companions, they speedily followed him, and dropped down noiselessly into the fort. Their first care, as ordered, was to secure the gate, and then lighting their lanterns, they began to search the various chambers in the fort. They had not gone far when they heard voices from what appeared to be a guard-house. "At all events, we shall have no great difficulty in securing them," said Tom. As they opened the door, they found 4 soldiers, a flagon of vodka before them, and their heads resting on the table. They were excessively astonished to find their arms seized by a party of Englishmen, who signified by their gestures that the less noise they made the better. They were then lashed to their seats, and almost immediately afterwards dropped off to sleep again. "At all events, we are not likely to meet with much opposition," said Tom, "though if we had had some fighting, we might have gained more credit." No other persons being found in the fort, they immediately set to work to unship the guns and to lower them down into the boat, which was brought under the wall for the purpose. They were of brass, and not very heavy considering their size, but it was soon found that 3 were as many as the gig could carry. Having secured these, they pulled back to the Flash, which now stood in as close as she could venture, when they returned for the other 3. They looked in as they arrived at the drunken garrison, who were still fast asleep and unconscious of what was taking place. The remaining guns were then removed, as the first had been. "Faith, those Russian fellows will be astonished when they wake tomorrow morning and find themselves minus their guns," exclaimed Gerald, laughing. "I only hope that they won't be shot in consequence," said Tom. "I think we ought to have left a notice of the way we surprised the fort, with a request that the brave garrison may not be punished." On returning to the ship, they received due commendation from their commander for the way in which their exploit had been performed. The next day Adair himself determined to undertake a still more hazardous expedition, very similar to that in which Tom and Desmond had been captured. He had to proceed north 2 miles from the coast to the banks of a river, where he burned a large number of stacks. On his return he was chased by a body of Cossacks. He fortunately got within fire of his men in the boats, just as the Cossacks were up to him. He acknowledged on getting aboard that he had never had a harder run in his life. Thoroughly knocked up, he turned in, leaving orders that the ship should be kept along the coast, so as to draw off their attention from other places which were to be attacked. Adair was in a deeper sleep than a commander under such circumstances generally ventures to enjoy, when suddenly he was startled by a shock, accompanied by an ominous grating sound, the meaning of which he too painfully knew. "The ship's on shore," he exclaimed to himself, starting up, and with the practised rapidity of a seaman putting on his clothes. An officer entering his cabin, he found his worst apprehensions realized. The Flash had struck on a reef, not a quarter of a mile from the beach. He was on deck in a moment, the hands were turned up, and the boats immediately lowered to lay out an anchor astern to haul her off. The day was just breaking, and as the light increased, rocks were seen inside of the ship, with a sandy beach and a wide extent of level country. In vain the officers and crew exerted themselves. The tide had been falling, and every instant made the task of getting the ship off more difficult. Adair had once before lost his ship under circumstances when the best of seamanship could not have saved her, but he now felt that she had been got on shore by inexcusable carelessness, and this thought made him inclined to become almost frantic. He restrained his temper and feelings, however, in a wonderful way for an Irishman, and with perfect coolness bent all his energies to the task of getting her off. His first lieutenant was on the sick list. The second had a short time before been relieved by a mate who somewhat resembled Mr. Mildmay, without the sterling qualities of that officer, and for the sake of being better able, as he thought, to examine the coast, had kept the ship just a point or two, as he said, to the northward of the course given to him. However, had he even steered directly for the shore, the commander was answerable. Terence knew too well. In vain the crew laboured away at the capstan, till the hawser was taut as a fiddle-string. Not an inch would the ship budge. The master suggested that by heaving the guns and stores overboard she might be off, and perhaps even then we might stick fast, or before she is afloat the enemy might make his appearance and find us at his mercy, answered the commander. No, no, we'll keep our teeth and show them too, to some effect, as long as the ship holds together. Tom and Desmond were not very complimentary to the stupid old mate who had been the cause of the disaster. Tom, who was acting as signal midshipman, had been for some time examining the shore, when he caught sight of some figures moving along in the distance. Presently, as they approached, he could see that they formed a small body of Cossack cavalry. Two of them galloped on ahead, till they got near enough to ascertain the condition of the ship. A shot from one of her long guns, though it missed them, sent them to the right about, and the whole body soon afterwards disappeared. No long time, however, had elapsed, when they were again discerned coming in the direction of the ship, accompanied by a body of infantry and several field pieces. We must be ready for these fellows, observed Terence, and do our best to dismount their guns. While one portion of the crew was sent to their quarters, the others were kept employed in endeavouring to haul off the ship. On came the infantry, looking out for such imperfect shelter as could be found on the coast, and the guns, which had remained some way behind them, opened their fire on the ship. They were not ill served, and their shot fell pretty thickly about her. Terence immediately ordered his guns to be fired in return, when the Cossacks, wheeling about, retired to a safe distance. I can't say much for the gunnery of those fellows, said Tom. Not a shot has struck us yet. Wait a bit, my boy, answered Desmond. They'll get the range presently. It's more easy for them to hit a big object like our ship than it is for us to reach those little gimcracks of guns. The Russian riflemen having in the meantime advanced, their bullets kept whistling through the air, close to the heads of the crew, who, however, took no more notice of them than had they been pellets from pop guns. At last a shot from the flash struck the earth directly in front of one of the Russian guns, which at the same instant was fired, and the next, when the dust and smoke had cleared away, it was seen upset, with its carriage broken, and several gunners lying stretched on the earth on either side of it. The other guns, however, still kept their position, and fired away as briskly as before. They'll be after getting tired of that, observed Desmond, if we can manage to send another of our pills down their throats like the last. The firing was kept up for some time on both sides, without intermission, no apparent effect being produced on the enemy, while the ship was frequently hulled by their shot. Still Adair did not despair of getting her off, and as soon as the tide began to rise, he set to work with renewed energy. He and his crew seemed to bear charmed lives, for though the shot caught the rigging above their heads and came plunging into the ship's side, not one of them had been hit. There's a fresh body of the enemy coming down, sir, said Tom, pointing to the northeast. If they are only Cossacks, they'll not harm us, answered Adair, taking a look in the direction Tom pointed through his telescope. I am not quite certain about that same, he observed to his first lieutenant. They appear to me to be artillery, answered that officer. In a few minutes more this became evident. Up came the officers, galloping at full speed, with 4 more guns. They are not of very heavy metal, or they would not come along so fast, observed Adair. We'll be ready for them," and he ordered one of the afterguns to be trained so as to give them a warm reception as soon as they came within range. As they approached, however, the guns separated and took up positions a considerable distance from each other, while those which had already been engaged followed their example. This, of course, increased the difficulties of the Flash, as each of her guns could only engage one opponent at a time. Her heavy 68 pivot gun was, however, worked with such rapidity and skill that the enemy were frequently compelled to abandon their guns, and many of their men and horses were killed. Still fresh horses were brought up to move them to new positions, not allowing the crew of the Flash a moment of rest from their labours. Every time one of their shot was seen to tell with effect, they cheered lustily, and as they worked away they seemed to enjoy the fun, laughing and joking as if no round shot and bullets were whistling through the air near their ears. The master had just reported that the water had risen another inch, and Adair had begun to entertain fresh hopes of getting the ship, ere long, afloat, when the smoke of a steamer was seen in the offing. "I hope she's the Tornado or Giaour," observed Desmond. "They'll be for sending the boats on shore and putting the enemy to the rout." Adair naturally hoped pretty much the same, but on consideration he could not help suspecting that the ship in sight was the Anaconda, commanded by Commander Allport, his superior officer, for whom, on account of previous circumstances which need not just now be mentioned, he had no special regard. "At all events, he is a brave fellow, and will stand by me," he said to himself. As the stranger drew near, Adair found that his surmises were correct. He had in the meantime been continuing his efforts to get the Flash afloat, the crew working away as energetically as at first. "She's the Anaconda, sir," said Tom, who had been watching the signals as they appeared at the masthead of the approaching vessel. "Say the ship's ashore, but I hope to get her off, and beg Anaconda to stand in and support me," said Adair. The signals were hoisted. It was possible that the wreaths of smoke which circled round the ship might have prevented them from being seen clearly. The enemy continued firing away at her, as if hoping to secure her destruction before support could reach her, while her crew worked her guns with the same ardour as before. Adair calculated that in another hour she would be afloat, perhaps in less time. The Anaconda stood in nearer and began again to make signals. Adair looked over the signal book. "It can't be that," he exclaimed as he read. "Abandon ship and come on board me with your crew." "There must be some mistake," he added in an undertone. "I wish that I was blind of one eye and not able to see it." "Answer it," he said at length. "Before we quit the ship, we'll try what we can do." With reluctant heart he gave the order to heave the pivot gun overboard, taking care to secure a buoy to it, hoping that he might yet get it up. The engine was set going. Once more the capstan was manned, but still the Flash did not move. "If that Commander Allport would stand in like a true man and lend us a hand, we might get off even now," exclaimed Desmond. "Arrah, my poor uncle, 'twill be after breaking his heart to leave the barkie here." The Anaconda now fired a gun and made fresh signals, ordering Adair immediately to quit the ship. The boats, all of which had escaped injury, were hoisted out, and the crew were ordered to leave the ship they had fought so bravely. Adair was the last man to quit her. "Well, I am the most unfortunate fellow alive," he exclaimed. He was thinking of Lucy, and his promotion stopped, and all the other unpleasant consequences of the loss of his ship. The only thing which kept up his spirits was the hope that he might persuade Commander Allport to stand in and make fresh efforts to get her afloat. It was a wonder none of the boats were struck as they left the ship. They, however, at length succeeded in getting on board the Anaconda. Commander Allport, who was standing on deck, received Adair with a supercilious air. He had been many years a lieutenant, and his temper had been considerably soured before he had got his promotion. Indeed, some of those whom he had known as midshipmen were now admirals, and he seemed to take a special pleasure in acting in a dictatorial manner towards all those under him. "Well, Commander Adair," he observed, as Terence stepped on deck, "you have made a pretty business of this somehow or other. Young officers are, however, not always the best navigators, and the Flash has been lost to Her Majesty's service. It won't bring much credit on those concerned." Adair bit his lip, but, though ready enough to retort, he wisely restrained his temper and answered, "If you will let me have your boats, or will stand in and give us a tow while we keep the enemy at bay, we may get the Flash off before many hours are over. She has not a shot hole in her to signify, as we plugged them all as soon as they were received." "Impossible, Commander Adair," answered his superior officer. "The only thing we can do is to prevent the Flash from falling into the enemy's hands. I cannot uselessly expose the lives of my crew in so hopeless an undertaking. Those who have the advantage of experience know that it is the duty of an officer to watch with a father's care over his people. We'll stand in closer and then see what is to be done." Adair still urged the possibility of saving the Flash. "I am your superior officer, and it is my duty to act as I think fit, without taking your opinion," answered Commander Allport. Adair turned away with no very affectionate feeling in his heart towards his superior officer. The Anaconda stood on, till when still at a safe distance from the enemy's shot, she brought her broadside to bear upon the unfortunate little Flash, and commenced practising with her heavy guns. A groan escaped from Adair's bosom, echoed by many others from his crew, as he saw one huge missile after another strike his devoted craft, and in a short time commit more mischief than the enemy had inflicted on her during the gallant fight he had waged for so many hours. "We must take care, should she fall into the hands of the Russians, that she is reduced to an utter wreck," observed Commander Allport. "You are certainly setting about the right way to make her so," observed Adair. He even now was strongly inclined to urge the old martinet to desist, as he saw shot after shot strike the hull of his vessel. The enemy, seeing that the English were engaged in destroying her, wisely saved their own powder by ceasing to fire, and allowed them to finish the work which they had commenced. While the Anaconda was thus employed, another vessel hove in sight, steaming up from the westward. "She's the Giaour," observed Commander Allport, looking at the signal book. "Murray will assist in knocking her to pieces." "I very much doubt whether he will do anything of the sort," answered Adair, unable to restrain himself. "I only wish he had come an hour ago to save her from destruction." "You are forgetting our relative positions, Commander Adair," observed Commander Allport, beginning now to fume. "I only express my opinion that Murray would not have tried to knock the Flash to pieces till he had assisted me in making further efforts to get her off," answered Adair. "And I only ask you to desist from firing till you have his opinion." Now Commander Allport did not recollect that Murray was his senior. The latter had been promoted a few weeks before him, and would have power to decide the question. Instead of desisting, however, he directed his guns so as to concentrate their fire upon one portion of the Flash, thus more completely to ruin her. Adair knew that it would be useless to plead any longer. His only regret was that he had obeyed his superior officer's command and quitted the vessel, instead of remaining on board and taking the consequences. Had he remained, he felt that he would certainly have run the risk of censure for disobeying orders, but he would have saved his ship, and that alone would have proved a sufficient excuse had Commander Allport brought him to a court-martial, which was very likely he would not have dared to do. Terence consoled himself with the reflection that he had fought his ship gallantly, and would have continued to fight her till she had been knocked to pieces, and that he had acted in obedience to the orders of a superior in quitting her. "Well," he said to himself, as Murray always used to advise, "do right and take the consequences. I have done right in obeying, but the consequences are not less unpleasant. I shall be reprimanded for losing my ship, and shall be sent on shore with a black mark against my name, and all my prospects in the service ruined, and Sir John will be less likely than ever to allow me to marry Lucy. I am the most unfortunate fellow alive." This was about the 20th time poor Terence had uttered the expression since he had been compelled to leave the Flash. As long as he continued on her deck, fighting her bravely, he had not cared half so much about her having run on shore. Besides which, he had never abandoned the hope of getting her off. So completely did his feelings run away with him that he even began to contemplate, though his calmer moments would have forbidden him doing so, the idea of calling out Commander Allport as the only way of avenging the injury he had received. But he, happily, had strength to banish the thought almost as soon as it was conceived, and walking to the other side of the ship, he anxiously watched the approach of the Giaour. As soon as she drew near, he ordered his gig, and without holding any further communication with Commander Allport, pulled on board her. "Why, Adair, what have you been doing with the Flash?" asked Murray, as he sprang up the side. Terence briefly explained what had happened, and declared his conviction that the ship might have been saved by the adoption of proper measures. Instead of that, old Allport is expending powder and shot in making a target of her, for no earthly reason beyond that of showing that he is my superior officer, though of equal rank. I wish to goodness he had been laid on the shelf, the only position he is fit for. "We must try what can be done," said Murray. "Happily I am his superior officer, which he will find out by looking at the Navy List, if he does not know it already." And Murray directed a signal to be made to the Anaconda to cease firing. Commander Allport, who still had not discovered that Murray was his superior, was at first inclined to pay no attention to the signal, till his first lieutenant, happening to know the true state of the case, brought him a Navy List, and pointed out to him Murray's date of promotion. "The old fellow is in the wrong box," whispered Desmond, he having observed what was taking place. "There's a chance after all for the little barkie." "Cease firing," cried Commander Allport. Directly afterwards Murray sent his second lieutenant to the Anaconda, with a request that the commander would come on board his ship to consult with him as to the best means of saving Her Majesty's ship Flash, now in sight on the rocks. The request, of course, amounted to an order, which Commander Allport, however unwillingly, obeyed. "Save her!" he exclaimed. "Surely you mean destroy her as soon as possible. I have done my best for the last 2 hours to knock her to pieces." "I am very sorry to hear it," answered Murray. "We should never abandon a vessel while there is the slightest hope of saving her, and the enemy might easily have been kept at a sufficient distance to prevent them from interfering with us when getting her off. I must ask you to stand in towards the shore as close as you can venture, and keep the enemy in check with your guns." For the first time for some hours Adair's heart began again to beat with hope, as the two steamers, with the lead going and a bright lookout kept ahead, stood towards the shore. The artillery was seen to limber up and gallop off, while the infantry scampered away as fast as they could go, to a safe distance, judging correctly that as they had made no material impression upon a single ship, they were unlikely to impede the proceedings of two. Murray, accompanied by Adair, and followed by the whole of the boats of the Flash, immediately pulled on board her. Groans, and expressions which were certainly not groans, however much they were like growls, proceeded from the crew as they observed the damage committed by the Anaconda's shot. A very brief inspection satisfied Murray and Adair that she was too completely ruined to allow of any hope that she could be got off. "It can't be helped," exclaimed poor Terence. "The only thing now to be done is to prevent her falling into the hands of the enemy. I would sooner have gone down in her to the bottom of this wretched pool than this should have happened. We must blow her up, I know it, I am the most unhappy fellow alive. I shall never get another ship, and Lucy is farther off than ever. We must set her on fire, of course, or the enemy will boast that they had captured her. But as to any blame being attached to you personally at a court-martial, I don't believe it," answered Murray, in a tone calculated to soothe the feelings of his friend. "From what I see, I am pretty sure that had old Allport not taken it in his head to knock her to pieces, we should have got her off and put her to rights in a few hours. The side exposed to the enemy is but slightly damaged, and he allows that you must have fought her bravely, and that he only ordered you to desert her for the sake of preserving the lives of you and her crew. The first thing, however, we have to do is to weigh her guns." Murray, having formed his plans, summoned the larger boats of the squadron, when after much labour the guns were weighed and conveyed on board the Giaour. The Russian troops had taken their departure, and a good many parties of the peasantry were seen on the shore, spectators of what was going on, probably hoping that the wreck would be deserted, and that they should find a rich booty on board her. They were to be disappointed. Now came the scene most trying to Adair. Everything of value, and that time would allow, was removed. The Flash was set on fire, and the boats pulled away, leaving her in flames fore and aft. "There goes our little barkie," exclaimed Desmond, and in a short time she blew up, covering the sea on every side with the fragments of wreck. "I am glad, Tom, it was not you or I got her on shore. I don't envy old Fusty his feelings. If he's got any, perhaps he hasn't. If Uncle Terence doesn't get a ship, he'll be for cutting the service and going out and settling in Australia. And I intend to go with him, to keep sheep and ride after wild cattle, and lead an independent sort of life. I say, Tom, won't you come too?" "Oh no, I am bound to come out here and marry my little Theodorona," answered Tom, "though perhaps she'd like to come out to Australia with me." "You be hanged, Tom, that's all nonsense," answered Desmond. "I thought you had forgotten all about that affair." "Of course not," exclaimed Tom indignantly. "If she's faithful to me, I am bound to be faithful to her." "Always provided Sir John approves of your faithfulness," put in Desmond. "Let's change the subject," said Tom. "It's time that you and I and Gordon should pass for seamanship, and as soon as we go home we shall get through the college and gunnery, and then I hope, before long, get our promotion. Castles in the air erected by midshipmen are apt to fall to pieces, as well as those built by older persons. They serve, however, to amuse their architects, and after all, as they do not exhaust the strength or energy, are not productive of any harm." The squadron continued their depredations along the coast, till not a Russian vessel, or any craft larger than a cockboat, remained afloat, and every storehouse and stack of corn or hay which could be got at by the British seamen had been destroyed. As no private property was intentionally injured, these proceedings produced scarcely the slightest ill will among the inhabitants. That the perpetrators, somewhat impious for thus daring to offend their sacred emperor. History tells how gallantly the naval brigade behaved before Sebastopol, and how at length, the night before that proud fortress fell, the Russians sank their remaining line of battleships, and how the English and French admirals, to prevent a single keel from escaping, placed their fleets across the mouth of the harbour, when the garrison, despairing of saving even their steamers, set them on fire with their own hands. And after proud Sebastopol had fallen, how Kinburn, not far from the mouths of the Bogue and the Dnieper, a strong casemated fort, armed with 70 heavy guns, supported by well-made earthworks, each furnished with 10 guns more, was attacked by the combined fleets. Its best defence, however, existed in the shallowness of the surrounding water and the intricacy of the navigation, so that ships of the line could not approach it, while the smaller vessels ran the risk of getting on shore when attempting to do so. The fleet consisted of between 30 and 40 steam vessels and numerous transports conveying 4,000 troops. The French had as many troops, but fewer ships of war. Among them, however, were 3 newly invented floating batteries, from which the Emperor Napoleon expected, it was said, great things. Difficult as was the navigation, every inch of ground was well known to the commanders of the fleets, it having been thoroughly surveyed by Captain Spratt of the Spitfire. Early on the morning of the 15th, the troops were thrown on shore, to the south of the principal fort, when they immediately entrenched their position, to cut off the retreat of the garrison. The next day proving too rough for the ships to cooperate with the troops, the attack was postponed, but on the 17th the work was begun in earnest by the English mortar boats, which first opened fire on the devoted fort. The French floating batteries followed suit, throwing their shot and shell with effective precision, while the enemy's round shot dropped harmless from their iron sides, their shells shivering against them like glass. After this game had been carried on for about a couple of hours, the ships of the line stood in on the southern side of the forts till they got within 1,200 yards. "Now comes our turn," exclaimed Jack Rogers to Adair, who was serving as a volunteer on board the Tornado, which ship, following close astern of the Giaour, formed one of a large squadron of steamers, which had been directed to approach the forts on the northern side. The 2 squadrons reached their destined positions at the same time, when they both opened a tremendous fire, literally raining down shot and shell upon the hapless garrison. Stubborn as were the Russians, human endurance could not long withstand such a fire. "Faith, I'm very glad I'm not inside those walls," said Gerald to Tom, as they watched the effects of their shot. Hundreds of shells bursting in the air together, and raining down fragments of iron on the heads of the unfortunate garrison. If each round shot and shell only kills a single man, there won't be one left alive in the course of a few minutes. "Fortunately, I fancy that it takes fully 5 shots to kill a man," answered Tom, though he may not have been perfectly correct in his estimate. "I should doubt if even a cat could escape, unless she hid herself in a cellar," said Desmond. "It is tremendous." His last remark correctly described the scene. From the 2 lines there issued, without intermission, flashes and wreaths of smoke, each denoting the passage of an engine of destruction against the fortress, the shells forming continuous arches in the air, the shot flying with more direct aim, till the whole atmosphere became filled with dense clouds of smoke, amid which the walls of the fort and dark hulls of the ships, with their masts and rigging, could only be indistinctly seen. At the end of 10 minutes there appeared, in a conspicuous part of the fort, a white flag. In an instant, as if by magic, the wild uproar ceased, and the only sounds heard were the cheers of the seamen at their speedily gained victory. The admirals at once proceeded on shore, when the governor and his officers, coming out of the fort, presented their swords, which were politely returned to them, when a French garrison was left in the fort. 2 generals and a large staff of officers thus became prisoners, besides which a large number of guns, ammunition, and stores were captured. As the government still held out, the fleet proceeded to the attack of Ozakov, but greatly to the disappointment of the Allies, the Russians evacuated it and blew it up. This was almost the last action of any consequence during the war, though the Mosquito fleet still continued their depredations on the shores of the Sea of Azov, till the winter compelled them to retire, when, before the return of spring, peace with Russia was concluded. End of section 29.